Chapter 671. Step. On the stone platform that was shrouded in golden light. As the doctor's heavy footsteps sounded, a black figure had already disappeared with lightning speed from the stone platform that was one level higher. Unlike those elite Do-Di who had difficulty moving, Xiao Yin would leave a shallow footprint on the golden stone platform with each step he took. At the same time, his body did not pause even a little. With just one step, he had forcefully leaped over 10 steps. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Yin had pulled apart quite a large distance from the group of elite Do-Di behind him. Despite this, Xiao Yin's unmoving speed did not slow down even a little during this period of time. Moreover, it actually showed signs of continuing to rise. This point caused the facial muscles of the elite Do-Di behind Xiao Yin to twitch for quite a while. Even if he wanted to attack someone, he should not attack them in such a manner. Of course, while their hearts were shocked by Xiao Yan's speed, those elite Do-Di also felt extremely regretful in their hearts. Normally, they clearly had a large amount of time to train their physical strength. However, they had ultimately chosen to give up. Now that they had truly reached a critical juncture, these usually arrogant Do-Di finally knew how to complain in their hearts. Unfortunately, it was already too late. At the very least, they were destined to not be able to obtain the true treasure during this trip to the remains. As time slowly flowed by, there were very few elite Do-Di who were able to stand halfway up the stone platform. Even the members of the 4 great clans were sitting cross-legged near the top of the stone platform. Their auras were unstable as they tried their best to recover the Do-Chi that they had exhausted within their bodies. Compared to those ordinary Do-Di below, the members of the 4 great clans relied on the strength of their Do-Chi to forcefully endure all the way up. Although they had already neared the top of the stone platform, they had already exhausted quite a lot of the Do-Chi within their bodies. In order to allow themselves to have the strength to face the various dangers that might appear at the top of the stone platform, they had no choice but to rest here. Under this kind of situation, it was likely that only Xiao Yin was able to maintain his speed and continue to charge up on the stone platform. As Xiao Yin approached the top of the stone platform, the aura and pressure that he felt around him also became increasingly frightening. At this moment, even with the strength of Xiao Yan's physical body, he could not help but feel an extremely heavy pressure. This was an extremely frightening phenomenon. Once it appeared, it indicated that the aura and pressure that Xiao Yin would have to endure would be a couple of times, or even dozens of times greater. Despite this, Xiao Yin could only go all out and fight with all his might. The sun might be bright after the rain, but before that, the entire world would have to experience the baptism of a storm. At this moment, Xiao Yin was in this situation. This aura and pressure might be frightening, but as long as he was able to endure it, it would also be quite beneficial to Xiao Yin. The training of one's physical body could only be raised to the greatest extent in adversity. At this moment, this pressure that covered the entire stone platform was the best opportunity for Xiao Yin. Stomp! As his foot landed, Xiao Yin's body also suddenly bent downwards. The frightening aura and pressure was like a mountain that heavily pressed down on Xiao Yin's back, causing his breathing to suddenly become sluggish. The body under the black robe could not help but tremble intensely. The muscles on his face could not help but become a little distorted. Soon after, Xiao Yin violently clenched his teeth. Both of his eyes were immediately filled with fresh blood. Green veins bulged on his forehead, twisting like numerous small snakes. The face under the black robe had become ferocious at this moment. His body suddenly shook and Do-Chi gushed out from under his feet. Xiao Yan's slightly squatted body suddenly shot forward. Powerful Do-Chi continued to erupt from the center of his feet. Waves of bang-bang sounds continuously resounded on the stone platform. Huff! After taking 100 consecutive steps, Xiao Yin was finally unable to endure the extremely powerful and frightening aura and pressure around him. The moment his final foot landed, the human figure under the black robe also sat on the ground with a plop sound. The breath in his mouth was hurried and heavy as he panted. Damn it! Xiao Yin cursed unwillingly in his heart. He raised his head and looked at the top of the stone platform that was already not far away. He could not help but feel a sense of regret in his heart. He did not expect that he would actually fall at such a moment after using all his strength. As the saying goes, the first spurt of energy, the second would weaken, and the third would be exhausted. In order to reach the top of the stone platform, Xiaoyan had already used all of his strength. However, he did not expect that he would ultimately fall at this place. Seeing that the top of the stone platform was already within reach, it was likely that no one would feel good in their heart at this moment. At an even higher position on the stone platform, the few people from the four great clans had already noticed the black-robed Xiaoyan. The gazes of the people from the four great clans were solemn as they stared at Xiaoyan, who was a short distance away. The eyes of the four great clans were filled with incomparable shock. This mysterious black-robed person was actually able to continuously take 100 steps under this frightening aura and pressure that even they had difficulty contending with. This really caused them to feel a sense of disbelief. This person's physical body is really strong. Huoba's eyes revealed a solemn expression as he stared at Xiaoyan below. Even he, who had always been arrogant, could not help but feel shocked by the physical strength of the black-robed person in front of him. From the fact that the black-robed person did not use any Do Qi, it was likely that the latter had relied on his own physical strength to land in this position. With Huoba's eyesight as a 3-star Do Di, he would naturally not be wrong about this. Bai Ying and Zhuo Bentang, who were seated a short distance away, involuntarily nodded when these words were uttered. They usually did not have many people, but the strength of the physical body of the person in front of them caused them to have no choice but to admit it. At the very least, there was no one in their four clans who possessed such a powerful physical body. Sun Shuang might have gradually awakened from his grief and fury earlier, but the expression on his face was incomparably cold. Even the people from the three clans beside him tried their best to maintain a distance from him. This fellow has finally stopped. I thought that he would continue to charge to the top of the stone platform. Bai Ying's eyes stared at Xiaoyan, who had fallen to the ground. A glint flashed deep within his eyes before he bitterly laughed. This remains was the home ground of their four great clans. If the limelight was stolen by someone else, where would the face of their four great clans go? After Bai Ying's words sounded, the other two clans beside him also looked at the mysterious black-robed man below. Zhuo Lin from the Zhuo clan originally had a calm expression, but because of Bai Ying's words, a slight ripple appeared on his face. It seemed that the mysterious expert whom they had met outside the remains had not appeared since they had entered the remains. Yet, this person in front of him was coincidentally wearing a black robe. This involuntarily caused some thoughts to form in Zhuo Lin's heart. At the same time, the narwhal snake, which was originally resting on Xiaoyan's arm, quietly popped its head out at this moment. Brother Xiao, Yin is indeed powerful. It is unexpected that you are actually able to charge to this place within such a short period of time in front of this pressure that causes even me to feel a headache. TSK, the strength of your physical body is really frightening. If you do not possess the aura of a human, I would have suspected that you are a magical beast that has transformed into a human form. Hearing this, Xiaoyan helplessly shook his head. He sighed softly, frowned, and sighed. So what? I still can't go up. Xiaoyan was helpless. At the same time that he felt a sense of loss in his heart, he felt that the pressure from the pressure around him was gradually increasing. Even his breathing had become a little difficult. Even if you can't go up, there's still me. The narwhal snake snickered and slyly said. The expression in Xiaoyan's eyes hardened slightly. Only then did he recall that this small snake had been hiding under his sleeves. It was not pressured by the surrounding aura. Although his aura was weak now, the narwhal snake was in its best condition. Xiaoyan was immediately overjoyed when he thought of this. Soon after, the narwhal snake's small and exquisite body under Xiaoyan's sleeves suddenly twisted and slid out of the sleeves. It was completely exposed in the air and welcomed the terrifying aura that attacked from all directions. Soon after, a dark black Do Qi swiftly surged on the surface of the narwhal snake's body. Even its small body swiftly became huge at this moment. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into its original body, a super huge python with a huge body. Roar! The instant it appeared, the narwhal snake's mouth involuntarily emitted a roar that resounded through the sky. At the same time, its enormous body suddenly trembled. Do-chi surged wildly, causing the empty space around it to involuntarily form circular water-like spatial ripples. Even the terrifying aura that covered the entire stone platform was shaken back a little by this earth-shaking roar. This is what is going on. This is the narwhal snake? Isn't it rumored to be extinct? It is unexpected that it would actually appear here. A Do-D-class narwhal snake. This is not easy to deal with. Humph! The key point is what exactly is this beast planning to do now? On the tall platform, the few people from the four great clans stared at the narwhal snake, which had suddenly scuttled out from Xiao Yan's sleeves. Surprise was written all over their faces. The thing that caused their hearts to be even more shocked was that the aura and pressure within this space actually began to fluctuate following the narwhal snake's roar. I heard that the narwhal snake's bloodline is special and is able to suppress many opponents who are stronger than it. Looking at it today, it is indeed extraordinary. However, it is actually able to create such a mighty aura with just the strength of a one-star OD. If one is able to tame it and use it for oneself, Huoba's gaze was locked tightly as he stared at the narwhal snake. One of his words went without saying. Humph, humph, Huoba, it is best that you withdraw those thoughts. Can't you see that this narwhal snake already has an owner? Even its strength has reached the level of a one-star OD. Do you think that the strength of its owner would be weaker than it? Bai Ying merely turned his head around with a cold smile when he heard the words from Huoba's mouth. His mouth emitted a sneer as he coldly spoke. That may not be the case. Just as Huoba frowned and was about to refute the words from Bai Ying's mouth, Zhuolin, who had been carefully observing Xiao Yan from the Zhuo clan side, slowly opened his mouth at this moment. The hearts of the people from the Huo clan and the Bai clan immediately turned cold when his words sounded. If these words were uttered from someone else's mouth, they might snort disdainfully. However, they had no choice but to treat these words with caution when they were uttered from Zhuolin's mouth. Among the people from these two clans, especially Bai Ying from the Bai clan, the expression deep within his eyes involuntarily flickered when he heard the words that were suddenly emitted from Zhuolin's mouth. In his heart, Bai Ying already had some guesses about this black-robed person in front of him. However, it would not be a good thing if the black-robed person's identity was exposed at this moment. Ha! In that case, Zhuolin has already guessed something. Huoba's round eyes rotated for a moment before he laughed out loud. From a meaning within his words, it seemed that he was completely unconcerned. It was as though he did not believe what Zhuolin had said earlier. You wish to know? Zhuolin's expression was calm. His pair of sword-like eyes stared straight at Huoba as he spoke in an indifferent tone. What's there to be curious about? I merely heard Zhuolin's words and was a little curious, so I asked casually. Hearing this, Huoba could not help but be slightly taken aback. He immediately regained his senses and laughed out loud, but he shifted his gaze away. Although Zhuolin's strength was inferior to his, the sharpness that seeped out from the latter's bones made it so that no one dared to clash head-on with him. Seeing this, Zhuolin's anger turned as he looked at Bai Ying. Seeing this, the latter smiled slightly and also shifted his gaze away. Facing Zhuolin, even with Bai Ying's old and experienced temperament, he did not dare to be careless. At the same time, Xiao Yan, who was not far below the people from the four great clans, was like a fish in water the moment the powerful aura around him dissipated. He instantly stood up from the ground, and his entire body rapidly recovered. Let's go. Allow me to bring you up. The narwhal snake laughed out loud. It twisted its enormous snake tail and forcefully pulled Xiao Yan into it by the time he recovered. Its enormous body suddenly shook and Do-Chi rippled, forcefully forcing back the aura around it. Soon after, its enormous body immediately turned into a ray of black light. It was like a shooting star chasing after the moon as it charged toward the top of the stone platform. Regardless of how terrifying the aura around it was, It was completely blocked. Seeing this scene, Xiaoyan involuntarily felt a wave of surprise in his heart. The narwhal snake was indeed worthy of being one of the top in the magical beast world. The strength of its physical body was more than just a little stronger than Xiaoyan. It was actually able to charge forward at such a fast speed in the face of such a terrifying aura. It could really be described as terrifying. Swoosh! As the sharp sound of wind breaking resounded beside the members of the four great clans, the terrifying aura and pressure in the sky was forcefully broken apart by the narwhal snake. A hurricane swept across, blowing up the sleeves of the few people who were sitting cross-legged on the high platform. It was only at this moment that the few of them finally reacted. Immediately, their expressions changed drastically as they hurriedly looked over. However, when they turned their heads to look, the enormous body of the narwhal snake had already left them far behind. In the blink of an eye, the enormous body of the narwhal snake was already standing at the top of the enormous stone platform. Genius, remember the address of this website in a second. Mobile version of reading website. Chapter 672. Xiaoyan stood at the top of the stone platform and sensed the frightening aura and pressure around him completely disappear. His body appeared to have been relieved of a heavy burden. Lifting his gaze, Xiaoyan's eyes were filled with caution and curiosity as he looked ahead. At this moment, the thing that appeared in front of Xiaoyan was not an endless flight of stairs like before. Instead, it was an extremely large square. The square was circular in shape and mysterious runes were engraved all over the ground. From these runes, it was not difficult to tell that this should be a formation. The size of the formation was included within this open ground. It was 1,000 feet away from where Xiaoyan was currently standing. Looking over, there were huge stone piers placed around the square. The stone piers were carved into the shape of lotuses. They were of different shapes, and not a single one of them was the same. Counting carefully, there were a total of 31 stone piers. They maintained a certain distance from each other and surrounded the square. Coincidentally, there was a stone pier not far from Xiaoyan's side. The lotus on it was in the shape of a blooming lotus. Although it was carved out of stone, it looked very lifelike. It actually looked like a real lotus swaying in the air. After looking around, Xiaoyan's gaze shifted to the center of the square. At a glance at the center of the square, there was a huge statue standing leisurely. The expression in Xiaoyan's eyes involuntarily changed when he saw this statue. His eyes shrunk slightly. The appearance of this statue was shockingly that of an absolute beauty with an appearance that could topple a city. However, what surprised Xiaoyan at this moment was that the statue's appearance was actually the appearance of the woman that Xiaoyan had seen in the maze when he had just entered the ruins. So, she is the owner of this ruin? Nodding his head gently, Xiaoyan muttered softly in his mouth. Then, the narwhal snake beside him moved its body and turned into the small snake's exquisite appearance again. It floated in the void beside Xiaoyan, and a pair of bright pearl-like eyes looked around curiously. Without Xiaoyan's permission, it did not dare to wander around. This Mr. Strength is really extraordinary. To think that our group of people has spent a lot of effort in order to climb up here, but I didn't expect Mr. to climb up here so easily. I really admire you. At this moment, a familiar laughter sounded from behind Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan turned around and looked. The person who spoke was the leader of the Hua family, Hua Ba. Beside him was Hua Tianyi, whose face was slightly pale. With the latter's strength, it was obviously not possible for him to withstand the pressure alone to reach this place. Thinking about it, Hua Ba's help was not indispensable. Otherwise, with Hua Ba's strength, it would not take him such a long time to reach this place. Seeing the two of them, Xiaoyan's eyes swiftly swept over them under the black robe. However, he did not dare to stay for too long. The other party was a genuine elite Dodi. If he were to recklessly investigate, it would only give the other party an opportunity to expose him. This was not something that Xiaoyan wished to see happen. His gaze swiftly swept over the two people in front of him. Soon after, Xiaoyan looked behind the two of them. Since the members of the Hua family had already arrived, the other three families should also be here. Sure enough, At the same time that Xiao Yin raised his eyes, Bai Ying from the Bai family, Sun Shuo from the Sun family, as well as Zhuo Bentang and Zhuo Lin from the Zhuo family had also appeared in Xiao Yan's sight. Haha, this Mr. Strength is really great. I'm the head of the Bai family, Bai Ying. May I know Mr.'s name? Bai Ying, who was wearing a white robe, cupped his hands toward Xiao Yin and spoke in a respectful tone. Once these words were spoken, the other three families immediately turned their gazes over. However, at this moment, the narwhal snake that was floating in the empty space beside Xiao Yin suddenly opened its mouth. A hissing roar was immediately emitted from its mouth. Immediately, the expressions of the people from the four great clans changed as they hurriedly pulled back. Roar! After the roar sounded, the people from the four great clans finally turned their gazes toward the narwhal snake with resentful faces. This small snake in front of them might appear harmless, but after witnessing the scene earlier, even though everyone present was an elite Dodi, their hearts did not dare to underestimate this small snake in front of them. After all, it was an elite Dodi. Moreover, it was a magical beast. Its strength was originally very powerful. Additionally, it happened to be one of the best in the magical beast world. This caused others to not dare to underestimate it. With the narwhal snake blocking them, the people from the four great clans were ultimately unable to obtain the answer that they wanted to hear. Hence, they could only look at each other and suppress the doubt and unwillingness in their hearts. Everyone scattered. Soon after, they focused their eyes and looked over. After a couple of exclamations, everyone's gazes finally paused on the statue in the middle of the square. The statue was of an absolute beauty. At this moment, a cluster of flame-like golden light slowly rose between the two raised palms of the statue. It emitted a glaring golden light that caused one to not dare to look directly at it. This is, from the looks of it, that pressure should be emitted from that thing. Inheritance strength, huh? No wonder it is so powerful. The people from the four great clans stared at the cluster of light with different expressions. A glint shot out from each of their eyes. At the same time, the hearts of these few people were also filled with various thoughts at this moment. However, in the end, no one was willing to step forward and give it a try after everyone's gazes slowly swept over the formation on the ground of the square. A formation left behind by such a strong person would naturally not be so easily eroded by time. From the looks of it now, this formation should require someone to trigger it, after which the entire stone platform would truly come alive. However, no one knew what kind of frightening formation they would have to face at that time. Ta-da! It was also at this moment that a series of heavy footsteps gradually sounded from behind everyone. Everyone turned around and looked. It was actually those elite Dodi behind them. There was finally someone who had forcefully endured and climbed to this place. Time flew by. Around 2 hours later, nearly 30 elite Dodi had finally gathered at a corner of this large open ground. This number of elite Dodi was sufficient to allow them to sweep through any faction in the western region. This was something that even the four large sects were no exception to. Of course, the target of this group of people at this moment was not the four great sections. Instead, it was the golden light cluster in the palm of the statue in front of them. Everyone faced each other. However, no one dared to move. This was because no one could guarantee just what kind of frightening danger was hidden within the area covered by the formation. Genius remembered this address in 1 second. Mobile reading website. Chapter 673. The quiet atmosphere in the square continued for a long time. Everyone's eyes were fiery hot as they stared at the golden light cluster in the hand of the statue in the middle of the square. However, no one dared to step forward and give it a try. The 10 huge beasts from earlier were already this frightening. Now that this large formation was placed in front of them, how could its strength be inferior? For the sake of their own lives, no one present, regardless of whether it was the four great clans or those Dodi who had hurried over later, dared to step forward. Everyone in the square stood in a scattered manner. Each of them had their own thoughts in their hearts. They faced each other and were cautious of each other. At this moment, Xiao Yin, who was hiding under a black robe, had also leaped into the crowd after those elite Dodi had arrived. The eyes under the black robe swept back and forth across the square. His heart was calm. Xiao Yin knew that the more it was at such a time, the calmer one must be when dealing with matters. Everyone knew that the inheritance was precious. Who present did not have a compassionate heart toward it. However, it was also because of this that he needed to be even calmer. As the saying goes, the hunter will shoot the bird that sticks out. The first person to enter the large formation would definitely not have a good ending. Xiao Yin was not stupid to such an extent. Following the silence of the crowd, the atmosphere in the arena also became exceptionally solemn and tense. Even their breathing had become cautious. Everyone's hearts felt as though there was an invisible boulder pressing down on them. Once that boulder was completely pressed down, everyone present would immediately boil like a pot of boiling oil. However, before this, they needed to use a warm flame to gradually heat it up. Time slowly flowed by. In the blink of an eye, everyone had already stood at the top of the stone platform for 4 hours. At this moment, the originally quiet elite Dodi in the square began to become restless one after another. A prolonged wait without an end was not something that they were willing to see. This group of people could not possibly wait for the large formation to gradually disappear with the migration of time. Even if Xiao Yin could wait, the people from the 4 great clans would definitely not be able to wait. Damn it, everyone seated here is at the very least an elite Dodi. It is unexpected that we would actually be frightened by a large formation that has not been activated. Don't tell me that everyone will continue to wait here forever if this large formation does not disappear. Suddenly, a cold snort that was mixed with gloominess and disdain was emitted from the crowd, causing quite a number of people present to throw their gazes over. Under the black robe, Xiao Yan's face was expressionless. However, in his heart, he knew that the calm surface of a lake was finally about to be broken by this sudden rock. At the same time, a cold smile appeared on the faces of the people from the 4 great clans. After waiting for so long, they had finally waited for this moment. Oomph. What a joke. Since you're not afraid, why are you still standing here? Go and experience it yourself. See if this grand formation exists in name only. Perhaps the energy within has already dissipated due to the passage of time. If you give it a try, perhaps the inheritance will be yours, right? Hee, that's right. You clearly know that this formation is frightening, yet you still dare to boldly urge us. Since we are all elite Dodi, you should go if you're not afraid. Soon after, numerous words that were filled with various meanings were continuously spat out from the crowd. In an instant, the old man, who had been the first to speak, had a green expression on his old face. Even though this was the case, the words from those people's mouths did not stop. It seemed that they were intentionally trying to infuriate him. Bastard, since you don't dare to enter, allow the old me to send you in. Suddenly, the old man emitted a furious cry from his mouth. He beckoned with his large hand, and a dark black metal rod immediately appeared in the old man's hand. Everyone focused their eyes and looked over. The expression in their eyes immediately changed. Some surprise involuntarily surged into their eyes when they looked at the old man. This is actually the coiling dragon rod. Since this is the coiling dragon rod, doesn't it mean that he is Mu Kunlun? TSK. I heard that this fellow has killed quite a number of elite Dodi of the same level. It is unexpected that even he has been attracted to the desolate ancient remains this time around. At this moment, the metal rod that had appeared in the old man's hand was surprisingly a rod that had the thickness of an ordinary person's calf. It was around 10 feet long and had a dark black dragon carved on it. When the people present saw the iron rod, their gazes towards the old man were immediately filled with shock. They were extremely fearful of him in their hearts. They were all elite Dodi, but the number of elite Dodi who had died in the hands of this old man had already exceeded the number of one hand. It was not difficult to imagine just how frightening the strength of this old man was. It was likely that his strength could be considered top, even when placed among all the elite Dodi present. Even Xiao Yan, who was wearing a black robe, could not help but reveal a surprised expression within his dark black eyes when he heard the evaluation of the old man from the few people beside him. From this battle result, one could really see the strength of this old man. Xiao Yan's heart involuntarily sank a little when he thought of this. It seemed that the four great clans were not the only ones with great strength in this trip to the remains. Even these lone wolves would not be an ordinary person if their strength could reach such a level. After the metal rod in the old man's hand was revealed, the few elite Dodi, who had spoken rudely to him earlier, immediately shut their mouths. At the same time, the expression on their faces suddenly became solemn. Clearly, they had also heard of this Mu Kunlun's name. "You are actually Mu Kunlun." A fat old man, who was facing Mu Kunlun in the battleground at this moment, revealed a solemn expression. No one present dared to underestimate him when facing him. Since you have heard of the old me's name, then you should obediently roll in for the old me." Mu Kunlun's target was clearly the fat old man on the opposite side. Hence, the coiling dragon rod in his hand was suddenly swung, while a stern cry was emitted from his mouth. The end of the metal rod was violently swung through the empty air. The wind that it carried instantly shattered the rock floor under his feet, leaving behind a deep groove. At the same time, the old man's body suddenly shot out at this moment. The metal rod was swung and emitted a hoo-hoo sound of rushing wind in the midair. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived in front of the fat old man. The fat old man's heart immediately became solemn when faced with Mu Kunlun, who had attacked without saying anything. He did not dare to be careless on the surface. At the same time that he raised his head furiously, the Do Chi within his body swiftly flowed through the veins of his entire body. He clenched his large hand, and an enormous axe appeared in the hand of this fat old man. Let me see if you Mu Kunlun are really as strong as what the outside world says." The fat old man let out a furious cry. His thick and short legs abruptly shook. Immediately, his body rushed into the midair and violently smashed toward Mu Kunlun, who was charging toward him. Although this old man appeared fat, his speed was not inferior to Mu Kunlun's, who had a strong body. His entire body was like a meatball as he somersaulted in the air. The large axe in his hand was swung and instantly tore through the empty space. Then he viciously hacked down on Mu Kunlun's head. From the looks of it, it seemed as though he wanted to forcefully split the latter into two. Insignificant skill. Mu Kunlun coldly laughed when he saw this. The Do Chi within his body churned and swiftly flowed through his arm and poured into the coiling dragon rod in his hand. Soon after, the metal rod danced. The moment the enormous axe fell toward him, the metal rod in Mu Kunlun's hand shook and his body suddenly rose. Soon after, the metal rod in Mu Kunlun's hand was swung when the enormous axe of the fat old man missed. From top to bottom, the metal rod with the end of the dragon tail heavily smashed into the chest of the fat old man. Bang! A loud sound was emitted. The fat old man's body immediately shot back uncontrollably. Finally, he violently smashed into the ground in front of everyone's eyes. Grug! The fat old man involuntarily spat out a mouthful of bright red, fresh blood the moment he stood up. Soon after, however, the corner of his bloody mouth was lifted into a ferocious smile. He stared at Mu Kunlun in the sky above the crowd and laughed in a stern manner. "Mu Kunlun, you are actually only SOSO. With just this rod, you are still far from being able to truly injure me." Although he had spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, the overall aura of this fat old man did not decrease by even a little. His bright red tongue violently licked his thick lips. The old man stood up, swung the enormous axe in his hand, and was about to attack once again. "Aha, that's right. This rod of mine is indeed unable to injure a pig like you. However, it is able to take your life." Mu Kunlun suddenly laughed sternly at the end of his words. His words contained traces of dense coldness. The fat old man only suddenly recovered after hearing these words. His gaze hurriedly turned away from the pitiful smiles on the corner of the Dodi's mouths in the distance. He lowered his head to take a look. At this moment, numerous crooked, mysterious symbols were emitting waves of glaring golden light under his feet, causing one to be unable to look directly at them. This is no. The fat old man let out two sharp cries from his mouth. He suddenly moved his body and did his best to wildly rush out of the large formation under his feet without even turning his head back. However, at this moment, an arrow like sharp golden light suddenly shot over from behind the fat old man. In the blink of an eye, it forcefully penetrated the chest of this fat old man. At the same time, the old man's body, which was wildly running forward, suddenly paused in midair. The life within his eyes swiftly disappeared, transforming into a dark black hole. Soon after, he fell heavily onto the ground, after which the thumb-sized hole that penetrated his chest gradually widened. Golden light covered it. Finally, the fat old man's body strangely disappeared from everyone's sight. The hearts of everyone present suddenly became cold when they saw this scene. A chill that seeped into their hearts swiftly rose within their hearts. Chapter 674. The hearts of everyone present involuntarily pounded when they saw this strange scene that had appeared in front of them. The shock in their hearts was like a yellow river that had suddenly swept out. However, at the same time, a heated emotion rose within the hearts of all the elite Dodi present. Although the large formation in front of them was frightening, it at the very least allowed them to have some confidence in their hearts. As the saying goes, only by knowing oneself and one's enemy would one be able to win 100 battles. All unfamiliar dangers were the most frightening in one's heart. Compared to the former, this large formation might appear quite powerful at this moment, but at the very least caused all the elite Do-D present to sigh in relief in their hearts. Chi. However, while everyone was panting in their hearts, numerous chi sounds of rushing air suddenly sounded in this enormous square. Immediately, the hearts of everyone present were greatly shocked. Numerous pairs of eyes immediately looked in the direction where the sound had originated from. Over there, it's that stone block. There's also this side. This stone block is the same. In front of everyone's eyes, they could see numerous golden light pillars continuously rising from the 31 stone blocks in the square. In the blink of an eye, each of the 31 stone blocks had a light pillar that shot to the sky and entered the invisible empty space. Soon after, the 31 golden light pillars shot out from each of the 31 golden light pillars high in the sky. They merged with each other in the sky and gradually formed an enormous formation that covered the entire square. A glaring golden light hung high in the middle of the formation like a sun. The golden light was dazzling and eye-catching. However, these elite Dodi were unable to feel even the slightest emotion in their hearts in the face of this majestic scene that caused one to sigh in admiration. If one were to say that there was something, it could only be fear. Following the activation of this large formation, everyone present could clearly see that the lotus stone blocks around the square actually began to slowly rotate. At the same time, numerous obscure, mysterious symbols gradually became clear on the surface of the stone blocks. A glaring golden light was emitted from the lotus core. All the elite Dodi present ignored this small change in the stone blocks. Everyone raised their eyes and looked at the enormous formation in the sky. The golden light flashed, and a bright glow was reflected from the eyes of all the elite Dodi. It was just like the stars in the night sky, bright and glaring. Suddenly, the cluster of sunlight, golden light, suddenly brightened while all the elite Do-D present focused their eyes. Soon after, a chi-chi sound of air being split appeared, and a 10-foot thick golden light pillar suddenly shot out from the cluster of golden light. In an instant, it tore through the empty space. It was just like a meteor falling from the sky as it charged toward the elite Do-D below. The appearance of this scene caused the expressions of everyone present to suddenly change. The group of elite Do-D, who had been gathered together a moment ago, had scattered like birds and beasts the next moment. Even so, the speed of the golden light was not slow at all. In the end, there were still two old men who were unable to dodge in time, and their bodies were instantly pierced by the golden light pillar. In front of the golden-colored light pillar, the dochi armor that was agglomerated on the surface of their bodies was like tofu. It was instantly destroyed by the golden-colored light pillar in an extremely easy manner. Soon after, the crowd that had scattered in all directions stopped their bodies. They turned their eyes back and looked over. The two elite Dodi, whose strength was not the least bit weak, had turned into golden light that permeated the sky under the golden-colored light pillar. The hearts of everyone present suddenly paled when they saw this scene. Those two were also elite Dodi, yet they did not have the ability to resist the golden light pillar. Even though everyone present boasted of their extraordinary strength, they still involuntarily felt a chill that seeped into their hearts when faced with this golden light pillar. This formation isn't a little too frightening. The eyes of quite a number of elite Dodi within the crowd were shocked as they looked at the enormous formation in the sky. This was especially the case when they looked at the golden light cluster. Their eyes revealed a deep fear. Although they had come for the treasures within the remains, they had never thought that they would die in this place. They boasted of their great strength. Being elite Dodi, there were very few people in the entire western region who could kill them. Yet, even someone as strong as a Dodi was unable to survive for more than a second under this formation. How could this not cause fear to form in their hearts? However, just as a portion of the elite Dodi were about to turn their heads and withdraw, they realized that there was no longer any path of retreat around the stone platform. The stone steps from earlier had already disappeared. Currently, all they could see was a bottomless abyss. At this moment, all the elite Dodi present finally recovered. This included the people from the four great clans. A grave expression was written on everyone's faces. There was no path of retreat. The formation in front of them was so frightening that they did not have the ability to fight back. From the looks of it, this group of people seemed to have fallen into a hopeless situation. Xiao Yan, who was wearing a black robe in the air, had an incomparably grave expression on his face under the black robe. A pair of dark black eyes repeatedly swept over the entire open ground, hoping to find a thread of survival. However, when Xiao Yan looked around, all he saw was bright golden light all over the place. He was unable to find any openings. Thinking about it at this moment, it was likely that the deepest part of the remains was a trap. It was likely that the owner of the remains did not intend to leave behind his cultivation inheritance. Damn it, there are no openings. Don't tell me that we can only wait for death here. Xiao Yan frowned tightly under the black robe. His hands under his sleeves had unknowingly clenched into fists. Even with Xiao Yan's calm state of mind, he was unable to continue to remain calm in this kind of hopeless situation. At this moment, the huge formation in the sky began to operate once again. Dazzling golden light suddenly shot out, and the entire square was instantly enveloped by the golden light. Everyone present could not help but shut their eyes. Soon after, the sharp sound of something breaking through the air rang out once again. This time around, the formation's attack was even more ferocious than before. As the sound of something breaking through the air rang out beside everyone's ears, miserable shrieks immediately rang out from the two groups of people who were standing in two different places. The crowd in the sky once again fled in panic. In the blink of an eye, the golden light that covered the open ground had already scattered. Everyone raised their eyes. Only then did they see two golden light pillars descending from the sky. This time around, the golden light had killed nearly 10 elite Dodi in one go. 10 Dodi. If they were placed in the western region in the outside world, they would be terrifying existences that could do whatever they wanted. However, they had disappeared in the blink of an eye within the remains. Chapter 675. Everyone present, whose faces were filled with shock, only gradually recovered when the golden light pillar gradually scattered. Everyone's faces had some lingering fear as they looked at the spot where the golden light pillar had disappeared. At that spot, over 10 elite Dodis had lost their lives. Fear surged within everyone's hearts. At this moment, Even Xiao Yin could only helplessly maneuver the dou qi within his body, preparing to face any unexpected change in the situation. Chi chi chi. Soon after, before everyone present had any time to catch their breaths, the enormous golden formation above everyone's heads once again began to operate. A chi-chi sound was emitted from the golden light cluster. The golden light on the entire formation also gradually became brighter. Seeing this scene, all the elite dou-di in the empty space were immediately startled. The dou-chi within their bodies surged out, preparing themselves for the golden light pillar that was about to descend once again. Chi. Soon after, a sharp sound of rushing air suddenly resounded over the place a couple of breaths later. Two shocking golden light pillars also shot out explosively from the golden energy cluster. They once again shot explosively toward the elite dou-di in the empty space below. This time around, everyone in the sky was clearly prepared. Dozens of figures flashed and bitterly dodged the golden light pillars that brushed past them. Although they had dodged the two light pillars, their hearts did not rejoice because of this. This was because soon after the two golden light pillars missed, the large formation above everyone's heads once again began to operate without stopping. However, in the blink of an eye, another two light pillars fell one after another. Their targets were the elite dou-di below. What? It's coming again. Everyone was suddenly shocked when the golden light shot out. Xiaoyan swiftly lifted his gaze under the black robe. He could see that one of the two golden light pillars was actually shooting toward his direction. The expression in Xiaoyan's eyes hardened. He hurriedly raised his dou-qi and moved his body. Only when the light pillar arrived in front of him did he bitterly brush past it. The large black robe moved with the wind. A corner of the black robe came into contact with the golden light and quietly melted like snowflakes that had fallen into water. Ugh! Greatly alarmed, Xiaoyan hurriedly retreated. By the time he came to a stop, a large portion of his black robe had already been burned away by the golden light. This pillar of light is truly terrifying. A paleness involuntarily surged onto Xiaoyan's face under the black robe. His black robe had been corroded. Under the remnant might of the light pillar, Xiaoyan had also been somewhat affected. Although Xiaoyan had dodged the golden light pillar, the elite dou-di on the other side were not so lucky. Although over half of them had managed to dodge it, there were still 3 elite dou-di who had died miserably under the golden light pillar. However, just as everyone relaxed in their hearts, the large golden formation in the sky churned once again. In an instant, another golden light pillar shot out and shot towards the crowd below. What? This damn thing, it's actually not done yet. Everyone involuntarily frowned when they saw it. The dou-qi within their bodies surged wildly as they dodged towards the empty space in the distance. At this moment, Zhuolin, who was standing at the spot where the Zhuo clan was located among the 4 great clans, frowned as he watched the golden light pillar once again descend. This time around, there was actually only one. Zhuolin recalled the situation after the light pillar had descended. In the blink of an eye, he seemed to have thought of something. His eyes narrowed slightly, and a surprised expression involuntarily flashed across the deep region of his eyes. This thing is really overbearing. If it does not take a life, it will continue to descend like this. In the end, even if the people here are not killed by the light pillar, they should be exhausted to death. The expressions of the people around him immediately changed when they heard these words. They pondered for a moment in their hearts and quickly understood. No wonder this golden light pillar continued to descend. So this was the reason. At the same time, the expressions on the faces of those elite dou-di present involuntarily changed once again after they heard Zhuolin's words. In other words, this light pillar would definitely not rest until it killed everyone present. Damn it, don't tell me that we should just sit here and wait for death. The expressions on the faces of everyone present immediately became gloomy after they understood this point in their hearts. They did not have the slightest room to retaliate under this golden light pillar. However, if this continued, everyone present would not have any way to survive. While everyone was feeling anxious in their hearts, Zhuolin, who was in the empty space, hurriedly swept his sword-like sharp eyes over the open ground. On the other side, everyone present once again hurriedly dodged as the golden light pillar descended. Just as everyone was about to dodge the golden light pillar, a small, skinny old man among the crowd suddenly attacked the people beside him. In this current situation, almost everyone's attention was placed on the golden light pillar in front of them. Who would bother about the people beside them? As expected, the old man had suddenly attacked. A white-haired old man, who had luckily dodged the golden light pillar, had just revealed a smile of having survived a calamity when a frightening, enormous force violently pressed against his back from behind. Bang! The skinny old man's palm landed. Although the white-haired old man in front of him was not seriously injured, he was once again violently pushed into the golden light pillar before it disappeared. Ah! A sharp, miserable cry had just sounded when it quickly returned to silence, after which the golden light scattered. Only then did everyone present look at the skinny old man with shocked faces. Everyone's eyes revealed a deep fear. What are you doing? Now that everyone is standing on the same boat, what difference is there between your actions and sinking the boat together? An old man with a resolute face among the scattered crowd waved his sleeves and angrily reprimanded the skinny old man with an angry face. At the same time, following this old man's voice, the group of elite Do-D in the empty space also turned their gazes over. Everyone's eyes carried a trace of anger. Ga. Everyone has heard what Zhuo Gongzi said earlier. Once the light pillar appears, it will not stop until blood is seen. If everyone here continues to dodge like this, even if everyone is an elite Do-D, how long will you be able to endure? Hearing this, the skinny old man laughed. His smile appeared dark and evil. Hearing this, everyone in the empty space involuntarily frowned. Soon after, the skinny old man once again spoke and laughed strangely. As for what I did earlier, it was merely a delaying tactic. Although I pushed him into the golden light, didn't I also save your lives at the same time? Otherwise, why would all of you have the time to listen to me speak here? You would have long been cautiously dodging the golden light with all your hearts. After the skinny old man's words sounded, this time around, everyone present finally gradually quieted down. They raised their heads and looked at the sky. The golden formation, which was still churning intensely a moment ago, had indeed calmed down. It was likely that there would not be any more movements for some time. Humph. At the end of the day, I am not the only one who killed this fellow. All of you have done the same. The skinny old man waved his sleeves. His shriveled finger was like an awl as he pointed at everyone present. His face was filled with ridicule as he laughed coldly. Immediately, everyone present frowned and lowered their heads. They were actually speechless. In an instant, the atmosphere in the square had once again become unusually quiet. Ah, so this is the way to resolve it. Suddenly, Zhuolin, who had been looking around the square below from the midair, suddenly opened his mouth. A pair of sharp sword-like eyes stared at the stone blocks on the square below. A cold smile gradually surged onto the corner of his mouth. Chapter 676. Dozens of elite Do-D stood in the empty space above the large open ground. Their eyes revealed a cautious expression as they carefully observed the other people around them. The nerves all over their bodies could be said to be extremely tense. After the earlier matter, this group of people did not dare to be careless at this moment. They were afraid that someone would stab them in the back if they were not careful, causing them to lose their lives. Just as the atmosphere of the square had become extremely tense and solemn, something that touched everyone's hearts once again occurred. Chi. That extremely powerful strength once again surged within a large golden-colored formation in the sky. An extremely glaring golden light flickered intensely like the light of the sun in the middle of the formation. The appearance of this scene caused everyone present to immediately raise their heads. Their eyes revealed shock as they stared at the glaring golden light. Even though the golden light caused their eyes to feel an intense piercing pain, these elite Do-D had no choice but to forcefully endure it. In the face of life and death, They must endure regardless of how great the pain was. Chi-chi. Everyone present hurriedly moved their bodies and fled in different directions after the two sounds of rushing air were emitted. At the same time, Zhuolin in the midair also withdrew his gaze with an indifferent expression. Under the protection of Zhuo Bentang by the side, they had remained outside the golden light. Adding the reputation of the Zhuo clan, no one dared to approach them. This saved them a lot of trouble. As for Xiao Yin, it was not so easy for him to rely on his powerful spiritual strength to truly injure Xiao Yin despite the strength of the golden light and its incomparably fast speed. This time around, under the cover of the golden light that permeated the sky, there were indeed quite a number of elite Dodi who had fallen under the golden light pillar. However, no one knew if there would be anyone among these people who would be forcefully pushed into the sea of fire like the one from earlier. The hearts of all the elite Dodi present immediately turned cold when they thought of this. A chill involuntarily rose within their hearts. The distance between everyone present had been pulled apart in an invisible manner. Everyone, I know that after what happened earlier, everyone present will more or less have a grudge in their hearts. However, just as the crowd was carefully looking at each other, Zhuolin, who was in the sky, slowly opened his mouth and spoke. Before his words sounded, everyone present was already curling their lips in their hearts. Naturally, there would be grudges. Moreover, it would only increase and not decrease. They were afraid of the people beside them. However, they were even more afraid of the people from the four great clans. Compared to the experts beside them, who were of similar strength, the four great clans could easily finish them off. How could they not be cautious when dealing with them? It is naturally normal to have a grudge. However, as everyone has said earlier, the current situation is tense. We are all standing on the same boat. If any of us want to disembark midway, only death will be awaiting us. Therefore, the tone in Zhuolin's mouth paused slightly when he spoke until this point. The corner of his mouth was lifted into a smile. He looked at the group of elite Dodi in the sky, but did not say anything. All the elite Dodi present involuntarily knit their brows when they heard these words that did not end. They faced each other before looking at Zhuolin. Everyone's face carried a trace of doubt. Therefore, you want us to cooperate with you? They were indeed worthy of being part of the four great clans. In the end, the person who spoke was still the second-ranked Huoba from the Huo clan. Huoba narrowed his eyes. An obscure glint flashed deep within his eyes. His tone carried some caution as he spoke. Even the ancestor of the Huo clan felt some fear in his heart toward the Zhuo clan. The ancestor of the Huo clan did not even really care about the other four great clans, the Bai clan and the Sun clan. Only the Zhuo clan caused them to feel an endless headache. Bai Ying from the Bai clan and Sun Shuo from the Sun clan immediately turned their eyes over when Huoba's words were spoken. Bai Ying was aware of Zhuolin's strength. He had observed every action of the latter. Huoba's words might have caused one to feel surprised, but this was within the expectations of the three clans. Sun Shuo, on the other hand, had gradually woken up from the grief of losing his son after experiencing a couple of dangers. His mouth emitted a cold laugh when he heard Zhuolin's words. Humph. No one will wake up early if there are no benefits. Zhuolin immediately frowned when he heard Sun Shuo's words. Even Zhuo Bentang, who was beside him, narrowed his eyes. A cold glint gradually surged in his sinister eyes. Ah, clan leader's son, you are wrong. If it were not for the sake of our own lives, I would not have said this. Zhuolin paused for a moment before he spoke again with a smile. However, this time his smile was exceptionally cold. When they saw Zhuolin's fake smile, the people from the other three clans were secretly shocked. This was completely different from Zhuolin's usual cheerful demeanor. In the crowd, Xiao Yin narrowed his eyes. Under his black robe, he glanced at Zhuolin from time to time as he thought to himself, Haha, since you want to cooperate, young Master Zhuo, why do you need to beat around the bush? Just say it. Cooperation is naturally not a problem. But before the loud laughter sounded, the words in Huoba's mouth came to a sudden halt. His face immediately became solemn. Both of his eyes were narrowed as they stared at Zhuolin. he asked in a serious tone. Before this, young masters should at least give us a reason that can convince us to cooperate. The group of elite Dodi in the empty space suddenly raised their heads when Huaba's words were uttered. Numerous pairs of sharp eyes landed on Zhuo Lin's body in unison. Huaba's words were correct. Everyone present was an elite Dodi. Which one of them was not a prideful person? Zhuo Lin was merely a 2-star Dodi. If he went out, he would be a head above these people by relying on his clan support. However, everyone was currently in a predicament. Who would cooperate with a 2-star Dodi just because of sentence from him? Even if he had Zhuo Benang by his side, it was similarly impossible for him to do so. Reason, huh? Zhuo Lin lowered his head and smiled. Only then did he slowly raise his head. His gaze swept over the entire place. The corner of his mouth was lifted into a disdainful arc as he softly laughed. How about I lead everyone to break the formation? Clamor. Everyone present immediately burst into an uproar when Zhuo Lin's words were uttered. Numerous gazes were like spotlights as they instantly looked toward Zhuo Lin. Everyone's eyes were filled with disbelief. Even the members of the other 3 large clans, and Zhuo Bentang by his side, also revealed an expression of disbelief in their eyes. Xiao Yin, who was hidden under a black robe, swiftly revealed a surprised expression in his dark black eyes the moment Zhuo Lin's words were emitted from his mouth. It was unexpected that this Zhuo Lin had actually found a method to break the formation. This really caused one's heart to be surprised. The entire place suddenly descended into silence after the words from Zhuo Lin's mouth sounded. Everyone frowned as they pondered the credibility of Zhuo Lin's words. Of course, the members of the 3 large clans were an exception. They knew that Zhuo Lin was a ruthless person. They also clearly understood Zhuo Lin's arrogance. He could not tolerate sand in his eyes. At the same time, he was also unwilling to dirty himself. His words always possessed some credibility. This point was something that even the Hua, Bai, and Sun clans, who were also part of the 4 large clans, had no choice but to admit. Chi. Just as everyone present once again fell into deep thought, the heaven-ascending great formation in the sky was like a death sentence as it once again activated. At this moment, everyone present immediately understood in their hearts that there was not much time left for them to make a choice. Since eldest young master Zhuo has already stated his reason, my Hua clan is willing to give a try. My Hua clan is willing to cooperate with the Zhuo clan. Huaba laughed out loud. He pulled Hua Tian behind him and spoke in a loud voice. Cuckoo, the Bai is currently all alone. I am willing to make this trip with the Zhuo clan. Bai also smiled faintly and expressed his attitude. Although Sun Shua did not open his mouth, he also took a step forward to express his attitude. All the elite Dodi present involuntarily curled their mouths wildly in their hearts when they saw this. As they were all part of the 4 large clans, the gap in strength between them was naturally much smaller. The basis of their cooperation could also be considered balanced. However, they were merely a group of ordinary Dodi. If they were not careful, they might lose their lives. Being used as a tool by others was something that they could not accept. Cuckoo, let me warn you once again. If you are unwilling to cooperate now, don't say that we do not care about your life when the time comes. If we split into 2 boats, I will not care if his boat sinks or not. The pressure from Zhuo Lin caused the hearts of everyone present to suddenly tremble. From the looks of it, it was likely that they would not have a good ending if they were unwilling to cooperate. Even though they had already fallen into such a situation, their group did not have much of a chance of victory once the 4 large clans joined hands. Hence, from the looks of it now, they needed to make a choice. Moreover, following the agglomeration of the golden light, the large golden formation above everyone's heads was about to erupt once again. If they continued to hesitate like this, it would really be bad. The old me is willing to join. Suddenly, a human figure, whose entire body was covered by a black robe, among the many elite Dodi, uttered these words in an extremely abrupt manner. At the same time, his footsteps slowly moved forward, and he arrived at a spot not far from Bai Ying. A golden glint involuntarily flashed deep within Bai Ying's eyes when he saw this. At the same time, The other three clans also looked at this black-robed person. The expression in their eyes was different. This person was the black-robed person who had arrived at this open ground earlier than the four large clans. Of course, he was Xiao Yan. With the addition of Xiao Yan, the group of elite Dodi behind him helplessly lowered their heads. A short moment later, all the elite Dodi present had joined this cooperation group. It was also at this moment that two glaring large golden light pillars suddenly shot out from the sky. They were just like life-threatening impermanence as they violently attacked everyone. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile reading website. Chapter 677. Chi Chi. The sound of rushing air approached from a distance. In the blink of an eye, it had already been transmitted to everyone's ears. It was as though the golden light pillar had already arrived in front of them, causing everyone present to feel a great shock in their hearts. At the same time, waves of powerful Do, Qi, surged out from the bodies of the elite Dodi present. Dozens of figures moved in unison. They appeared just like colorful and fragrant butterflies as they flew in the empty air. The golden light pillar was just like a falling meteor as it cut through the sky. Finally, it disappeared when it came into contact with the golden light on the ground below. During this process, the two light pillars did not harm a single person. With the experience from the previous couple of times, all the elite Dodi present finally had some understanding of this formation in their hearts. However, they were still far from being able to break the formation by themselves. No one dared to relax in their hearts after dodging the two golden lights. At the same time, the couple of powerful elite Dodi hurriedly turned their gazes to Zhuolin. They hoped that he would be able to lead them to break the formation as he had said. Zhuolin immediately smiled when he saw the gazes of those elite Dodi being shot over. He immediately turned around and extended his white hand from under his sleeves. He pointed at the many lotus stone blocks on the open ground below and spoke in a loud voice. That is the method to break this formation. The faces of all the elite Dodi present involuntarily revealed a stunned expression when these words were uttered. Soon after, Zhuolin hurriedly continued speaking when the second golden light was about to land, seemingly in order to convince everyone. The strength that supports this large formation comes from those stone blocks. From the beginning until now, there have been a total of 7 light pillars that have taken people's lives. Everyone, please take a careful look. Currently, 7 of those rotating stone blocks on the open ground have already stopped rotating. Even the golden light that covered the stone blocks has completely disappeared. Doesn't this indicate that this is the source of those golden light pillars? All the elite Dodi present involuntarily knit their brows when they heard Zhuolin's subjective words. However, since they had already made their stand clear, it would not be easy for them to disembark after boarding Zhuolin's boat. Hence, all the elite Dodi present could only throw their gazes toward the stone blocks on the open ground in a half-believing manner. As expected, among those stone blocks that were constantly rotating, 7 of them had indeed stopped rotating. Moreover, even the golden light in the center of the lotus had completely dissipated. What should we do now? An old man from the crowd looked at Zhuolin with a frown. He somewhat believed Zhuolin's logic. However, how they were going to break the formation was the most important question. If the large formation was not broken, they would not be able to escape the fate of sinking even if they changed a boat. Old sir, you have asked the question. Hearing this, Zhuolin's face immediately revealed a satisfied smile. He smiled slightly and replied, "The success and failure of this large formation lies in this. Since the core strength of the large formation originates from here, as long as we join hands and destroy these stone blocks, this large formation will naturally be destroyed and disappear." Zhuolin placed his hands behind his back. His face carried a smile as his gaze calmly looked at the many elite Dodi present. However, some of the elite Dodi present involuntarily laughed out loud when Zhuolin's words were emitted. It was a long while later before someone finally asked Zhuolin in a deep voice, "Young Master Zhuo, if this is the method to break the formation that you have mentioned, Isn't it a little too simple? It is merely a few stone blocks. With our strength, wouldn't it be extremely easy to destroy them? It would be as simple as crushing an ant. Everyone laughed. Such a small matter was actually spoken by Zhuolin as if it was a big matter. It was really laughable. Oh, is that so? Zhuolin smiled faintly. However, a smile had just appeared on everyone's faces in the empty space when two enormous golden light pillars emitted a chi sound and passed through the crowd. In an instant, quite a number of the already small number of elite Dodi present had died. Immediately, the expressions of the remaining group of people changed drastically. Zhuolin responded with a cold smile. A cold glint appeared in his eyes as he spoke once again. If everyone does not believe me, you can attack and give it a try. As long as you see this stone block break, you will naturally know whether it is a success or failure. As soon as these words left Zhuolin's mouth, everyone present glanced at each other. They knew in their hearts that this was already the last method. Even if they were helpless, they had to brace themselves and charge forward. Otherwise, only death would await them. Allow the old me to break this formation. Suddenly, an old man wearing a brocade robe from the crowd in the empty space suddenly attacked. He waved his large sleeve and numerous terrifying Do Chi lights shot out. They were just like shooting stars as they violently smashed toward the stone blocks in the open ground below. Bang! Following the appearance of an earth-shaking loud sound, golden light shot in all directions around the large open ground. Do Chi rippled and dust swiftly swept over the entire open ground following the Do Chi waves. That elite Dodi who had attacked earlier emitted a disdainful cold laugh from his nose. The instant he raised his gaze, he discovered that the enormous golden formation in the sky above his head had once again begun to churn at this moment. What is going on? Don't tell me that Zhuolin's judgment is wrong. Damn it. What should we do now? Bastard. Go all out. Charge into the large formation and forcefully obtain the inheritance. Once we obtain the inheritance, we will be the only victors here. The eyes of the elite Do-Di in the empty space revealed a hopeless expression as they stared at the large golden formation in the sky that had once again begun to circulate. Some of them were already prepared to make a final gamble. No matter what, they would not be willing to die in this place. The thing that was different from the others was that Xiaoyan's gaze was currently placed on the stone blocks in the open ground below. When the dust on the open ground slowly scattered, Xiaoyan's dark black pupils suddenly shrunk at this moment. His heart involuntarily felt a surprise because of this. So this is the case. This Zhuolin is really frightening. The dust scattered and one could see that the open ground below was completely calm. The attack of that elite Do-Di did not cause the stone blocks in the open ground to suffer even the slightest damage. When Xiaoyan focused his eyes and looked over, he could see a layer of golden light on the surface of some of the stone blocks. It was protecting those stone blocks within it. Is it like this? No wonder I am unable to break the formation using an ordinary method. Since this is the case, let me give a try. Xiaoyan let out a low cry in his heart. In the empty space, he, who was hidden under a black robe, called out to the narwhal snake. His body immediately flashed, and the invisible space twisted slightly. Soon after, Xiaoyan's body had already disappeared from this empty space. Huh, it's him. He has indeed discovered it. Zhuolin, who was standing to the side, smiled coldly. His expression became increasingly doubtful as he stared at Xiaoyan. At the same time, two golden pillars of light shot down from the sky, carrying a terrifying aura that seemed to be able to destroy the heavens and the earth as they shot down towards the people below. Xiaoyan stood in front of a stone block that was swiftly rotating on the open ground. A heavenly flame surged deep within his eyes. Under the close observation of Xiaoyan, the stone block in front of him, which was rotating at a frightening speed, gradually slowed down in Xiaoyan's mind. Suddenly, both of Xiaoyan's hands under his sleeves were slowly clenched. The Do Chi that was flowing within the Chi paths in his body also gradually became faster. It swiftly agglomerated in both of Xiaoyan's palms until a certain moment, when the two golden light pillars that fell from the sky once again charged into the crowd. A pair of eyes that were filled with flames under the black robe suddenly opened at this moment. The corner of his mouth was lifted into a cold smile. The black robe flapped, and Xiao Yan's body instantly shot through the empty space like a sharp arrow. When the punch was thrown, even the invisible empty space trembled because of it. An ear-piercing, rushing wind sound resounded over the entire space, along with the sound of the golden light pillar falling. However, compared to the latter, the former appeared to be filled with sharpness and overbearingness. Its sharpness was completely exposed, appearing as though it wanted to cut through everything in the world. Its force was unstoppable and unmatched. The strong and ferocious fist wind agglomerated in front of Xiao Yan. It was just like the vanguard of a vast and mighty army. Only the strength of this force would be able to deal the enemy the most powerful blow. If the current Xiao Yan was a long spear, the fist wind above his head would be the cold glint at the tip of the spear. It was the kind that caused one's heart to bleed upon seeing it. 8th grade collapse. Break for me. Xiao Yan suddenly cried out loudly in his heart. The 8th grade collapse was one of the earliest Do techniques that Xiao Yan had become famous for. Xiao Yan's understanding of it had long since surpassed the Tian class Do techniques. When he used it now, forget about the 8th layer. It was likely that even the 10th layer, 18th layer, or 80th layer would not be a problem. Such a strong, ferocious, overbearing strength was naturally most compatible with the physical strength that Xiao Yan had painstakingly trained all over his body. All of this appeared to be a short period of time, but in reality, it was merely the blink of an eye. The instant the golden light pillar descended, Xiao Yan's fist had already solidly smashed into a stone block. Bang! Following the muffled explosion sound that was emitted, a frightening energy storm immediately raged over the open ground. Xiao Yan's fist actually violently smashed into the stone block in front of him. The powerful force forcefully stopped this swiftly rotating stone block. Soon after, numerous thick crack lines swiftly climbed onto the entire stone block, after which Xiao Yan's arm shook. The force that was hidden within his arm suddenly erupted at this moment. One could hear a bang sound, and the stone block in front of Xiao Yan suddenly burst apart. As for the golden light formation that guarded the surface of the stone block, it was forcefully shattered by Xiao Yan's most overbearing strength. Of course, it was also thanks to the hidden force of the grade 8 crumble that completely shattered it from the inside out, resulting in the current situation. It was also at this moment that as Xiao Yan's punch landed, one of the two golden-colored light pillars that were swiftly descending toward everyone in the battleground exploded with a bang in front of everyone's stunned gazes. It turned into golden-colored light spots that permeated the sky. They were like numerous golden-colored snowflakes or fireflies in the daytime as they drifted away in a disorderly manner. As for the other light pillar, it successfully charged into the crowd. After killing an elite Do D, it swiftly disappeared. However, at this moment, everyone no longer had the time to bother about this. The reason why the golden light had suddenly exploded was what they were most concerned about at this moment. Soon after, the gazes of everyone in the open ground suddenly turned. Numerous gazes were like spotlights that landed on Xiao Yan's body at this moment. Only at this moment did everyone gradually recover. All of their gazes were surprised as they looked at Xiao Yan in the open ground. They watched the stone block that had completely exploded under his punch and recalled the scene from earlier. A huge wave immediately rose within everyone's hearts. At the same time, the hearts of everyone present also recalled the words that Zhuolin had said. Those stone blocks are really the key to breaking this formation. The hearts of all the elite Do D immediately rejoiced. Since this was the case, as long as they were able to break the formation, they would have the opportunity to obtain the Do Chi inheritance in the hands of the statue in the middle of the open ground. The hearts of everyone present felt their blood boil when they thought of this. They moved one after another, and each of them charged toward stone block. At this moment, these elite Do D in the open ground were just like well-trained soldiers. One of them was able to command the entire army. It was really a little ironic that such a thing had happened to a group of elite Dodi who did not trust each other. However, compared to Xiaoyan, these people were not so lucky. Although everyone's strength had already reached the level of an elite Dodi, it was extremely difficult for them to perform an overbearing attack like Xiao Yin did earlier. Bang, bang, bang. When the first wave of attacks began, the elite Dodi present immediately discovered the uniqueness of this stone block. Originally, they thought that it was merely a stone block and was not a big deal. However, they were only able to sense the strangeness of this stone block when they personally attacked. At the instant when the two came into contact, the strength of the Do skills in the hands of these elite Dodi would be forcefully reduced by over half by the swiftly rotating stone block in front of them. Additionally, there was a powerful defensive formation covering the exterior of the stone block. Even these elite Dodi would not be able to destroy a stone block within a short period of time. All the Dodi involuntarily sighed quietly in their hearts when they thought of this in their hearts. At the same time, they could not help but feel shocked by the strength of this black-robed person that Xiao Yan had disguised himself as, being able to completely shatter a stone block with just one punch. This kind of frightening battle result was not something that an ordinary elite Dodi could achieve. They were even more unable to act as carefree as Xiao Yan. Haha, old mister is indeed someone with extraordinary strength. I admire you. However, if a mere stone block wishes to block me, Humph Humph, Huoba, who had descended from the open ground, laughed out loud. He first cupped his hands toward Xiao Yin before suddenly turning around. Do Qi swiftly agglomerated in his palm, and his palm landed heavily on the stone block in front of him. At the same time, Bai Ying and Sun Shuo also stood in front of stone block in a couple of other directions. Even Zhua Bintang from the Zhewa clan descended. Doqi wildly surged out of his body and violently smashed toward the stone block in front of him. Only Zhuolin continued to stand in the empty air by himself. Both of his eyes narrowed as he stared at Xiao Yan, who was wrapped in a black robe. A glint flashed deep within his eyes. You, who exactly are you? Genius remembered this address in 1 second. Mobile reading website. Chapter 678. Human figures flashed over the enormous open ground that was overflowing with golden light. Intense explosions were continuously being emitted over the open ground, causing the entire place to tremble intensely. At this moment, all of the remaining elite Dodi present had each occupied a side. They stood in groups of 2s and 3s in front of a stone block. Powerful Do Qi wildly surged within each of their bodies. One after another, frightening Do skills were violently thrown out by these elite Dodi's hands. They carried an endless aura as they heavily smashed toward the enormous stone block in front of them. Despite this, even though everyone present was an elite Dodi, they were still unable to destroy a stone block within a short period of time, even if 3 elite Dodi were to join hands. In the blink of an eye, a total of 4 hours had passed since everyone from the manufacturer had attacked together until now. However, during these 4 hours, the combined efforts of dozens of elite Dodi were only able to destroy a couple of the stone blocks. Until this moment, there were still a total of 12 enormous stone blocks that were still standing completely in this open ground. There were quite a number of stone blocks that had finally stopped because the energy within them had been completely exhausted. Chi, the glaring golden light that was being emitted from the large golden formation in the sky, gradually paled following the decrease in the number of stone blocks. Even though this was the case, the strength of the golden light pillar that shot out from it did not weaken at all. Anyone who came into contact with it would be able to preserve their life without exception. At this moment, the large golden formation, which had been quiet for a couple of breaths, was once again activated. A frightening aura that caused one's heart to tremble was once again emitted from it. The expression on the faces of everyone present involuntarily changed when Che Ju Dao's aura was transmitted over. Breaking the formation was the most important thing at this moment. Earlier, A couple of elite Dodi had died under the golden light because they were in a hurry to break the formation. At this moment, this group of people did not wish to repeat the same mistake. Everyone, be careful. That thing is coming again. An elite Dodi on the open ground hurriedly cried out loudly. After working together for a moment, no one present dared to easily abandon the people beside them. After all, given the strength of this stone block, it was impossible for a single person to destroy it, unless they borrowed the help of even more experts and joined hands. Only then would it be possible to swiftly destroy it. After everyone heard the words that were emitted from the mouth of this elite Dodi, all the elite Dodi present recovered. One by one, they paused their bodies and stared at the bright golden light in the sky with solemn expressions. Soon after, two rays of light with frightening auras swiftly shot out from the golden-colored formation in the sky. In the blink of an eye, they tore through empty space and ruthlessly shot toward everyone below. One of them was aimed at Xiao Yin, who was standing outside of the crowd at this moment. Xiao Yin involuntarily frowned when he saw the sharp light pillar that shot toward him. Ever since he had blasted apart a stone block with a punch earlier, this damn thing seemed to be bearing a grudge. Each time it landed, one of the two light pillars would be aimed at Xiao Yin. Even though Xiao Yin was not afraid, he would definitely not be able to endure it if this continued. Damn it, there's really no end to it. Xiao Yin let out a soft, cold cry in his heart. His body hurriedly flashed. Only then did he barely dodge the golden light that was heading toward him. At the same time, Xiao Yan's eyes suddenly turned. A fierce expression immediately surfaced on his face under the black robe. His large hand was suddenly clenched into a fist. Do Qi agglomerated in his palm, and the skin on the surface of his body was swiftly covered by a layer of purple-gold dragon scales. A hot flame swiftly agglomerated in both of Xiao Yan's eyes at this moment. Break! Soon after, Xiao Yan let out a stern cry in his heart. A powerful force forcefully tore the surrounding empty space apart when it rushed through the empty space. The strength of this attack was even more powerful than the punch from earlier. Bang! The fist landed and the stone block collapsed along with it. Soon after, Xiao Yan lifted his eyes and looked at the large golden formation in the sky. Following the destruction of another stone block, the golden light that Xiao Yan had dodged earlier no longer descended. Moreover, the glow on the large golden formation had also become increasingly dim. This fellow, what an overbearing strength! Who is he? If there really was such a person in the Western region, how could we not know of him? The reappearance of this scene involuntarily caused everyone present to be shocked in their hearts. Within the four great clans, Zhuobintang's and Huoba's gazes involuntarily changed when they looked at Xiao Yan. Elder Huoba, who is this person? Why is he so strong? Huotian frowned as he looked at Xiao Yan in the battleground. His heart felt extremely solemn. With such a powerful strength, it was likely that even he was far from being a match for this black-robed person. From the way this black-robed person attacked and the strength that he unleashed, this person was definitely not an ordinary elite Dodi. It was likely that no one would believe that he was some unknown person. At the very least, from the strength that the latter had displayed at this moment, his strength seemed to be comparable to the people from the four great clans. I don't know. This is the first time that even I have seen this fellow. Before this, I have never heard of such an elite Dodi. Could it be that he has also just arrived in the Western region? Huoba frowned and shook his head. His heart was similarly filled with doubt toward this black-robed person in front of him. This stone block was something that even he would have to exhaust quite a lot of strength if he wanted to break it with a punch. However, at this moment, this stone block was actually like tofu in front of this black-robed person. It was easily destroyed by him. This really caused one to be shocked. On the other side, even Zhuo Bintang from the Zhuo clan was similarly frowning as he looked at Xiao Yan, who was wearing a black robe. His brows were filled with surprise as his pair of old eyes slowly narrowed. First young master said that it is fine if this person can become friends with us. If he cannot, we must not become enemies with him. First young master is right. Such an enemy is something that even our Zhuo clan cannot easily offend. Zhua Bintang sighed with a solemn feeling in his heart. Only then did his tightly knit brows slowly relax as he looked at Zhua Lin behind him. At this moment, there was a cold smile in Bai Ying's heart. From the looks of it, the attention of the Zhua clan and the whole clan was currently attracted by this black-robed person in front of him. This was undoubtedly a good thing for him. After all, compared to them, he was clearly aware of the identity of this black-robed person. At the same time, Xiaoyan also withdrew his hand. He lifted his eyes to look at the large golden formation in the sky. The expression in his eyes became increasingly cold. I say, the few of you over there. Don't tell me that all of you are just going to watch over there. As members of the 4 great clans, I do not believe that all of you are unable to even deal with this stone block. Xiaoyan's eyes suddenly turned. He stared at Bai Ying a short distance away as he spoke in a seemingly hinting manner. Although he was not afraid of this light beam, if he continued to be exhausted like this, how would he have the strength to fight for the Doqi inheritance? At that time, not only would he not be able to obtain the Doqi inheritance, his fighting strength would also be greatly reduced. If this group of people were to recognize his identity, it would likely be difficult for him to leave. Hence, Xiaoyan had no choice but to make some plans for himself. Everyone hurriedly withdrew their thoughts upon hearing this. Numerous gazes were once again thrown towards the stone block. Moreover, at this moment, an intense explosion suddenly sounded in the square. In an instant, the gazes of everyone present were once again attracted over. Ugh, it's Sunshow. What a frightening strength. It is unexpected that he is also able to shatter a stone block with one strike. The gazes of everyone present were shocked as they looked at the current Sunshaw. In front of them, an enormous stone block was slowly falling. That stone block was already covered with densely packed crack lines. Everyone focused their eyes and looked over. They could see an enormous fist imprint deeply embedded into the stone block. From the looks of it, it should be caused by some kind of extremely powerful Do technique. Oh, it is unexpected that he has actually attacked. Moreover, he has used his full strength. Seeing this scene, Huoba could not help but raise his eyebrows slightly. However, he quickly frowned again. His eyes revealed a worried expression. During this trip to the remains, Sun Shua's eldest son had died here. At this moment, although he had already recovered his consciousness, the killing intent and fury in his heart could never be quelled. However, it was also because of this that his strength was even greater than before. If they were to fight under such circumstances, it was likely that even Huoba would not be a match for him. However, the thing that was worthy of being rejoiced was that the real murderer of Sun Shua's son seemed to be that fellow called Xiaoyan. If he was not wrong, that Xiaoyan should be among this group of people at this moment. If this was the case, it was likely that they would be able to save a great deal of trouble sooner or later. As long as they waited for Xiaoyan's identity to be exposed at the critical moment, Sun Shua's target would instantly change. At that time, the Doqi inheritance in the hands of the statue would only be up to their 3 clans to fight over. Of course, other than this, there was also this mysterious black-robed person present. However, it was hard to say just who the Doqi inheritance would land in at that time. No one was willing to become enemies with an elite Do-Di who possessed extraordinary strength. If his side was able to befriend him, he might be able to obtain the Doqi inheritance when the time came. Huoba involuntarily laughed in his heart when he thought of this. Soon after, he withdrew his gaze and placed on the stone block closest to him. Since he wanted to curry favor with the other party, he should go with the flow. Was this not the fastest way to close the relationship between both parties? When Bai Ying noticed the gaze that Xiaoyan shot over, he involuntarily laughed at the latter. His body immediately moved and violently charged toward the stone block in front of him. Zhua Bintang involuntarily frowned when he saw that the other 3 clans had already acted. How could he not understand the aim of these 3 clans in his heart? He immediately moved and charged toward a stone block that was relatively close to him. However, right at that moment, Zhua Lin, who was behind him, suddenly called out to him to a stop. Wait. Zhua Bintang's charging body suddenly paused. He withdrew his gaze and looked at Zhua Lin behind him. Why? The other three clans have already acted. Are we still going to wait here? Once this fellow is roped in by the other three clans, at that time, there is no need to bother about him. Just let him be. Now, all you need to do is to preserve your strength. Although I am not certain, I have a faint feeling that there will likely be a tough battle soon. As for this black-robed person, Humph, Zhuolin let out a faint cold snort at the end of his words. However, he quickly turned his gaze and parted his mouth to laugh. However, since the other three clans have already acted, you should at least put on an act. You only need to break one stone block. Leave the rest to them. Zhuolin withdrew his hand from Zhuo Bintang's shoulder after saying this, after which his body gently landed on the square. A pair of sword-like eyes stared intently at the statue in the middle of the square. More accurately speaking, he was staring at the Do-Chi inheritance in the hands of the statue. With this, the next chief of the Sky Sword sect will definitely be me. The expression in his eyes gradually became cold. A pair of white hands slowly clenched under his snow-white sleeves, emitting a creaking sound. As everyone on the square attacked with all their might. This time, only 4 of the 9 stone stools remained in the square in a short period of time. It was also at this moment that the nearly transparent large formation in the sky appeared to be unwilling to give up despite having reached such a stage. It once again began to churn. This time around, all of the strength on it wildly agglomerated within the faint golden light cluster. The aura within it was many times stronger than before. Everyone immediately frowned when they saw this. There was always a stern expression between their brows. Numerous gazes stared at the golden light cluster in the sky. The Do-Chi within everyone's bodies surged out in an even more turbulent manner. Finally, is it time for the final fight? Everyone raised their heads. Their gazes looked at the sky, while the Do-Chi on the surface of their bodies churned. Everyone present had already made preparations to withdraw. Chi. Soon after, the cluster of golden light, which had already become many times paler in the sky above everyone's heads, suddenly churned intensely. Soon after, 4 golden light pillars with frightening auras suddenly shot out from within and shot toward the crowd below. Everyone's hearts were immediately greatly shocked when they saw this scene. It was unexpected that 4 golden light pillars would appear at the same time. Unless they were able to destroy the 4 stone blocks before these light pillars killed them, they could only wait for death in this place. Quick, don't hold back anymore. Attack together and destroy these 4 stone blocks. Otherwise, the next person to die might be any one of us. Mu Kunlun, who was holding the black metal rod, let out a stern cry from the crowd. His strong body suddenly shook and green-colored Do-Chi immediately rose on the surface of his body. At the same time, the people around him did not dare to hesitate even a little. What Mu Kunlun said was right. If they dare to hold back even a little, the next person to die might be the person who held back. Soon after, over 10 kinds of extraordinary Do skills were swung out from everyone's hands when the 4 light pillars fell. They carried the ability to destroy the world as they violently collided with the remaining 4 stone blocks. Bang! An enormous bang reverberated unceasingly over this large, open ground. Soon after, everyone suddenly turned their heads and looked at the 4 light pillars that were shooting toward them in the sky. As the rumbling sound was emitted, the 4 light pillars continued to descend without stopping. In an instant, the hearts of everyone present turned pale with fright. The expressions on each of their faces became as dumbstruck as wooden chickens. A deep fear surged into everyone's hearts at this moment. It was unexpected that even though they had used all their strength, they were still unable to escape death in the end. Puff! The 4 sharp light pillars carried an incomparably shocking aura as they violently fell. Finally, they turned into golden light that filled the sky. They appeared just like drifting snow, yet also like the setting sun. Chapter 679. Ugh! The remaining dozens of elite Do-Di in the large open ground slowly recovered. They looked at the golden afterglow that gradually scattered down from above their heads. The indifferent expression in everyone's eyes gradually disappeared. Instead, it was replaced by a wild joy of having survived a calamity. Ugh! The formation has been broken. The formation has been broken. This formation has finally been broken. We are not dead. Let's break this formation. With the formation broken, the faces of everyone in Changzhou were filled with an extremely excited smile. Some people could not help but tear up. Tears flowed down their old faces. The wild joy in their hearts caused them to wish that they could hug the people beside them and welcome this beautiful moment that was like a rainbow after the rain. It was also at this moment that the elite Dodi in the open ground immediately recovered. The excitement in the open ground lasted for less than 10 seconds. In the blink of an eye, the group of elite Dodi who were gathered together immediately scattered. An icy coldness swiftly surged into everyone's eyes. With the formation broken, their hearts were filled with joy because they had survived a calamity. However, at the same time, they also recalled the ultimate goal of their trip, Do-Chi inheritance. Ha 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 ha. This is really a group of ingrates. They only hugged each other tightly when they were about to die. Now that they have eaten their fill, they find each other an eyesore. Ha ha ha, what a joke. Outside of the crowd, Huoba's eyes widened as he looked at the scattered people in the open ground. His eyes were filled with a cold smile. The expression on his face was filled with incomparable ridicule. The expressions on everyone's faces changed when they heard this. They immediately turned their heads to look at the source of the voice. Just as they were about to flare up, everyone's faces turned green when they saw the person who had spoken. They became silent. If it was before, they would naturally not be afraid of the whole clan if they joined hands. However, the current situation was different. The formation had been broken. Everyone present could be said to have their own ulterior motives. This caused them to have no choice but to be cautious. Ha 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 ha. Huoba could not help but laugh out loud when he saw everyone reveal such an expression. At the same time, Zhuo Bintang moved and returned to Zhuolin's side. Bai Ying, Xiao Yin, and Sun Shuo, who were outside of the crowd, turned their eyes over when they saw this scene. Zhuolin laughed coldly in his heart when he saw the gazes that shot over. His gaze slowly swept across the area, passing over Bai Ying and the rest. However, in the end, it paused on Xiao Yin, who was standing outside the crowd. Xiao Yin could not help but frown when he sensed the latter's gaze. Could it be that this monster from the Zhuo family had noticed something? As this thought flashed across his mind, Xiao Yin slowly lifted his head. At the same time, he used his hand to gently pull the cloak on his head. Under the black cloak, a pair of pitch-black eyes looked at Zhuolin, who was opposite him. "What's up?" A faint old voice slowly spat out. From these words, one could hear a trace of impatience. It seemed that the black-robed man was rather dissatisfied with the latter's gaze. Huoba immediately chuckled when he sensed this. Bai Ying remained silent by the side. As for Sun Shuo, he raised his eyes slightly and frowned. However, he did not open his mouth to speak. "Haha, old sir, when we were breaking the formation earlier, you destroyed the most stone blocks. It can be said that you have worked hard and contributed greatly. This junior hopes that you can accompany us and show your respect. At the same time, this junior also hopes to thank old sir for your trust." Zhuolin smiled faintly in response. He respectfully cupped his hands together towards the black-robed man and said. Huoba immediately frowned when Zhuolin's words were spoken. However, before he could speak, the old and indifferent voice was heard once again. "Humph, I can thank you, but there is no need to accompany us. This old man does not interact with strangers." Xiao Yin spoke faintly before turning his body around. His gaze landed on the statue that was currently standing in the open ground. Zhuo Bintang's face immediately sank when he saw that the black-robed man actually dared to ignore Zhuolin. He took a step forward and was about to speak when Zhuolin pulled him back. Zhuolin gently shook his head and indicated for Zhuo Bintang to stop. Seeing this, Zhuo Bintang revealed an unwilling expression and withdrew his gaze. His eyes viciously glared at Xiao Yin. He let out a cold snort and did not speak anymore. "Haha, everyone, since the formation has been broken, shouldn't it be time to see the Do-Chi inheritance in the hands of the statue?" Next, it will be up to everyone's ability to decide who gets this item. Bai Ying waited until everyone present threw their fiery gazes towards the Do Qi inheritance in the hands of the statue before he slowly stepped forward. At the same time, his mouth laughed as he spoke. Everyone's faces immediately surged with excitement when they heard this. There were quite a number of figures who took the lead and rushed wildly toward the statue, intending to be the first to obtain the Do Qi inheritance before everyone else. After what had happened earlier, these people had clearly become even more cautious. Even though they saw that there were already people who had taken the lead and charged forward, no one dared to easily make a move. Only when those few people were about to approach the statue did the crowd behind them crazily charge forward like hungry tigers pouncing on their prey. All of you back off. Is this inheritance something that you can touch? Just as everyone moved, Huoba suddenly let out a stern cry from behind. At the same time, an extremely frightening aura suddenly swept over from behind everyone. In an instant, all the elite Do Di present felt as though they were carrying an enormous mountain on their backs, unable to move even an inch. Damn it, this fellow's aura is too terrifying. Everyone attacked together. Even if he is a 3-star Do Di, it is impossible for him to suppress so many of us at the same time. All the elite Do Di present immediately became like frightened horses when they sensed this frightening aura pressure. Soon after, however, they once again united together. Their auras merged and blocked Huoba's aura pressure. At this moment, Xiao Yin and the others behind no longer hesitated. They moved one after another and swiftly flew toward the statue in the middle of the square. Their respective targets were naturally the Do Qi inheritance in the hands of the statue. Zhuo Lin, who was following at the back, had his eyes on Xiao Yin at this moment. Beside him, Zhuo Bintang wished that he could carry Zhuo Lin and charge forward. However, he knew in his heart that this was Zhuo Lin's intention. Helpless, he could only follow closely. His old eyes leaped over everyone in front of him and stared at the cluster of Do Qi inheritance. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Yin and the others had already arrived in front of the statue with an unusually quick speed. Previously, when they looked at it from afar, they were unable to accurately judge the height of this statue. Now that they were in front of it, everyone was finally able to clearly see it. The entire statue was hundreds of feet tall. At this height, even Xiao Yin, who had unleashed the King Kong glass body, appeared like a child in front of it. Moreover, these were elite Do Di who were of normal size. In front of this statue, everyone was just like ants. At this moment, the group of elite Do Di who had escaped from Huoba's aura behind Xiao Yan's group once again caught up. The group's target was the Do Qi inheritance. Their eyes were fiery hot and their blood boiled. Xiao Yin and the others naturally did not show any weakness. Each of them moved. The 3,000 lightning movement under Xiao Yan's feet was unleashed to its limit. Waves of thunder roared in the sky, shaking one's soul. Xiao Yan's body turned into a lightning bolt and swiftly flew toward the hand of the statue. Behind him, Bai Ying and Huoba also did not show any weakness. Zhuo Lin, who was even further back, stared intently at the statue. The guess in his heart was also becoming deeper and deeper. First young master, once there is a change, immediately attack that black-robed person. Do not show any mercy. Before Zhuo Bintang's voice sounded, Zhuo Lin's cold voice gave an order that did not allow anyone to refute. But that inheritance, why are you panicking? Do as I say. At that time, these fellows will naturally become chaotic. You just need to focus on dealing with that black-robed person. Zhuo Lin's expression was dark and cold as he spoke indifferently. Hearing this, Zhuo Bintang involuntarily knit his brows tightly. He hesitated for a moment before nodding his head heavily. Seeing this, Zhuo Lin withdrew his gaze and looked at Xiao Yan's back. A dense, cold smile gradually surged onto the corner of his mouth. Humph humph. Regardless of whether you are by Zhan or Xiao Yin, you will definitely die today. Zhuo Lin laughed coldly in his heart. Only then did he raise his eyes and look at the cluster of Qi inheritance in the hand of the statue. His body moved, and he swiftly flew over. He, Sun Hanshi, Sun Hanshi. You will be the one to complete this young master's great undertaking. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Numerous figures swiftly flashed through the empty air and swiftly flew towards the hand of the statue. They chased each other and did not forget to block each other. Of course, such methods were naturally useless against Xiao Yan's group. At this moment, they were merely 100 feet away from the cluster of Qi inheritance. Under normal circumstances, they would be able to cover this distance in an instant. However, today, in front of this powerful Qi inheritance, no one would hold back. Ha! Elder, I will take this inheritance first. Ha ha! Suddenly, Huoba, who was following closely behind Xiao Yan, suddenly increased his speed. In the blink of an eye, his body had already surpassed the current Xiao Yan, leaving him behind as he swiftly charged towards the Qi inheritance. Ha ha! Huoba, you have nearly forgotten about me. Soon after, Bai Ying's body had unknowingly appeared in front of Xiao Yan. At the same time, he acted and blocked Huoba. Bai Ying, you wish to stop me? Why can't I? Huoba's cold laughter had just sounded when Bai Ying's tone was not the slightest bit weaker. Ha ha, come and give it a try. Huoba's expression turned cold. He flipped his hand and ruthlessly threw a palm at Bai Ying. At the same time, Bai Ying did not show any mercy. His body shook and a punch was thrown forward. Bang! When the attack landed, the two of them each took a couple of steps back. Their bodies shook and the force on their bodies dissipated. However, while the two of them were distracted, they did not realize that Sun Shua's body had unknowingly appeared above the hand of the statue. The expressions of the two of them suddenly changed when they saw this. However, before they could move, they saw that the black-robed Xiao Yan had already appeared opposite Sun Sha. Between the two of them was a cluster of golden Qi light that was the size of a person. It was the Qi inheritance. Seeing this, the hearts of the two of them finally relaxed. Soon after, they hurriedly moved and rushed towards the two above. You wish to compete with me? Sun Shua's tone was ice-cold and did not contain the slightest emotion. Xiao Yan's eyes hardened when he heard this. Both of his eyes slowly narrowed. It was not difficult to see that Sun Hanshi's death was indeed quite a big blow to Sun Shua. Otherwise, he would not have ended up in such a state. Cuckoo! I'm not the only one who cares about this Qi inheritance. Even if I do not fight for it, there will similarly be others who will. Get lost. Sun Shua's expression was indifferent as he coldly snorted. His hand violently grabbed at the Qi inheritance in front of him. Seeing this, Xiao Yan did not hesitate. He extended his hand and grabbed at the Qi inheritance in front of him at the same time. The two of them each grabbed a corner, intending to fight for it. Neither of them gave way to the other. Soon after, Huoba and Bai Ying also charged forward. Sun Shua once again emitted a cold snort when he saw that the situation was not good. He waved his sleeves, and numerous Qi pillars smashed toward the two people who were charging over, and Xiao Yan, who was currently standing opposite of them. Xiao Yan naturally did not dare to be careless in the face of an attack from a 3-star Do-D. His other hand was violently flipped. Do-Qi agglomerated, and his palm violently met the attack. Yellow Spring Palm. Bang! A low cry sounded. Soon after, a muffled explosion sounded between Sun Shua and Xiao Yan. A Do-Qi wave swept apart, forcing Xiao Yan and Sun Shua to each take a step back. Soon after, the two of them once again grabbed the Qi inheritance in front of them with their bare hands. Bai Ying and Huoba had already arrived in front of them. The four of them moved, and their large hands each grabbed one side of the Qi inheritance. Soon after, they once again attacked. Bang, 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 bang. Successive explosions suddenly sounded. This time around, the four of them were all forced back. The black-robed Xiao Yan, being a bandit, was undoubtedly at a disadvantage in this exchange. However, he was still able to forcefully endure. While the four of them were being forced back, The Doqi inheritance in the hands of the statue was forcefully sent flying by the Doqi wave that was created from the collision between the four of them. Immediately, the crowd behind immediately charged forward like they had gone crazy. They intended to grab the Doqi inheritance with their hands. The expressions of Xiao Yan's group changed when they saw this scene. Their bodies moved, and they once again charged toward the Doqi inheritance. However, just as everyone moved, no one noticed that when the Doqi inheritance left the hands of the statue, numerous golden lights swiftly agglomerated in the eyes of the beautiful lady statue, transforming into a mysterious formation. The golden light was bright, but everyone present was completely unaware of it. Once Xiao Yan's group charged into the crowd, a bright golden light immediately shot out from the pair of eyes of the statue. In the blink of an eye, 2 golden light beams broke through the air and ruthlessly shot toward the group where Xiao Yan was located. The 2 golden light beams soared with the wind. In the blink of an eye, they had already transformed into 2 frightening golden light beams that were 100 feet in thickness. Only when the light beams arrived in front of everyone did Xiao Yan's group hurriedly react. Immediately, everyone present was greatly shocked. They hurriedly scattered in all directions. However, only a couple of people withdrew. Even Xiao Yan could only rely on the 3,000 lightning movement in order to bitterly dodge the 2 light beams. Soon after, Xiao Yan had just relaxed when his spiritual strength suddenly sensed that a person had appeared behind him at an unknown time. The person waved his large hand, and a ruthless palm mercilessly smashed toward Xiao Yan's back. At this moment, Xiao Yan could clearly sense that the latter was undoubtedly a 3-star Dodi. With such a close distance and adding his current condition, Xiao Yan did not hesitate in his heart. The footsteps of his feet changed, and the sky extinction step was used as a conditioned reflex. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Yan's body once again dodged when the palm of the person behind him landed. Even though this was the case, that palm still shattered the clothes on Xiao Yan's back. However, it was also at this moment that Xiao Yan's body had just stabilized when his heart immediately reacted. His gaze abruptly looked over. Indeed, those people in the sky who had already recovered were all staring at him, including Sun Shua. This is the sky extinction step. Sun Shua softly muttered in his mouth. In the blink of an eye, a scarlet color swiftly surged into both of his eyes. You are Xiao Yan? Genius remembered this address in 1 second. Mobile reading website. Chapter 680. In the sky, Xiao Yan slowly turned around. His eyes swept around the place and finally met Sun Shua's eyes from a distance. His eyebrows were tightly knitted under the black robe. He understood in his heart that this time around, there was likely going to be trouble. When the many elite Dodi present heard the word that came out of Sun Shua's mouth, everyone involuntarily threw surprised gazes at Xiao Yan. They did not expect that this black-robed person, who had relied on his own strength to destroy a stone block with a punch, would actually be the Xiao Yan that the 4 large sect had racked their brains to eliminate. Xiao Yan. So he's actually that Xiao Yan. It is said that not long ago he had caused havoc in Coldstream City. I did not expect that he would actually come to the desolate ancient remains this time around. There's going to be a good show to watch now. Earlier, I heard that Sun Hanshi had died in Xiao Yan's hands, but I did not believe it. Now, it seems that Xiao Yan will definitely not return this time around. As numerous gazes that were filled with surprise were gradually withdrawn, cold laughter that was filled with mockery was emitted from the crowd. At the same time, Sun Shua's face had become as dark as water. The killing intent deep within his eyes was about to spew out. Puff! Suddenly, Sun Shua's body shook. With a puff sound, the powerful Do Qi in his body crazily surged out of his body. Following which, Sun Shua suddenly clenched his fist, and a large blade immediately appeared in his hand. Seeing this scene, Bai Ying, who was in the distant sky, could not help but raise his eyebrows slightly. His gaze first glanced over before quickly looking at Zhuo Lin's location. He believed that, given Zhuo Bintang's character, he would definitely not take the initiative to attack Xiao Yan unless he was instructed by Zhuo Lin. Sure enough, after noticing Bai Ying's gaze, Zhuolin also looked over. Immediately, the corners of Zhuolin's mouth lifted into an arc as he laughed coldly. Seeing this, Bai Ying's heart immediately stilled. He could not help but feel shocked by Zhuolin's frightening judgment. Ever since Xiao Yan had entered the remains, he had not revealed any flaws in his vision. Even so, Zhuolin was still able to recognize him. It must be said that Zhuolin was really a frightening person. This fellow is actually Xiao Yan? On the other side of the empty space, Huoba's face was filled with disbelief as he stared at Xiao Yan, who was the focus of everyone's attention. This mysterious person, whom he had hoped to befriend earlier, had unexpectedly become Xiao Yan, whom the four large sects wanted to capture in the blink of an eye. This kind of contrast caused Huoba's heart to feel as though it had been struck by lightning. "You're the one who killed my son, Han Shi?" Sun Shua's voice was cold and hoarse. His face had become unusually distorted at this moment. The large blade in his hand was lifted forward, and the tip of the blade, which reflected a dense, cold glint, was pointed at Xiao Yan. The veins on his hand, which was holding the hilt of the blade, bulged. Due to the great force, it caused his entire hand to tremble slightly. When he heard this, Xiao Yan non-committally shrugged his shoulders. He softly smiled and asked, "If I said no, would you believe me?" The muscles on the corner of Sun Shua's eyes immediately trembled intensely when Xiao Yan's words were uttered. Soon after, he waved a large blade in his hand and consecutively hacked 3 times in front of him. Immediately, 3 frightening blade glows with shocking auras tore through the empty space and ruthlessly charged toward Xiao Yan. 3-blade tribulation. Sun Shua's body suddenly shook after his cry sounded. His feet quickly and violently stepped on empty air. His strong body shot explosively toward Xiao Yan like a cannonball that had been shot out of its barrel. The large blade in Sun Shua's hand danced and forcefully tore the empty space in front of him into pieces. His body that was charging forward also became even more swift and violent. The expression in Xiao Yan's eyes swiftly became ice cold when he saw the 3-blade auras and Sun Shua shooting toward him. The dou qi in his body surged wildly, and the large hand under his sleeves was violently waved. The dark black heavy Xian ruler immediately appeared in Xiao Yan's hand. Since his identity had already been recognized, there was naturally no need for him to continue hiding. A thought passed through his mind, and the black robe that covered his head slowly scattered. At the same time, he twisted his wrist, and the dark black heavy ruler carried a heavy pressure as it fell from the empty space beside him. The heavy ruler fell and emitted a soft sound of breaking air. Soon after, Xiao Yan's arm shook slightly. One could hear a puff sound, and a brilliant heavenly flame immediately covered the entire huge ruler. Flaming swallowing tsunami. In the next instant, the huge ruler in Xiao Yan's hand was violently swung forward. The heavenly flame flew and formed a brilliant rainbow that violently cut through the empty space in front of Xiao Yan. Soon after, it violently collided with the 3-blade auras that were heading toward him. Bang! The explosion shook the world. Soon after, a powerful energy storm swiftly swept out in all directions with the point of collision as the epicenter. Everyone in the battleground swiftly withdrew when they saw this scene. At the same time, the people from the other 3 clans quietly turned their gazes toward the dou qi inheritance. Taking advantage of the time when everyone was distracted, this was the best time to fight for the dou qi inheritance. Hence, the 3 large clans led by Zhuolin had also begun their own fight, while the battle on this side had just begun. Haha, young Master Zhua is really extremely scheming. It is unexpected that you are actually able to guess that the black-robed person is Xiao Yan. I really admire you. Bai Ying, Huoba, and Zhuolin's clans each occupied one side in the sky. They formed a triangle that surrounded the dou qi inheritance in the middle. Haha, I was merely guessing. It is just that I did not expect that the one who would appear would actually be Xiao Yan. Don't you agree, clan leader Bai? Zhuolin's gaze stared at Bai Ying, who was currently laughing loudly at him. His eyes slowly narrowed as he spoke with a deeper meaning. Ugh. Bai could not help but be slightly startled when Zhuo Lin's words were spoken. A cold glint involuntarily surged deep within his sharp eyes. On the other side, Huoba was listening to the somewhat strange conversation between the two parties in front of him. His eyes rotated and he looked at Zhuo Lin. He smiled and said, "Haha, young Master Zhuo, from your words, I'm afraid that there is some other meaning." Huoba turned to look at Bai Ying after he spoke. His gaze seemed to be waiting for the latter's reply. Umph. Bai Ying let out a faint cold snort. However, he did not say anything. Zhuo Lin also smiled in a non-committal manner and did not continue speaking. Despite this, his heart was almost certain that the strength of the Bai clan's Bai Zhan was definitely not much weaker than his. Zhuo Lin's heart involuntarily felt a solemnness when he thought of this. If this was really the case, this Bai clan had really hidden it very deeply. Swoosh! In the next moment, Huoba suddenly turned his body and took the lead to charge toward the Do Qi inheritance. Hee, since the two of you are so modest, I shall accept it on your behalf. Soon after, the Bai and Zhuo clans swiftly recovered. Both parties let out a cold snore at the same time. Their bodies moved, and they also charged forward without any hesitation. At the same time, on the square, the energy storm that had swept out because of the explosion had yet to scatter. However, one after another, intense collision sounds continued to be emitted from within it, causing the expressions of everyone around to change. Bang! Suddenly, another intense metallic collision sound appeared. Two human figures suddenly flew out from within the energy storm that had yet to scatter. They both withdrew by 1,000 feet and glared at each other with furious eyes. Everyone looked over and saw that the bodies of these two people were actually injured. From the looks of it, after the intense collision earlier, these two people each had their own strengths and none of them could do anything to the other. My son's life will be repaid with your blood. Sun Shua's mouth panted intensely for a moment. Soon after, he suddenly raised his head. Killing intent surged within his eyes. His wrist swiftly rotated, and the large blade in his hand rotated once in his palm before being violently thrown out. The blade was pointed forward and ruthlessly pierced toward Xiaoyan. A sharp piercing sound of air being split was immediately emitted wherever the large blade passed. Even the empty space was forcefully torn apart, forming numerous clear crack lines. After which, Sun Shua's mouth suddenly emitted a stern cry that shook the sky. At the same time, his strong tiger body shook violently. His body once again flashed and actually appeared in front of Xiaoyan. His large hand was tightly clenched into a fist. Yellow Do Qi crazily surged out and wrapped around his entire fist. Soon after, he furiously smashed it toward Xiaoyan's head. From the looks of it, he clearly intended to take Xiaoyan's life with a single blow. Xiaoyan did not show any signs of weakness in the face of this. A thought passed through his mind, and the heavenly flame within his body churned. The heavy, huge ruler in his hand danced up and down, carrying an extremely frightening strength as it violently chopped toward the incoming fist. Bang! A muffled bang sound appeared. Xiaoyan's body could not help but fly back. Sun Shua could be said to have paid quite a great price in this collision. Of course, the result was that he had defeated Xiaoyan with a single blow. But soon after, Sun Shua's body once again flashed. At the same time, the instant the latter's body disappeared, only then did Xiaoyan see that the large blade was also rushing toward him. Seeing this scene, Xiaoyan did not even need to think in his heart. He violently waved the huge ruler in his hand in front of him and easily blocked the large blade that was coming toward him. However, before Xiaoyan could catch his breath, Sun Shua's body suddenly appeared behind him in the next moment. A fist heavily landed on Xiaoyan's head. Dying! It was only at this moment that Xiaoyan completely regained his senses. The previous attack was only a feint. Even this blade was only used to divert his attention. At this moment, Sun Shua, who had suddenly appeared behind him, was the real killing blow. His heart slightly tightened. He did not expect Sun Shua to actually have such a plan. However, Xiao Yan immediately released a cold snort from his nose. His body moved and dodged to the side without any hesitation. Even though he knew that he could not dodge, Xiao Yan's heart did not have the slightest bit of panic. Immediately, in the next moment, just as Sun Shua's fist was about to land on Xiao Yan's head, a strange black light suddenly burst out from under Xiao Yan's sleeves and forcibly blocked Sun Shua's fist. Bang! As the blow landed, Xiao Yan's body successfully dodged. Even though he seemed to be in a sorry state, fortunately, he did not suffer any injuries. Looking over in the blink of an eye, Sun Shua's body and mind could not help but hurriedly take 100 steps back. Only then did his body shake and forcefully stabilize himself in the empty space. When he raised his eyes and looked over, he saw a small snake that was only half the length of an adult's arm. Its body was curled as it stood in the empty space in front of Xiao Yan. A pair of gem-like scarlet eyes were currently staring at Sun Shua with killing intent. This was a narwhal snake. Genius memorized this site's address in a second. Mobile version reading website. Chapter 681. So it's you, you bastard. Sun Shua let out a furious rebuke, filled with killing intent. Roar. The narwhal snake released a roar when it heard Sun Shua's words. At the same time, its petite body suddenly twisted and returned to its original size in the blink of an eye. So what if you've returned to your original form? You're just a one-star OD. In front of true strength, your body is just like an ant. The expression in Sun Shua's eyes involuntarily changed when he saw that the narwhal snake had returned to its original form. Soon after, disdain surged onto his face. He was right. In the Yuanwu continent, everything was based on one's strength. In this place, one would not be afraid of others because of their size. Instead, one would only be afraid of one's strength. The strong preyed on the weak. Do-Chi and Genesis Chi were the true rules of this world. Oh, is that so? Since it's not your match, what if I join in? Xiao Yan smiled coldly. Sun Shua's words were indeed undeniable. However, one should not forget that the narwhal snake was not the only one on Xiao Yan's side. Sun Shua snorted coldly and did not give an accurate answer. Instead, he waved his large hand, and the large blade in his hand immediately emitted a sharp sound of rushing wind. Seeing this, Xiao Yan and the narwhal snake exchanged a look. Immediately, they nodded in tacit understanding. In the next moment, they moved together and charged towards Sun Shua. Die. Sun Shua let out a disdainful snort when he saw this. His body moved, and the large blade in his hand danced as he charged toward Xiao Yan. At the same time, on the other side of the battlefield, as the situation gradually developed, the remaining dozens of Do-Di also joined in and fought over the Do-Chi inheritance. The battles in the two places slowly became increasingly intense with the flow of time. In the end, the Do-Chi inheritance was like a volleyball that was repeatedly being passed around above the heads of the elite Do-Di. Each time an elite Do-Di obtained it, more elite Do-Di from the Divine Prefecture would join hands and attack him. This resulted in the current situation. As for Xiao Yan's side, although the combined might of Xiao Yan and the narwhal snake was not bad, Sun Shua was indeed a 3-star Do-Di. With his own powerful strength, he was able to suppress Xiao Yan and Sun Shua for a short period of time. This caused Xiao Yan's heart to feel heavy. At the same time, King Jiangbei once again took action. As expected, with the help of the Northern King, Xiao Yan and the narwhal snake joined hands. Additionally, there was the Northern King who had an undying body. No matter how Sun Shua attacked, he would be blocked by Wang Qianxing. Although the price he had to pay was quite heavy, it was fortunate that he had the frightening recovery ability of the Dark Black Thunderbolt. The injuries that the Northern King suffered would swiftly recover at a speed visible to the naked eye. This scene caused Sun Shua's expression to turn green. How could he have expected that this puppet with frightening strength in front of him would not only be unable to die, it actually possessed such a frightening recovery ability? How could he continue fighting such a monstrous opponent? He thought about Xiao Yan again. Could it be that this puppet and its master were made from the same mold? Each was more frightening than the other. However, even so, Xiao Yin had killed his son. No matter what, he would make Xiao Yin pay for this debt today. Of course, in the end, this was merely Sun Shua's willful thinking, with the narwhal snake and the Northern King protecting him. In addition to Xiao Yan's strength that far exceeded his own level, it was impossible for Sun Shua to defeat the three of them by himself. Bang! After a loud sound was emitted, the purple-gold body of the Northern King flew back uncontrollably. From the looks of it, it had clearly received another attack from Sun Shua. However, Xiao Yin and the Northern King appeared to have become accustomed to this. The expression on their faces did not change even a little. Instead, the attacks from their hands became even sharper. Even Sun Shua had no choice but to withdraw when he saw such an attack. TSK, Xiao Yin, this puppet of yours is really frightening. This kind of strange recovery ability. If there were a few more of you, I'm afraid that you would not even need to do anything. You would be able to exhaust this fellow to death. The narwhal snake could not help but smack its lips and laugh when it saw the dent on the surface of the Northern King's body that was rapidly recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, it swung its tail heavily and forced Sun Shua's body back, after which it looked at Xiao Yin. Hearing this, Xiao Yin helplessly shook his head. He laughed bitterly and said, "How could there be such a thing in this world? How can there be such a good thing in this world? You have underestimated this puppet. An ordinary puppet's strength can at the very most reach the Dozun class." The reason why the Northern King was able to advance to the Do D class is not only because of the uniqueness of its body, but also because some inexplicable changes had occurred within its body. It is also because of these changes that its recovery speed far exceeds that of an ordinary puppet. Hearing these words, the narwhal snake appeared to have understood as it nodded its large head. Soon after, it turned its gaze and once again looked at Sun Shua. At this moment, Sun Shua had also widened his eyes. He stared at Xiao Yin and the narwhal snake opposite him. These two fellows in front of him had not only used a puppet to suppress his strength, but they were also chatting in front of him. It was as though they did not place him in their eyes at all. "Damn it! Do you really think that I am unable to finish you off?" Feeling furious in his heart, Sun Shua immediately roared at the sky. After a long roar, the Do Chi within his body was like a yellow river that had burst a dam as it wildly surged out of his body. Even his aura, which had gradually become sluggish, swiftly recovered to its peak within a short moment. In the end, the aura of Sun Shua's body was even stronger than when he was at his peak. At this moment, Sun Shua's strength had already reached the advanced 3-star Do D class. He was only a short distance away from becoming a 4-star Do D. Secret technique? The expression in Xiao Yan's eyes involuntarily hardened when he saw this scene. However, just as this thought had surfaced in Xiao Yan's heart, soon after, Sun Shua's body moved. He left behind an afterimage on the spot as his body disappeared. An instant later, Xiao Yan's expression suddenly changed. The heavy Xian ruler in his hand was violently hacked forward without any hesitation. In the next instant, one could hear the clear sound of metal colliding. Sparks shot out and a sharp blade suddenly appeared in the space in front of Xiao Yan. Soon after, Sun Shua's body also slowly appeared. "You're the first person in so many years to be able to force me to use the blood transformation skill." Sun Shua's eyes were scarlet as he let out a ferocious cry. His body suddenly shook, and a frightening Do Chi suddenly poured down from the large blade in front of Xiao Yan's rapidly changing expression. With just one attack, it sent Xiao Yan's body flying. Grug! Little Yan's face suddenly turned red. Soon after, she could not help but spit out a mouthful of fresh blood. Only then did she raise her head. She saw that the narwhal snake had been violently stepped on by Sun Shua. When the strength of a 3-star Do D was completely unleashed, it was not something that a 1-star Do D could match. At that moment, the North King, who had fully recovered from his injuries, appeared in front of Sun Shua like a cannonball. He swung his huge fist and smashed it down heavily on Sun Shua's head. "Get lost!" After the word "get lost" sounded, Sun Shua was no longer dispirited this time around. Instead, he regained his domineering aura. His scarlet eyes were filled with coldness and killing intent. After sending the Northern King flying with a single blade, Sun Shua's Do Qi wildly surged and his evil aura soared. Sun Shua's gaze turned and landed on Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan, hand over your life. Suddenly, a loud roar resounded through the heavens and earth. Sun Shua's feet stomped on the narwhal snake's body fiercely. A huge force poured out and his body shot forward. The narwhal snake under his feet let out a mournful hiss in pain. Sun Shua's figure was like a ghost. In the blink of an eye, he streaked across the empty space and arrived in front of Xiaoyan. At this moment, the Northern King, who had been sent flying, and the narwhal snake, once again charged forward with all their might in an attempt to forcefully block Sun Shua's figure. However, the man and the snake were once again sent flying by Sun Shua. This time around, the Northern King had temporarily lost his ability to fight. Only the narwhal snake was left. It still tried its best to charge forward and block Sun Shua for Xiaoyan. Bang! 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 The single-horned whale snake was violently sent flying again and again without any mercy. The qi on its body had become weak from its training. At this moment, Xiaoyan was also using all his strength to maneuver the Do Qi within his body and pour it into the heavy Xian ruler in his hand. With the pouring of Do Qi, the brilliant heavenly flame on the pitch-black heavy Xian ruler suddenly flourished. A terrifying aura with a powerful aura was gradually emitted from it. Seeing that the qi on the heavy Xian ruler in his hand was gradually becoming thicker, at this moment, Sun Shua's body had arrived in front of Xiao Yin a step earlier. At the same time, behind him, a golden light shot forward once again. This time around, Sun Shua did not even turn his head. With a flip of his hand, he sent the ball of golden light flying backward. Behind it, the narwhal snake charged forward once again. Faced with this sudden ball of golden light, the narwhal snake was just about to let out a hiss when the ball of light suddenly entered its body. At this moment, other than Sun Shua, who did not care about the outside world, everyone present was staring at the narwhal snake in shock. Even the faces of the people from the three great clans were filled with shock. Chapter 682. Killing intent spread over the enormous open ground. A vast and mighty Do Qi pressure descended from the sky. Dozens of elite Dodis fought and collided intensely in the empty space. The atmosphere in the arena had also become increasingly solemn until a certain moment. The instant the narwhal snake swallowed the golden light cluster that was heading toward it, everyone's bodies appeared to have instantly turned into statues. The atmosphere in the arena also suddenly became still. This extremely sudden scene in the arena caused everyone to be instantly stunned. The expressions of those elite Dodi, who were still fighting for the Do Qi inheritance a moment ago, suddenly changed drastically in the next moment. All of their faces involuntarily revealed a stunned expression. They did not expect that this Do Qi inheritance would actually end up in the mouth of this beast. This fellow actually swallowed the Do Qi inheritance. Seeing this dramatic scene in the arena, the muscles on the corner of the mouth of the elite Do Di involuntarily twitched intensely. Their group had been fighting with each other for a while. There were even some who had paid quite a hefty price because of this. Wasn't it just this Do Qi inheritance? Now, it was actually given away by Sun Shuo with a backhand slap. At this moment, the people present even had the intention to kill. Sun Shuo, who was currently in the empty space, was completely unaware of all of this. He, who was facing Xiao Yin, was currently imagining the tragic manner of Xiao Yin dying under his blade in his heart. You dare to kill my son. This D will definitely tear you into 10,000 pieces. Sun Shua's body suddenly moved at the same time the roar sounded from his mouth. He raised the blade in his hand and slashed it down with all his might at Xiao Yan's head. The empty space was completely shattered wherever the blade passed. Before the blade landed, a frightening wind had already violently landed on Xiao Yan's head. It was just like an invisible sharp blade that randomly blew apart the hair on Xiao Yan's head. The powerful aura caused Xiao Yan to feel an intense piercing pain on his scalp. With a twist of his wrist, the enormous ruler was also lifted at this moment. It violently met the large blade that was descending from the sky above. Xiao Yan was not a person who was afraid of death. Even though Sun Shua's strength was frightening, this was not a reason for him to be afraid and withdraw. Moreover, Xiao Yan clearly understood in his heart that he did not have the slightest path of retreat when faced with an opponent of this level. Instead of giving up so easily, it was better to go all out. At times, it was not impossible to fight for a chance of survival. However, just as the heavy Xin ruler in Xiao Yan's head violently collided with the large blade that was descending from above, a frightening energy storm suddenly attacked the two people from behind them. In the blink of an eye, it had already arrived in front of them. The frightening energy storm did not give the two of them any chance to react. Just as the weapons in their hands were about to collide, it had already arrived in front of them. It was like a frightening wave that instantly sent the two of them flying. They drifted with the wave until they were 1,000 feet away. Only then did the two of them recover in a solemn manner. However, when the two of them raised their eyes and looked over, they were shocked to discover that the source of this energy storm was actually the narwhal snake that was currently the focus of everyone's attention. This fellow, what did it do? Why is its aura? Xiao Yan frowned as he looked at the narwhal snake in the battleground. He involuntarily knit his brows. However, when he discovered that the aura within the latter's body had suddenly become extremely powerful, the expression on Xiao Yan's face instantly changed. Through the probing of his spiritual strength, the strength of the narwhal snake had actually been forcefully raised from its original 1-star Do D to an initial 3-star Do D for some unknown reason. Moreover, from the looks of this momentum, it seemed that it would continue to rise. This fellow, what exactly did it do? This change in merely a short moment caused Xiao Yan's heart to feel extremely shocked. Even if this was because it had swallowed the monster core of the snake-type magical beast, it was impossible for its strength to rise by so much. After all, even the strength of that snake was merely a 2-star Do D. However, the strength of the narwhal snake had been forcefully raised to the level of a 3-star Do D. This caused Xiao Yan to feel extremely uncertain in his heart. Of course, other than Xiao Yan, there was also Sun Shua, who was similarly shocked in his heart at this moment. Although all of this was caused by him, he was completely unaware of it. Hence, he did not have the slightest clue in his heart when he saw the strength of the narwhal snake becoming increasingly powerful. Damn it, why did the strength of this beast suddenly rise by so much? Sun Shua frowned tightly. His face was filled with a deep solemnness as he involuntarily cursed. Hee, Sun Shua, I'm afraid that I will have to ask you about this. Just as Sun Shua spat out these words from his mouth, Bai Ying, who was in the crowd, suddenly laughed coldly and said, once these words were spoken, the surrounding elite Do D immediately threw numerous dense gazes at Sun Shua. This caused the latter to involuntarily reveal a doubtful expression. What did this matter have to do with him? Humph. Looks like clan leader Sun is still unaware of the good deed that he has done. In that case, allow me to explain it to you. Soon after, Hua Ba, who was in another part of the crowd, also laughed coldly at this moment. An icy cold smile was also revealed on his face. From that smile, it was not difficult to see that Hua Ba was suppressing a fury in his heart at this moment. What exactly do all of you mean by these words? Sun Shua's brows were tightly knit together. Soon after, Hua Ba opened his mouth and described everything that had happened earlier. After hearing Hua Ba's description, the expressions on Sun Shua's and Xiao Yan's faces were greatly different. There was naturally no need to say anything more about Xiao Yan. When he heard that the Doqi inheritance had actually landed in the mouth of the narwhal snake, he naturally felt surprise for the latter in his heart. At the same time, he also rejoiced for himself. A 3-star Do D who could contend against the 4 great clans had finally appeared by his side. In this way, Xiao Yan did not need to be too worried during this trip to the remains. A 3-star Do D was sufficient to cause this group of people in front of them to be afraid. As long as the narwhal snake was present, even these 4 people in front of them would not dare to easily attack. As 3-star Do D, they knew how difficult it was to deal with a strong person of the same class. Moreover, the narwhal snake was an ancient, unique species. Its strength far surpassed an ordinary magical beast. If they were of the same class, even they might not be a match for it. At this moment, the expression on Sun Shua's face had turned green after hearing Huaba's words. He did not expect that his unintentional attack would actually cause such a situation. A 3-star Do D class narwhal snake was something that Sun Shua naturally knew how troublesome it was. Immediately, the solemn expression on his face became even denser. On the other side of the crowd, the other 3 clans were also looking at Sun Shua with cold and indifferent expressions. If it were not for this fellow, the Do Chi inheritance would definitely land in their hands. This was especially the case for Zhuolin. His strength had reached that of a 2-star Do D, and he was determined to obtain the Do Chi inheritance. Once he obtained it, his position within the sect in the future would be unshakable. However, all of this had been completely destroyed because of Sun Shua. How could this not cause him to feel furious in his heart? However, he also knew that from the looks of the current situation, it was clearly impossible to deal with Sun Shua here. Forget about the other 2 clans beside him. Just Xiao Yan's clan alone was enough to cause him trouble. In order to consider the overall situation, he could only forcefully suppress the resentment in his heart. Xiao Yan, looking at Xiao Yan, who was currently standing together with a narwhal snake, Sun Shua's heart was filled with murderous intent that could not be removed. His heart wished that he could tear Xiao Yan into pieces and swallow him. However, he also knew that with the narwhal snake beside him, it was impossible to touch Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan, don't tell me that you only know how to hide behind other people. First, it was the puppet. Now, you even need to rely on this beast. Don't tell me that you only have this little trick up your sleeve. Sun Shua, whose heart was filled with fury, clenched his teeth. Both of his eyes stared intently at Xiao Yan. The murderous intent in his eyes was about to overflow. It was a long while later before he finally spoke in a disdainful tone. "Ha!" Hearing this, Xiao Yan coldly smiled. His eyes revealed ridicule as he looked at the other party. He gently shook his head and immediately laughed coldly. "Don't tell me that everyone from the Sun Clan is like this. With the strength of a Do D, you actually have to say such words time and time again when facing a half D. Ha! I'm afraid that your strength as a Do D has really been cultivated to a dog body." Xiao Yan. Just as Xiao Yan's words left his mouth, Sun Shua's originally gloomy face instantly turned red. At the same time that an angry cry was emitted from his mouth, his body suddenly flashed. In the blink of an eye, he had already appeared in front of Xiao Yan. He waved a large blade in his hand and viciously chopped down on Xiao Yan's head. Roar! However, immediately after, in the empty space beside Xiao Yan, the huge narwhal snake suddenly twisted its body. Its huge snake tail viciously swung, and immediately after, a heavy blow instantly landed on Sun Shua's chest. Bang! Following a muffled thump, Sun Shua's body flew back uncontrollably. A large mouthful of fresh bright red blood was spat out. Only then did Sun Shua stagger back 100 steps in an empty space before coming to a stop with great difficulty. The moment he raised his head, Sun Shua immediately saw the huge body of the narwhal snake. At this moment, the latter's body was curled up as it protected Xiao Yan within it. From the looks of the aura and pressure that continued to spread from its body, the strength of the narwhal snake was actually still swiftly rising at a speed visible to the naked eye. At this moment, the strength of the latter had actually reached the middle level of a 3-star Do D. It was not inferior to the people from the 4 great clans present. It was likely that if it was allowed to continue like this, its strength would have an extremely high possibility of breaking through to the 4-star Do D class. Thinking of this, the people from the other 3 great clans present involuntarily knit their brows. This was especially the case for Zhuolin. After sensing the change in the aura on the narwhal snake's body, his heart became extremely depressed. If nothing unexpected happened, the Dochi inheritance should have belonged to him. However, in the end, it was actually swallowed into the mouth of the narwhal snake in front of him. This was really something that he had difficulty accepting. Sunshaw, at the end of the day, the accident this time around is all because of you. Once we return, the three of us will join forces to report this matter to the sect. I wonder just what kind of situation your Sun clan will face at that time. At this moment, Huoban narrowed his eyes. His gaze stared at Sun Shuo as he spoke with an unknown meaning. The expression on Sun Shuo's face suddenly sunk when these words were uttered. Being one of the four great clans, he naturally understood the methods of the Sky Sword sect. Once the three clans in front of him really joined forces to report this matter, it was likely that his Sun clan would not have an easy time in the future, much less suppress the other three clans under their feet. What are you planning to do? It was a long while later before Sun Shuo finally spoke in a low and deep voice. It was likely that no one present would believe that Huoba was still able to say such words at such a time. If one were to say that he had no motive, it was likely that no one present would believe it. Haha, Huoba smiled faintly. His body moved, and he brought Huotiani behind him to an empty space not far away from Sun Sha. Following Huoba's action, Bai Ying and the two people from the Zhou clan also moved at this moment from the other two directions. They charged out of the crowd and took up a position in the north, south, east, and west. The current Xiao Yin involuntarily frowned when he saw this scene. He glanced at the four factions in front of him, and a bad premonition involuntarily rose in his heart. Xiao Yin was naturally not afraid of Sun Shuo's clan alone. However, if the four great clans were to join forces, even Xiao Yin would have difficulty dealing with them. Sure enough, at the same time this thought rose in Xiao Yan's heart, Huoba on the opposite side looked at Sun Shuo with a cold smile. A cold snort was emitted from his nose. He snorted and said, "We can suppress this matter and act as though nothing has happened. However, since we have come, our four great clans will naturally not return empty-handed. Even if we are unable to obtain the Dochi inheritance, if we are able to bring Xiao Yin back, it can be said that we have made up for our mistakes with merit." Huoba laughed coldly. At the same time, the other three clans also immediately understood the meaning of his words. Without the Dochi inheritance, Huoba had now placed his target on Xiao Yin. "You want me to join forces with you?" Sun Shuo sighed in relief in his heart. However, he did not dare to be careless and could only carefully ask. At the same time, the Bai Ying and Zhuolin clans also frowned as they looked at Huoba. The latter laughed mockingly and coldly said, "Join forces? Cuckoo, you can consider it as joining forces. However, your target is the narwhal snake. As for me, or should I say, we will capture Xiao Yin." Huoba glanced at Bai Ying and Zhuolin beside him as his words sounded. If he were to attack, these two clans would definitely not be at peace. Hence, he could only say this. "Why should we? You, Sun Shuo, don't forget your current situation. You do not have the qualification to quibble with us. Otherwise, if our three clans join forces, your Sun clan will be removed from our four great clans in the future. You dare? What do you think?" The two of them spoke one after another. In the end, the Hua, Zhua, and Bai clans all looked at Sun Shuo. This caused the latter's anger to rise, but at the same time, a sense of helplessness surged in his heart. Although Huoba's words could not be completely believed, they could not be believed. His Sun clan might be one of the four large clans, but it was merely at the bottom. Even though this was the case, there were countless number of clans who coveted his Sun clan's position within the western region. Many factions were hoping that his Sun clan would fall. It was just that they did not have the opportunity to do so. Now, however, Sun Shuo's mistake had caused Xiao Yan's side to actually increase greatly. This was coincidentally a perfect excuse, an excuse that could push the Sun clan out of the four large clans. Sun Shuo helplessly thought in this manner in his heart. His body stood blankly in the same spot for a long time. The moment he thought of his son's death, the fury in his heart could not be suppressed. However, at the same time, he also knew that with his current strength, it was impossible for him to kill Xiaoyan. In front of him, these three clans had acted with their own motives. However, this could also be considered to have used another method to take revenge for Sun Hanshi. Sigh. Helplessly sighing, Sun Shuo slowly raised his head after a long time. He looked at the people from the other three clans in front of him and said in a deep voice, "All right, I will stop the narwhal snake, Xiaoyan. Don't worry, as long as you can stop the narwhal snake, with our strength, we can naturally take down Xiaoyan." Huo Ba grinned, revealing a row of white teeth. The disdain in his words was self-evident. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile reading website. Chapter 683. On a large square, there were many strong people standing. Numerous gazes of various colors were looking at the 7 figures in the square and the huge snake. These 7 people were Bai Ying from the Bai clan, Sun Shuo from the Sun clan, Huo Ba and Huo Tianyi from the Huo clan, as well as Zhuo Bintang and Zhuo Lin from the Zhuo clan. As for the huge snake, needless to say, it was naturally the narwhal snake. Xiaoyan's figure stood tall and straight at a certain spot in the square. Beside him, the narwhal snake, whose aura had become increasingly dense, was curled up. Its scarlet tongue was occasionally extended into the air. Gradually, a powerful aura spread from the narwhal snake's body. It was like an invisible storm that swiftly swept across the square, causing the faces of most of the people present to become extremely ugly. Even the people from the 4 great clans, who were currently surrounding Xiaoyan and Xiaoyan, had an unusually solemn expression on their faces. In just a short period of time, the strength of the narwhal snake was already close to that of an advanced 3-star Dodi. This kind of growth speed might be laughed at in the eyes of an ordinary person. However, one should not forget that the current narwhal snake was a Dodi. If it were to follow the most common training method, it would take an unknown number of years to break through from a 1-star Dodi to a 3-star Dodi. However, in just a short period of time, its strength had already risen to such a terrifying level. This was really unbelievable. In the square, Zhuo Lin's eyes narrowed as he stared at the narwhal snake. Every time he felt the aura within the latter's body becoming increasingly powerful, Zhuo Lin's heart could not help but tremble. His heart hated Sun Shuo to the bone. If it was not for him, the biggest winner in this trip would have been his Zhuo clan. However, now, there was no point in thinking too much. Zhuo Lin could only withdraw his gaze bitterly and landed on Xiaoyan's body. Zhuo Lin's eyes regained their sharpness. A thought passed through his mind, and the dou qi in his body swiftly flowed through the various qi paths in his body. As long as he willed it, the powerful dou qi would immediately surge out like a tidal wave. Even if he could not obtain the dou qi inheritance, he must bring Xiaoyan back. No matter what, he could not return empty-handed from this trip to the remains. Of course, Zhuo Lin's family was not the only one with such thoughts in the square. The hearts of the members of the Huo clan were naturally filled with such thoughts. Only Bai Ying from the Bai clan had a similarly cold expression when he looked at Xiaoyan. However, deep within his eyes, there was a different expression. "Ha, Sun Shuo, I'll leave that beast to you." Suddenly, Huo Bai looked at Sun Shuo with a stern smile and said, I know it." Hearing the latter's words, Sun Shuo's heart was filled with anger. He could only reply coldly and turn his gaze back to the narwhal snake's body. "Doe beast, do you dare to fight with me?" Sun Shuo's expression was dense as he stared at the narwhal snake. After enduring the increasingly powerful aura within the latter's body, even with Sun Shuo's character, the muscles on his face involuntarily twitched. Despite this, Sun Shuo could only brace himself and face it. Sun Shuo's body moved as the words left his mouth. His feet stomped violently on the empty space. His body immediately shot up into the sky and looked down at the narwhal snake below him. Roar! With a low roar, the narwhal snake's body suddenly twisted. Soon after, it rose into the empty space and stood opposite Sun Shuo. A low roar was once again emitted from its mouth. At the same time, a majestic aura swept out from the narwhal snake's body. The expression on Sun Shuo's face involuntarily changed when he sensed the pressure of this aura. Within this short period of time, the strength of the narwhal whale snake had actually been raised to that of an advanced 3-star Dodi. Even when compared to Sun Shua, who had already unleashed his secret technique, it would only be stronger. Damn it, this damn beast. Sun Shua cursed furiously in his heart. However, before Sun Shua could do anything, the narwhal snake on the opposite side had already twisted its enormous body and charged towards Sun Shua. At the same time, Zhuolin and the others below once again moved closer to Xiaoyan. The 5 of them each took one side and formed a triangle shape, surrounding Xiaoyan in the middle. It is unexpected that you are Xiaoyan, whose name has shaken the Western region. In the past, I have only heard that a young man like you actually possessed such great ability and caused the 4 large sects to have a headache. Now that I have met you, you are really even younger than the rumors. It is really true that there are many heroes among the younger generation. Only after personally sending Sun Shua off did Huoba look at Xiaoyan with a smile that was not a smile. His tone also contained some surprise. Although he and the others had an enemy relationship with the black-robed young man in front of them, Huoba had no choice but to admit that the Xiaoyan in front of him was indeed an outstanding person of his generation. Being able to obtain such a battle result that shocked the entire Western region at such a young age really left one speechless. Hearing this, Xiaoyan coldly glanced at the latter. His gaze swept over the people from the 3 clans in front of him one by one. Only then did he look at Huoba and coldly laughed. Elder Huoba really thinks highly of me. You actually need so many elite Dodi to personally come to deal with a Bandi. Not only are you bullying the weak, but you're also bullying the weak with numbers. I could be considered to have seen the way the 4 large clans do things. At the end of his words, Xiaoyan actually cupped his hands toward the few people in front of him. The corner of his mouth parted into a mocking smile. This also caused the surrounding elite Dodi to begin to whisper. Hearing the whispers that were transmitted from the surrounding crowd, the expressions of the people from the 3 clans in front of him involuntarily sank. Huoba's expression was especially ugly. Soon after, Zhuolin coldly laughed and took a step forward. He faced Xiaoyan and coldly said, "If we were facing an ordinary Bandi, there would naturally be no need for us to make such a big fuss. However, since you are able to cause the 4 large sects to regard you so highly, our 4 large clans will naturally not underestimate you." Moreover, Mr. Xiaoyan had relied on his own strength to fight against hundreds of Bandi experts in the battle at Coldstream City a couple of months ago. Even a 9-star Bandi was unable to withstand the might of one punch from Mr. Xiaoyan. How would we dare to treat Mr. Xiaoyan as an ordinary Bandi? The surrounding crowd immediately turned into an uproar after Zhuolin's words were uttered. Everyone clearly understood the big battle at Coldstream City a couple of months ago. However, Xiaoyan's expression swiftly became gloomy after hearing Zhuolin's words. "Zhuolin, I'm very curious. Just how did you recognize me? You sent Shua Bindang to attack me at that time. It is likely that no one would believe that you were unprepared." Xiaoyan's expression was gloomy as he spoke in an extremely cold tone. If it was not for Zhuolin in front of him, it was likely that no one would recognize him, even if the situation had developed to this point. "Cuckoo, it must be said that ever since Mr. Xiaoyan entered the remains, you have not revealed any flaws. Even when you met us, you were extremely careful. The strength that you have displayed also caused us to not dare to easily create any friction with you." Everyone nodded in affirmation after these words were uttered. Otherwise, it was likely that there would not be only one who recognized Xiaoyan's identity. Of course, Bai Ying was an exception. He had known about Xiaoyan's identity since the beginning. However, I'm afraid that you have forgotten that you had clearly displayed an extremely great strength outside of the remains. However, after entering the remains, your strength is limited to that of an ordinary Dodi. This is the first flaw. As for the second point that caused me to be suspicious, it is Sun Hanshi's death. Am I right? Zhuolin was just about to open his mouth when Xiaoyan spoke in a deep voice with a frown. This point was something that Xiaoyan had immediately thought of when he saw the smile on the corner of Zhuolin's mouth. Sun Hanqi's death allowed everyone to know that Xiao Yin was within the remains. Zhuo Lin, who had already suspected Xiao Yin, became even more suspicious of Xiao Yin after learning of this news. This was the real reason why Xiao Yan's identity had been exposed. Xiao Yin could not help but feel a fury rising in his heart when he thought of this. All of this was clearly being manipulated by someone else. The goal was to force Xiao Yin to show himself and attract attention, allowing him to achieve a deeper goal. Unfortunately, with the current Xiao Yin, it was still difficult for him to find the main culprit. At the very most, he could vaguely sense that this matter was inseparable from Bai Ying. Soon after, he helplessly dispelled this thought. Bai Ying had been traveling with his own clan members along the way. It was impossible for him to free himself to do anything else. As for the whole clan, Xiao Yin had never met them. Moreover, they were the first to enter the remains. They did not even know that Xiao Yin had acted after that. It was even more impossible for them to frame him. Cuckoo, that's right. It is said that during the big battle in Coldstream City a few months ago, Xiao Yin ended up in the hands of the Bai clan. However, he managed to escape. According to the news that I obtained from the sect, it seems that someone robbed him along the way and saved him. Is this true? Suddenly, Zhuolin turned his gaze towards Bai Ying. His eyes stared at the latter as he spoke with a smile that was not a smile. Young Master Zhuo, there is a hidden meaning in your words. Why? After all this talk, it seems that this matter is related to the clan leader? Bai Ying's expression turned cold as he spoke in a deep voice. Seeing this, Zhuo Bintang, who was behind Zhuolin, immediately took half a step forward and blocked half of Zhuolin's body behind him. His eyes revealed a cold glint as he stared at Bai Ying. Cuckoo, why does clan leader Bai say this? I have only thought of it for a moment and casually mentioned it. Zhuolin gently placed his hand on Zhuo Bintang's shoulder in front of him, causing the latter to feel a little more at ease. At the same time, his mouth once again emitted a soft laugh. Humph! Bai Ying coldly snorted when he heard these words. He did not say anything else. His gaze turned and looked at Xiao Yin. On the other side, Huoba's eyes rotated back and forth. He watched the conversation between the two parties, and a cold smile swiftly flashed across the corner of his mouth. Humph, humph. Zhuolin smiled faintly. His gaze immediately turned and looked at Xiao Yan. On the other side, Huoba did the same. The expression on Xiao Yan's face gradually became cold when he saw the three of them turn their gazes over. A thought passed through his heart, and the dou qi within the vortex within his body immediately followed his various qi paths and swiftly circulated. He clenched his large hand, and the dark black heavy Xian ruler immediately landed in it. After doing all this, Xiao Yin did not dare to be careless. Soon after, he flicked his finger and a black light flashed. The Northern King's body once again appeared beside Xiao Yin. The people from the three factions involuntarily frowned when the Northern King appeared. They had all witnessed the latter's strength. Even though they were 3-star Dodi, none of them dared to underestimate the Northern King. Cuckoo! I wonder which of our three factions will take the initiative to step forward and finish off this damn thing. Zhuolin smiled faintly. His gaze swept back and forth between Huoba and Bai Ying. The two of them frowned slightly when they heard this. However, they exchanged glances with each other. None of them moved. A short moment later, Bai Ying finally stepped forward with a somewhat gloomy expression. His gaze viciously stared at the two factions in front of him. Only then did he look at the Northern King beside Xiao Yin. Leave this evil creature to me. As for Xiao Yin, it will be up to you all. Bai Ying's body suddenly moved after his words sounded. He swiftly rushed toward the Northern King. At the same time, a thought passed through Xiao Yan's heart, and the Northern King by the side swiftly received the order. The purple-gold flowing light lingered over its body as it suddenly moved. Its feet heavily stomped on the ground. Immediately, the ground under the Northern King's feet cracked into numerous spiderweb-like cracks. At the same time, the Northern King's body shot forward like a cannonball. It swiftly charged toward Bai Ying, who was charging toward it. Bang! In the next instant, the two collided with a loud bang. As an explosion rang out, Bai Ying and the Northern King's bodies flew backwards. Soon after, they stood in the air. At a closer look, a clear palm print had appeared on the Northern King's chest. At this moment, strange pitch-black lightning continuously surged out of the Northern King's body. At a rate visible to the naked eye, the palm print on his chest rapidly healed. At the same time, Bai Ying's expression was rather ugly. Although he had the upper hand in the previous exchange, the Northern King's punch had caused the blood in his body to churn. When everyone focused their gazes, they could clearly see that a palm-sized hole had appeared on Bai Ying's robes. Even the skin below had turned scarlet red. Bai Ying tightly clenched his teeth. He could not help but emit a hissing sound. Soon after, his expression suddenly sank as he turned his head to look at the Zhuo and Hu clans on both sides. Don't tell me that all of you are just going to sit here and watch. The members of the two clans were involuntarily startled when these words were uttered. They immediately exchanged glances with each other. Soon after, Heba looked at Bai Ying. His eyes narrowed as he smiled and said, "Clan leader Bai, you are at the very least a 3-star D. Don't tell me that you cannot even finish off a puppet? Oomph. If you can, why don't you come?" Bai Ying's eyes widened. His mouth immediately emitted a furious cry. Immediately, it caused the people in front of him to be speechless. They immediately became quiet. They were naturally happy to be able to send away the experts by Xiao Yan's side. How would they easily shoulder this rock? Zhuolin and Huoba felt helpless in their hearts after Bai Ying spoke. Their eyes exchanged glances for an instant. Only then did they look at Xiao Yan. Puff! Soon after, a puff sound appeared. A Doqi light pillar that shot to the sky immediately rose from the bodies of the Zhuo and Hu clans. 4 pairs of eyes looked at Xiao Yan at the same time. Xiao Yan, are you going to take the initiative to leave with us, or do you want us to personally attack and kill you here? Huoba's eyes emitted a dense Doqi glow. He looked down at Xiao Yan from above. The words that were emitted from his mouth were like a rumbling thunder that reverberated over the entire stadium. Cuckoo, I'm sorry. I will choose neither. Xiao Yan coldly laughed when he heard this. His body, which was covered by a black robe, shook slightly. Immediately, a brilliant flame swarmed out of his body and swiftly wrapped around Xiao Yan. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Yan had transformed into a flaming person whose entire body was burning with a fierce heavenly flame. Stubborn fellow, since you insist on seeking death, don't blame us for being impolite. Huoba's body moved after his cry sounded. His body suddenly transformed into a ray of light that shot explosively toward Xiao Yan. At the same time, Huotianyi, Zhuolin, and Zhuo Bentang also turned their bodies and surrounded Xiao Yan in a half encirclement. Cuckoo, what a coincidence. I do not intend to be polite with all of you. A ridicule was involuntarily emitted from Xiao Yan's mouth when he saw the 4 people charging over explosively. The enormous ruler in his hand shook, and a brilliant fire glow suddenly shot out from his eyes. Soon after, his body transformed into a fiery flowing light. It was like a falling star as it violently collided with the 4 human figures in the air without dodging or dodging. At this moment, the true battle had officially begun. Chapter 684. Xiao Yan died. The expression on Huoba's face became increasingly cold as he watched Xiao Yan charge over without dodging. He waved his large hand and Doqi spluttered from his palm. Soon after, it agglomerated into a large sword. With a twist of his wrist, Doqi immediately agglomerated on the large sword. A bright glow was immediately emitted from it. The tip of the sword turned and violently pierced toward the incoming Xiao Yan. Before the tip of the sword arrived, an incomparably sharp sword aura had already swiftly descended above Xiao Yan's head. A powerful aura and pressure descended from above. It was as though Mount Tai was pressing down. Immediately, it caused Xiao Yan to have difficulty breathing. Even his forward charging speed was involuntarily affected. Die! Huoba's mouth immediately emitted a stern laugh when he saw this scene. The expression on his face became increasingly ferocious. At the same time, the hand that was holding the hilt of the large sword suddenly exerted a force. The turbulent Doqi within his body crazily surged out of his body and swiftly covered the large sword. The sword aura was strong, fierce, overbearing, but did not lose its sharpness. This sword was determined to take Xiao Yan's life. Behind him, Hua Tianyi, Zhuo Bintang, and Zhuo Lin also swiftly followed. All of them wildly surged out the Dou Qi within their bodies. The strength of an elite Dou Di was fully displayed at this moment. In the blink of an eye, the distance between these four elite Dou Di and the current Xiao Yan swiftly closed. One could see that both parties would truly collide the next moment. At this moment, a vast and mighty spiritual strength suddenly swept out from between Xiao Yan's brows as he swiftly rushed forward. A brilliant heavenly flame spluttered out from both of his eyes. In the blink of an eye, it swiftly agglomerated into a black-robed figure beside him. When the four people on the other side saw these four figures, the expressions on their faces involuntarily became sluggish. Even their bodies, which were flying forward, could not help but pause for an instant. The shock in their hearts was easy to imagine. This is Xiao Yan. Another Xiao Yan. How is this possible? This is definitely just an illusionary figure. At this moment, even with the mental fortitude of these four people, their hearts involuntarily fell to shock. Since the members of these two large clans were already in this manner, the hearts of the elite Dou Di outside of the battleground were naturally even more shocked. As elite Dou Di, they were naturally able to clearly sense that the second Xiao Yan that had suddenly appeared was emitting quite a strong aura and pressure. Although the strength of the pressure was merely that of a 5-star bandit, everyone present had some understanding of Xiao Yan. The strength of the latter's strength could not be determined by his cultivation level. It was just as Zhuo Lin had said. Xiao, hey! The moment the second Xiao Yan appeared, it took advantage of the absent-minded state of the four people in front of it to wave its large hand. A heavenly flame spluttered out and swiftly agglomerated into an enormous fire ruler. Soon after, the enormous ruler was swung downwards. It leaped and charged explosively toward the four people in front of it. At the same time, Zhuo Lin and the other three swiftly recovered. They swiftly suppressed the shock in their hearts. Soon after, Dou Qi shot out and violently collided with the two Xiao Yan in front of them. Bang! The next moment, an earth-shaking explosion was emitted. The four human figures in the sky staggered a couple of steps back. Soon after, their bodies shook slightly and the enormous force on their bodies was removed. They lifted their eyes and looked at Xiao Yan in front of them in a dense manner. As for the incarnation, it emitted a bang and burst apart at the same time. Xiao Yan flew backwards. It turned into nothingness and disappeared from the open ground. Xiao Yan's feet violently stepped on the empty space. Numerous dark black spatial crack lines spread out from under his feet. An enormous force poured down. Soon after, the empty space suddenly collapsed. Only then did Xiao Yan's body come to a stop with great difficulty. Xiao Yan's mouth continuously panted. He sensed a faint, bloody sweetness that was transmitted from his throat. The muscles on his face involuntarily trembled slightly. Compared to these four people, Xiao Yan was in an incomparably miserable state. The combined forces of the four elite Dou Di actually did not give him the slightest chance to fight back. Only at this moment did Xiao Yan completely understand that the four great clans were, after all, under the same command. Even though they usually fought openly and covertly and did not look favorably on each other, they would still stand on the same front when it came to a critical moment. This was something that Xiao Yan had not expected. If the four great clans each had their own thoughts and did not cooperate with each other, Xiao Yan would have the opportunity to benefit from it. However, he was currently facing four elite Dou Di at the same time. The current Xiao Yan was far from being a match for them. In the empty space, Xiao Yan's eyebrows were tightly knit together. A thought passed through his mind, and the Dou Qi in his body swiftly surged. Only then did he suppress the churning blood in his body. Xiao Yan had suffered greatly from the attack just now. Originally, he thought that by relying on the strength of his incarnation, he would still be able to clash with it. Unfortunately, Xiao Yan had underestimated the strength of a Dou Di. Moreover, He was facing 4 elite Dodi. Haha, I thought that you had some tricks up your sleeves. Looks like you're only SOSO. It seems that I have overestimated you. Xiaoyan, I'll give you a forward evaluation. Unable to withstand a single blow, at this moment, Huoba, who was in the empty space opposite him, opened his eyes wide and stared at Xiaoyan. The corner of his mouth parted into a cold sneer. He waved his large hand, and the huge sword in his hand danced. Immediately, a couple of sword glows with frightening auras shot explosively toward Xiaoyan. The whistling sound of rushing air spread over the open ground. Xiaoyan's expression suddenly became solemn. The hand that was holding the huge ruler once again exerted strength, emitting waves of creaking sounds. Soon after, a ruthless expression surged onto Xiaoyan's face. The dou-qi in his body swiftly flowed, and the huge ruler in his hand was suddenly swung forward. Flaming, swallowing tsunami. At the same time that he let out a stern cry in his heart, the huge heavy Xian ruler in Xiaoyan's hand also continuously hacked out. In the blink of an eye, a couple of brilliant ruler glows also violently met the couple of sword glows. Bang, bang, bang. Successive explosions were emitted in midair. Following them, wave after wave of energy ripples swiftly swept over the open ground like a cluster of fog, causing the empty space between the two to fluctuate unceasingly. Just as the energy ripples scattered, Xiaoyan heard a qi sound. A strong figure suddenly appeared in the empty space in front of him. At the same time, a huge sword that was half the size of Xiaoyan's body also fell toward Xiaoyan's head. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile reading website. Chapter 685. The sudden appearance of Hua Ba caused the expressions of all the elite Dodis outside of the arena to instantly change. Such a ghost-like speed was something that even they had difficulty detecting, much less a mere bandit like Xiaoyan. What a frightening speed. This Xiaoyan is in trouble. At this moment, the only thought in everyone's hearts was that Xiaoyan would definitely die. At such a close distance, if one did not make any preparations beforehand, forget about Xiaoyan. Even the surrounding elite Dodi would not be able to do so. Zhuolin's eyes were sharp as he stared at Xiaoyan from the empty space, not far away from the arena. He believed that since Xiaoyan was able to survive in the hands of the leaders of the 4 large sects, he would not have been able to survive until now if he did not have a strong enough foundation. As expected, when the enormous sword was about to land on Xiaoyan's head in everyone's eyes, Xiaoyan finally gently lifted his eyes. A glint flickered deep within his eyes. Haha, Xiaoyan Dai, I will help you hand your corpse over to the sect. A mocking laughter was emitted from Huoba's mouth. At the same time, the enormous sword in his hand heavily descended. However, in the next moment, when the enormous sword in Huoba's hand violently descended and pierced through Xiaoyan's body, the expression in Huoba's eyes suddenly changed drastically. This afterimage, how is this possible? Huoba's heart was filled with shock. This was simply unbelievable. A moment ago, Xiaoyan was clearly below him. How was it that in the blink of an eye, only an afterimage was left? This kind of thing was really too unbelievable. When this scene appeared in front of everyone's eyes, it was not only Huoba. Even the group of elite Dodi, as well as Zhuolin and Zhuobentang, who were behind Huoba, had different expressions on their faces. Zhuolin was still fine. Although he felt quite surprised in his heart at the scene in front of him, he had already expected it in his heart. His heart swiftly calmed down when he saw Xiaoyan's afterimage gradually disappear under the enormous sword. On the other hand, the group of elite Dodi, who were standing outside of the battle, suddenly felt their hearts tremble when they saw this strange scene in front of them. At such a close distance, Xiaoyan had actually disappeared without them noticing when facing an attack from a 3-star Dodi. Wasn't this a little too frightening? This guy, how'd he do it? Even if it was the heavenly annihilation step, with his mere strength of a half-martial emperor, it was impossible for his speed to reach such a terrifying level. This guy, he's not human. The group of elite Dodi's faces were filled with shock as they stared at Xiaoyan's afterimage in the arena, which was gradually disappearing. The shock in their hearts was even greater. Young master, It is unexpected that this Xiao Yin is actually Cuckoo, being able to become the joint wanted criminal of the four large sects. How can he not have some skill? Even what you have seen now is merely the tip of the iceberg of Xiao Yan's true strength. If he were to really use his full strength, it is likely that even the combined strength of our two clans would have difficulty taking him down. Before Zhuo Bintang's voice sounded, Zhuolin quickly shook his head and laughed softly. Zhuolin's eyes suddenly turned at this moment when he said these words. He looked at a certain empty space above this open ground. At the same time, a human figure wearing a black robe slowly stepped out of the empty space at that spot. From the looks of it, who else could it be other than Xiao Yan? When Zhuo Bintang heard Zhuolin's words, he involuntarily frowned on Zhuolin's behalf. His heart swiftly thought for a moment before looking at Zhuolin in front of him. He frowned and said, "Young master's words sound a little like you are destroying your own prestige." Zhuolin immediately raised his eyebrows and smiled when these words sounded. His gaze immediately glanced at Zhuolin as he replied with a calm tone. "You say that I am destroying my own prestige. Cuckoo, do you think that you can dodge that move of Huoba's earlier?" The expression on Zhuo Bintang's face involuntarily became slightly startled when these words were uttered. His mouth opened slightly, but he ultimately frowned and did not say anything. Although he was unwilling to admit it, Zhuo Bintang understood in his heart that even he did not have much confidence in dodging that move of Huoba's earlier. However, Xiao Yan had strangely dodged it in front of the eyes of so many elite Dodi. Just this point alone was enough to cause him to feel inferior. But, young master, Xiao Yan is merely borrowing the might of the sky absolute steps. Otherwise, how can a mere bandit like him compare with a 3-star Dodi like Huoba? You say that Xiao Yan is borrowing the might of the sky absolute steps. However, don't tell me that he is not relying on the strength of a Dodi. When exchanging blows with others, one should rely on one's own ability. Never place the word fairness in one's heart. Otherwise, why don't you also use the strength of a 6-star band D to fight with him? Zhuo Bintang was dull. He had yet to spit out the words in his mouth when Zhuolin continued to speak. You should feel fortunate that you are a 3-star Dodi. Otherwise, it is really difficult to say just what the result of this battle would be. Even Sun Hanshi, a 1-star Dodi, had died in Xiao Yan's hands. An opponent of the same level is just like mud to him. He can step on them as he wishes. Zhuo Bintang completely recovered after these words were spoken. He thought about how Sun Hanshi was ultimately an elite Dodi. Yet, he had died in Xiao Yan's hands. Just how great was the strength that Xiao Yan possessed? Zhuo Bintang's wrinkled forehead involuntarily overflowed with cold sweat when he thought of this. Only then did he understand that Xiao Yan's strength was far greater than he had imagined. He was already so strong when he was merely a bandit. It was difficult to imagine just how frightening Xiao Yan's strength would be once Xiao Yan fully matured. Zhuolin's and Huoba's eyes looked at Xiao Yan, who had appeared at a certain spot in the empty space. The former's eyes contained a solemn expression. At the same time, it also contained some ridicule. On the other hand, Huoba's face was green. He was a 3-star Dodi, yet someone had actually dodged his fatal attack at such a short distance. The most infuriating thing was that the person who had dodged his attack was actually a mere 6-star bandit. If it was an ordinary time, Huoba would definitely be able to kill such a person with a single slap. However, Xiao Yan had caused his heart to be both shocked and furious. Huff and puff, Xiao Yan, who had appeared, was panting with his mouth. It was as though he had experienced some kind of intense exercise. The aura of his entire body involuntarily rose and fell. Although Xiao Yan had perfectly dodged that attack from earlier, the other party was after all an elite Dodi. When Xiao Yan had used all his strength to activate the sky absolute steps, it had naturally exhausted the Do Qi within his body. The action from earlier had exhausted nearly 1/5 of the Do Qi within Xiao Yan's body. This price could not be considered small. Of course, in proportion to this, Xiao Yan had also narrowly dodged Huoba's sudden attack. Even if you're lucky enough to dodge it once, there will definitely not be a second time. Huoba's expression was gloomy as he softly cursed. Soon after, his body suddenly shook, and he once again charged explosively toward Xiaoyan. After the previous incident, this time around, Huoba did not dare to be careless. The instant his body flashed, his body transformed into a resplendent ray of light, just like the stars in the night sky. This speed was undoubtedly much more terrifying than before. Although the two of them were separated by 1,000 feet, this was merely a matter of an instant in the eyes of an elite Dodi. Soon after, Huoba's strong body once again appeared in front of Xiaoyan like a wall. The enormous sword in his hand was raised high above his head. The instant his body appeared, the enormous sword in his hand carried an incomparably sharp sword aura as it fell towards Xiaoyan's head. At the same time, the expression on Xiaoyan's face swiftly became stern. He flipped his hand and stored the heavy Xian ruler into his storage ring. His feet moved, and the sky absolute steps was quickly unleashed. In the next moment, everyone present clearly saw that Xiaoyan's body had turned into a breeze the instant the enormous sword in Huoba's hand fell. In the blink of an eye, he had disappeared from this open ground. Soon after, the enormous sword in Huoba's hand once again slashed through empty air. Huoba's heart was suddenly shocked. Soon after, his eyes suddenly turned and looked at a certain spot in the empty space. Xiaoyan's figure had once again appeared. Xiaoyan died. A soul-shaking roar was suddenly emitted from Huoba's mouth. At the same time, Huoba's body once again flashed with an extremely fast speed. At the same time, Xiaoyan's body also followed Huoba's violent movements and rushed up time and time again. The great Dao strength combined with the wonder of the sky absolute steps allowed Xiaoyan to take the initiative each time, dodging all of Huoba's sharp attacks. In an instant, the latter was unable to do anything to Xiaoyan. Outside the arena, Zhuolin and Zhuo Bentang quietly observed the situation. However, they had no intention of intervening. Huoba was naturally aware of this. He knew that the hungry wolf from the Zhuo clan would not intervene unless there was meat. Therefore, he stopped Huo Tianyi, who had originally intended to step forward to help. His goal was to have someone on his side restrain the Zhuo clan at this moment. Otherwise, once Huo Tianyi and his strength were mostly depleted by Xiaoyan, even if they managed to capture Xiaoyan at that time, they would only end up benefiting the Zhuo clan. This was not something that Huoba was willing to do. Bang! Finally, after a long period of chasing, Xiaoyan was ultimately unable to dodge Huoba's shadowy pursuit. Although the two of them had only clashed for a short moment, Xiaoyan was blasted back by Huoba's attack. With this attack, he actually landed at the edge of the arena. At this moment, behind Xiaoyan was an endless abyss that stretched as far as the eye could see. His foot coincidentally stepped on the edge of the arena. Although he did not miss, Xiaoyan seemed to have sensed something and hurriedly shrank back. Xiaoyan, aren't you very good at running? Now, I want to see where you can run to. Huoba's body moved. In the blink of an eye, he was standing a short distance away from Xiaoyan. His gaze was dense as he stared at Xiaoyan in front of him. It was likely that the current Xiaoyan had suffered quite a serious injury after receiving his attack. After all, no matter how one compared him, Huoba was an elite 3-star Dodi. In front of a true elite Dodi, no matter how strong a Bandi was, it would pale in comparison. The enormous sword in Huoba's hand suddenly shook with force. An incomparable sword aura immediately surged apart, causing the empty space around him to bend and hum as it trembled. Soon after, an extremely frightening aura swept out from Huoba's body and heavily pressured Xiaoyan at this moment. Soon after, Xiaoyan sensed the frightening aura and pressure that had suddenly descended from above his head. His face, which was already somewhat pale due to his lack of dou qi, had become completely bloodless at this moment. His nose involuntarily emitted a muffled snort. Xiaoyan frowned. A thought passed through his mind, and the dou qi that was flowing within the veins in his body began to circulate. He wanted to use this to block the latter's aura and pressure. Unfortunately, under Hua Ba's powerful aura and pressure, even the circulation speed of the Do Qi within Xiao Yan's body was greatly affected. It was impossible for him to contend with it. Haha, this is really a mayfly trying to shake a tree. Aren't you thinking too highly of yourself if you intend to resist the pressure of my imposing aura with the strength of a mere quasi-emperor? Sensing the unusual movement within Xiao Yan's body, Hua Ba parted his mouth and smiled. His smile was filled with disdain. At this moment, Zhuolin, who was outside the arena, could not help but frown slightly when he saw this scene. Zhuo Bentang by the side also raised his eyebrows slightly when he saw this. He immediately smiled and said to Zhuolin, "Is young master thinking about this Xiao Yan again?" "Yes." Zhuolin nodded his head gently as a reply. "Haha, young master, you think too highly of this Xiao Yan. Even if his strength is extraordinary, his training talent is extremely good, and even if he defies the heavens, reality is ultimately cruel. His strength is ultimately only that of a bandit and not a dodi. A bandit will never be a match for a dodi. Even if he killed Sun Hanshi, this only proves that his puppet is extraordinary. I'm afraid that young master is a little too focused." Zhuo Bentang's eyes focused on Zhuolin in front of him as he spoke in a respectful tone. "Oh, have I really thought too highly of him?" Hearing this, Zhuolin finally slowly turned his head and stared at Zhuo Bentang. His eyes were so calm that it was frightening as he spoke. Ugh! Seeing Zhuolin once again reveal this gaze that caused one's hair to stand on end, Zhuo Bentang felt a chill run down his spine despite his age. Zhuolin's expression did not fluctuate at all as he withdrew his gaze. It once again landed on Xiao Yan in the arena, sticking to the old ways and refusing to change. This is the reason why my Zhuo clan is unable to replace the 4 large sections. This sudden sentence caused Zhuo Bentang's expression to abruptly change drastically. Before he could say anything to stop Zhuolin quickly opened his mouth and continued. "It is not that I think too highly of Xiao Yan. Instead, it is all of you. Do you think that no one on the continent is a match for you just because you're an elite dodi? Do you not know that there is always someone better than you? Have you seen a second person other than Xiao Yan who has comprehended the great Tao at the bandit class? No, you have not seen it before, but it does not mean that there is none. My Zhuo clan is merely a frog at the bottom of a well in the entire Yuanwu continent. However, do you think that these so-called 4 large sects are any better?" The cold reprimand was filled with self-mockery. Being the eldest son of the Zhuo clan, Zhuolin, who could be considered a genius in the entire western region, naturally possessed his own wild ambition. Perhaps in the eyes of others, the 4 large sects were already the top factions in the western region. Being able to join them could be considered extremely fortunate. This point was something that quite a number of people in the Zhuo clan that Zhuolin belonged to also had such thoughts in their hearts. However, the difference between them and Zhuolin was that from the way he saw it, it was his destiny to become the future leader of the Heavenly Sword sect. Even though this was the case, the Heavenly Sword sect was merely a starting point for him. In the face of his great strength, the so-called 4 large sects were merely stepping stones in his eyes. His future would definitely not be limited to this. Of course, this would also depend on the choice of the clan behind him. If the entire Zhuo clan was willing to accept him as their leader and use the strength of the entire clan to send him to the top, the Zhuo clan would definitely rise in status in the future. Otherwise, it was likely that their Zhuo clan would be trapped in this tiny corner of the continent for generations to come. If a real man wishes to accomplish something, he must not be constrained by small details. Moreover, he must not be complacent and stubborn. As for now, let's just wait and see. Xiao Yan was able to survive under the combined attack of the 4 large sections. How could he be easily dealt with by a boorish fellow like Hua Bei? After the cold reprimand, Zhuolin finally quieted down and no longer spoke. Beside him, Zhuo Bentang's eyes were filled with shock as he stared at Zhuolin in front of him. He had never imagined that the young master of his clan would actually possess such a temperament at such a young age. This was something that even he could not compare to. Admiration was revealed in his eyes as he sighed in his heart. Soon after, Luo Bentang also turned his gaze toward Xiao Yin, who was currently in the arena. After Zhuolin's words, he firmly believed in his heart that the Xiao Yin in front of him was definitely not as simple as he appeared to be. Of course, the other people in the arena were naturally unaware of the conversation between the two of them. Numerous pairs of eyes stared at Xiao Yin in the arena. Their eyes were either filled with suspicion, pity, or cold laughter. It was as though Xiao Yin had already entered a certain death situation. Humph. At this moment, the corners of Hua Ba's mouth lifted into a disdainful smile. He glanced at the two Zhua clan members behind him from the corner of his eyes. When he saw that the two of them were actually not moving, he could not help but secretly feel suspicious in his heart. At the same time, Hua Ba held the giant sword in his hand as he slowly walked towards Xiao Yin with heavy footsteps. He took a full 2 minutes to cover the distance of 100 feet. Hua Ba arrived in front of Xiao Yin. At this moment, the latter's expression appeared grave. There was a frightening pressure above his head. His entire body was dripping with perspiration. However, it was all cold perspiration. Hua Ba focused his eyes and looked over. The thing that caused him to feel uncertain was that Xiao Yan's originally pale face had appeared swollen red at this moment. Soon after, Hua Ba casually skipped over these details. He slowly extended his left hand, and the cold smile on the corners of his mouth gradually widened. In the end, he slowly pressed his hand on Xiao Yan's chest. A mere bandit actually dares to act so recklessly in front of this emperor. Wouldn't it be extremely easy for me to kill you? It would be as easy as pinching an ant to death. Hua Ba's tone was filled with ridicule as he coldly laughed. At the same time, the hand that was imprinted on Xiao Yan's chest shook slightly. Soon after, an extremely frightening dough qi erupted from his palm like a volcano. Soon after, it completely penetrated Xiao Yan's entire body from front to back. Chapter 686. Seeing that Xiao Yan's body had been penetrated once again, the expression in Hua Ba's eyes suddenly hardened. His palm, which he had shot out, was tightly clenched into a fist. Damn it, it is actually an afterimage again. Hua Ba viciously cursed in his heart. Soon after, his body suddenly turned back. A pair of eyes that were filled with fury instantly looked at a certain spot in the empty space behind him. At that spot, a human figure, whose entire body was covered by a black robe, was slowly appearing. The instant this human figure appeared, Zhuolin, who had been staring intently at Xiao Yin, could not help but frown at this moment. A suspicion involuntarily rose in his heart. Zhuolin's heart was filled with endless doubt as he stared at the gradually disappearing afterimage in front of Hua Ba. Earlier, he had clearly sensed the fluctuation of aura within Xiao Yan's body. From the looks of it, it was clear that he was already prepared to attack. However, the current situation was completely different from what he had imagined. What exactly is he planning to do? Even I am unable to guess his intentions. Zhuolin's heart was filled with shock. In his memory, there were only a handful of people who could cause him to be unable to guess the actions of others. Even those few people were people with extraordinary statuses in the entire Western region. However, the Xiao Yin in front of him really caused his heart to be filled with doubt. At this moment, Hua Ba, who was in the arena, stared intently at the black-robed human figure that had suddenly appeared in the empty space. He suddenly waved the enormous sword in his hand, and his strong body immediately turned into a cannonball that shot explosively toward Xiao Yin in the empty space. Xiao Yin, die! A furious low roar was emitted from Hua Ba's mouth. His rushing body once again shook. Dou qi poured out, causing the empty space around him to fluctuate intensely. In the blink of an eye, Hua Ba's body appeared in front of the black-robed person. Hua Ba waved his large hand. The sharp edge of his sword heavily landed on the black-robed person's head with the force of breaking bamboo. The moment the terrifying sword aura came into contact with the black-robed man's black robe, it seemed to have fallen into a bottomless abyss and disappeared in the blink of an eye. In the air, Zhuolin stared at the black-robed man. He did not dare to be careless. As the saying goes, a person closely involved in a situation is baffled while a bystander sees it clearly. He had already sensed the swiftly draining dou qi within Xiao Yan's body earlier. However, from the situation before his eyes, it was clear that Xiao Yan had yet to make a move. The more this was the case, the more Zhuo Lin could not be careless in his heart. Immediately after, the huge sword in Hua Ba's hand pierced through the black-robed man's body under the watchful eyes of the crowd. When the crowd saw this, they could not help but feel shocked for Xiao Yan. They could not help but reveal a stunned expression on their faces, dodging the attacks of a 3-star Dou Di in succession. Such a frightening speed was something that very few of the elite Dou Di present could achieve. However, this was something that even they were unable to do. Yet a 6-star bandit had done it one after another. This speed could really be described as frightening. Another afterimage? Hua Ba's expression involuntarily became gloomy when he saw the black-robed man in front of him explode into a cream-white fog. His entire body trembled intensely because of the fury in his heart. He, a dignified elite Dou Di, had merely killed a 6-star bandit. Yet, he had been toyed with by Xiao Yan. His repeated attacks were all dodged by Xiao Yan. How could he remain calm in his heart? Where would he put his face as an elite Dou Di? The fury in his heart caused the fury in his heart to become even greater. He did not expect that Xiao Yan, a bandit, would actually be able to bring him such great trouble. Zhuo Lin had another guess in his heart when he saw the black-robed human figure explode in front of Hua Ba. If that black shadow was really just an afterimage, it should have dissipated with the wind and not explode into a thick fog like this black-robed man, wrapping Hua Ba in it. No, this is not an afterimage. It is impossible for an afterimage to be like this. Since this is the case, where is Xiao Yan? Where is Xiao Yan's actual body? Zhuo Lin knit his brows tightly. The doubt in his heart grew even greater. Since this was not an afterimage of Xiao Yan and was not his actual body, where was Xiao Yan at this moment? It was impossible for him to have disappeared into thin air from this open ground, right? Damn it. Xiao Yan, are you a loach? If you have the ability, fight with the old me. A furious roar sounded in the open ground. Hua Ba's body shook, and the Dou Qi within his body immediately swept out. It swiftly scattered the thick fog that surrounded him. An extremely frightening force and pressure also swept out from Hua Ba's body. It was just like a storm that swiftly swept over the open ground. At the same time, a slight qi sound was also emitted. However, it was perfectly covered by the former's voice. Even though this was the case, this slight sound was still detected by Zhuo Lin, who was completely focused at this moment. Zhuo Lin's heart was slightly startled. Soon after, the frowning Zhuo Lin's eyes suddenly turned. He looked at the edge of the open ground, which was the spot where Xiao Yan had been standing earlier. Earlier, Hua Ba had scattered one of Xiao Yan's afterimages with one hand at that spot. However, at this moment, Zhuo Lin could clearly sense that the qi sound had originated from that spot. Don't tell me. Zhuo Lin's heart involuntarily felt a great shock when he thought of a certain possibility. At the same time, he also felt a wave of terror because of Xiao Yan's crazy action. However, a black figure flashed across the open ground like a bolt of lightning in the next moment. The direction it was heading was where Hua Ba was currently standing. Wherever the black shadow passed, the surrounding space did not stir up any abnormalities. Even the flowing wind in the air was not affected in the slightest. Young master, Zhuo Bintang, who was standing beside Zhuo Lin, had naturally sensed the black light that had suddenly appeared. Such a frightening speed caused even his heart to involuntarily tighten. Immediately, the expression on his old face changed slightly. Dou Qi swiftly surged out of his body as he prepared to attack. Although the relationship between their two clans was not friendly, they were currently standing on the same side. He could not just watch something happen to Hua Ba. Wait, have you forgotten what I said earlier so quickly? Hua Ba is a 3-star Dou Di and is not so easy to deal with. If we don't attack, there will naturally be someone who is more anxious than us. Zhuo stopped Zhuo Bentang just as he was preparing to attack. At the same time, he faintly spat out a sentence. His gaze turned and looked at Huo Tianyi in the air. Zhuo Bentang finally understood when he saw this. His tightly knit brows relaxed. The turbulent dou qi within his body also gradually calmed down at this moment. Compared to the two of them, Huo Tianyi was naturally the most anxious in his heart at this moment. Seeing that the black light had already arrived behind Huo Ba in the blink of an eye, Huo Tianyi's expression suddenly changed drastically. His heart was incomparably anxious. Without thinking, the dou qi within the vortex within his body wildly surged out as though it was free. Soon after, his body wildly flashed and rushed toward the black light. The latter had already arrived in the blink of an eye. However, it was also at this moment that the black light completely appeared. It was undoubtedly Xiaoyan. Only at this moment did Huo Ba recover. He abruptly turned his head and saw Xiaoyan, who had suddenly appeared behind him. Xiaoyan. This sudden scene caused the expression on Huo Ba's face to suddenly become startled. However, before he could do anything, Xiaoyan's face was flushed red as his palm landed heavily on Huo Ba's back. Heart-shattering palm. Following the furious cry that was emitted from Xiaoyan's heart, a frightening dou qi suddenly poured out from Xiaoyan's palm and wildly poured into Huo Ba's body. Soon after, it became like a wild horse that had escaped its reins as it wildly raged within his body. In the blink of an eye, Huo Ba's face quickly turned bright red. A blood color filled his entire body. His entire body suddenly felt cool. Soon after, he was forcefully sent flying by Xiaoyan's palm. At the same time, Huo Tianyi, who had finally arrived late, waved his large hand and similarly threw a punch that heavily smashed onto Xiaoyan's chest at this moment. Bang! Two miserable bangs sounded at the same time. Soon after, everyone present saw two similarly black-robed human figures flying backwards in different directions. The auras of the two of them had also swiftly weakened at this moment. After the two of them stabilized their bodies with great difficulty, Xiaoyan and Huo Ba involuntarily spat out a large mouthful of fresh blood. Even their expressions had turned pale in an instant. Of course, compared to Huo Ba, Xiaoyan's condition was naturally even weaker. Although Xiaoyan's heart-shattering palm had completely landed on Huo Ba's body, it was just as Zhuo had said. Huo Ba was after all a 3-star dou. Even with the strength of Xiaoyan's palm, it was difficult to kill him. At the very most, it could only cause him to lose his fighting strength for a short period of time. On the other hand, Xiaoyan was different from the former. In order to unleash this attack, Xiaoyan had really paid quite a big price. Young master, why is Xiaoyan's attack so sudden? At this moment, Zhuo Bentang, who was in the empty space, had also discovered some clues. He frowned as he looked at Zhuo in front of him. At this moment, he had been completely subdued by the latter. Although his age was far greater than the latter's, one's temperament was not something that could be judged by age alone. Have you finally discovered this point? Hearing this, Zhuo also slowly exhaled a breath of air. His voice was somewhat solemn as he spoke. When these words were spoken, Zhuo Bentang could not help but frown. His heart felt incomparably uncertain. Although Xiaoyan's speed had caused him to be quite surprised in his heart, it did not seem to be sufficient to cause Zhuo in front of him to reveal such an expression. Appearing to have sensed the emotions in Zhuo Bentang's heart, Zhuo quickly tightened his brows. His eyes stared intently at the pale-faced Xiaoyan in the arena. He paused for a moment before speaking in a serious voice. Xiaoyan, since I made my debut, you're the first person that I truly admire. If it was not for Huo Tianyi or Huo Ba, something might have really happened to him. Genius 1, second, remember this website address. Mobile version reading website. Chapter 687. The beautiful fire lotus leisurely drifted toward Zhuo in the empty air. The beautiful-looking fire lotus was just like a perfect piece of art. It gave people a feeling that they could not bear to part with it. However, when the people present focused their attention and looked at it, they would immediately discover that as this beautiful-looking fire lotus drew through the empty air, threads of a powerful destructive aura were being emitted from it. wherever the fire lotus passed, the invisible empty space would be quietly torn apart, leaving behind a dark black, endless empty space. Above this fire lotus, even these elite Dodi present similarly felt a deep fear deep within their hearts. They did not doubt that if this fire lotus in front of them were to land on the body of any one of them, the result would undoubtedly be that they would be instantly killed. Such a powerful strength was not something that anyone present could endure. What class of Do technique is this? What a frightening strength. No wonder, even the sect leaders of the 4 large sects are unable to do anything to him. Just based on this, even elite Do-D would not be able to endure it. Numerous gazes that were filled with shock and fear from the crowd stared intently at the beautiful fire lotus that was slowly drifting in the arena. At the same time, everyone began to manically maneuver the Do Chi within their bodies. They did their best to agglomerate what they believed to be their strongest defense around their bodies, intending to use this to resist the threat that was about to arrive. At this moment, Zhuolin's expression was similarly solemn as he stared at the frightening fire lotus that was heading toward him. The shock and fear in his heart was not much weaker than those ordinary elite Do-D outside of the arena. He had never expected that Xiao Yan would actually be able to completely agglomerate the 2 clusters of flames within such a short period of time. Moreover, from the looks of the result, the strength of this beautiful fire lotus was sufficient to threaten his life. This was the problem that Zhuolin was truly concerned about. Damn it, why does this brat possess such a powerful Do technique? If I had known earlier, I would have killed him earlier. He won't even have a chance to use it. Zhuolin cursed in his heart. However, he could only helplessly shake his head. No matter what he thought in his heart, it was already too late. It was useless to think too much about it. Rather than grumbling, it was better to think of a way to deal with the current situation. If the fire lotus really exploded, he was not willing to be the first to die. The gorgeous fire lotus was like a leaf that slowly floated forward in the empty space. Zhuolin, who was opposite it, finally made a move. Shua! The golden cloud sword in Zhuolin's hand suddenly shook. Sword aura rippled as it emitted a soft sword hum in the air. Soon after, a thought passed through Zhuolin's heart, and the Do Chi within his body once again wildly surged out. It followed his arm and spread all the way before finally pouring into the golden cloud sword. The golden light on the golden cloud sword surged. Following the pouring in of Do Chi, an extremely powerful and frightening aura was also emitted. After doing all this, Zhuolin still appeared to be uneasy. He frowned slightly, and soon after, his teeth violently bit the tip of his tongue. Immediately, Zhuolin's expression turned pale. A few drops of golden blood also flew out from Zhuolin's mouth. Under Zhuolin's control, they entered the golden cloud sword in his hand in a flash. These few drops of golden blood were the few remaining essence blood in Zhuolin's body. With the addition of these few drops of essence blood, an even more glaring golden light instantly shot out from the golden cloud sword. Looking from a distance, it was like a golden sun, causing one to be unable to look directly at it. However, after Zhuolin finished doing all this, the scene that everyone had imagined did not appear in front of their eyes. Instead, Zhuolin held the golden cloud sword in his hand and stood it in front of him. Under the illumination of the golden light, his entire body was buried in this cluster of golden light. Seeing that the beautiful fire lotus was about to arrive in front of him, Zhuolin calmed down. On the other hand, everyone outside the arena retreated to the edge of the arena in fear. Zhuolin slowly exhaled. At the same time, his heart moved. Soon after, a turbulent sword aura immediately swept out in all directions from within his body. Domain of the sword. As a circular golden light spread out from under Zhuolin's feet, the empty space where Xiao Yan and Zhuolin was immediately filled and buried by Zhuolin's domain of the sword. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yan on the opposite side frowned slightly. He violently shook his head and forcefully suppressed the giddy feeling that was transmitted from within his mind. At the same time, The heavenly flame within his body was also wildly refining the endless wild and violent Do Qi. After a few rounds of fighting, Xiao Yan's spiritual strength was almost completely exhausted. In order to swiftly agglomerate the Annihilation Fire Lotus earlier, Xiao Yan had exhausted all of his spiritual strength. At this moment, Xiao Yan had already broken his connection with the Annihilation Fire Lotus the moment it left his hand. Otherwise, he would have long since self-detonated the Annihilation Fire Lotus. Xiao Yan's heart also held a curious attitude toward this action of Zhuolin. He was certain that with the strength of the Annihilation Fire Lotus this time around, there was definitely no elite Do Di present who could forcefully resist it. Zhuolin also understood this in his heart. Since this was the case, what was Zhuolin's intention? Xiao Yan was naturally not the only one present who held such a curious attitude. However, the distance between the Annihilation Fire Lotus and Zhuolin was only a short 100 feet. Regardless of what they wanted to do, they would not be able to make it in time. Zhuolin, who had unleashed the domain of the sword, had a dense gaze. The sword intent in his eyes gathered, causing his eyes, which already possessed quite a deterrent force, to appear even more penetrating. Anyone who looked at them would feel as though there was a sword pointed between their brows, causing them to shudder. Imperial Sword Skill, 6th Form, Sword Seal. Fall! As the indifferent cry from Zhuolin's mouth sounded, the golden cloud sword in his hand suddenly fell at this moment. It heavily pierced the empty space in front of him. Bang! Soon after, the invisible empty space in the sky in front of Zhuolin suddenly collapsed. Soon after, an enormous golden sword, which was like a small mountain, fell from the sky. Immediately, it violently paused in the empty space in front of Zhuolin. Oh, this is the Imperial Sword Skill, huh? It is also the 6th Form, Sword Seal. If I remember correctly, Jianming had once used it when he had just arrived at the Western region. It could be considered one of the Do skills that made him famous. It is unexpected that this Zhuolin is actually able to use it. Seeing this somewhat familiar enormous sword in front of him, Xiao Yan's face involuntarily revealed a surprised expression. His heart also felt some surprise at Zhuolin's frightening training talent. The Imperial Sword Skill was able to become Jianming's famous Do skill. Its strength would naturally not be weak. It was unexpected that Zhuolin was actually able to practice it to such a level at such a young age. This also went to show just how frightening his training talent was. It was likely that even in the entire Heavenly Sword sect, or the 4 large sects, the number of people who could compare with him could be counted with one's fingers. A pressure involuntarily surged in Xiao Yan's heart when he thought of this. According to his understanding, the number 1 person among the younger generation in the Heavenly Sword sect was not a member of the Zhuo clan. It was also not anyone from the 4 large clans. Instead, it was the son of the leader of the Heavenly Sword sect, Jianming. It was rumored that the latter's strength had already reached the level of a 4-star Do Di at such a young age. This kind of training talent could truly be described as frightening. Just now, the latter's strength had already reached the level of a 4-star Do Di. It was easy to imagine that once he truly matured, his strength would definitely rise to another level. The Heavenly Sword sect had such an exceptional person who could be described as heaven-defying. It was unimaginable that the other 3 sects would definitely not lack such a genius person. Moreover, these people were all formidable opponents for Xiao Yan in the future. While Xiao Yan was thinking in this manner in his heart, Zhuolin, who was in the air, once again waved the long sword in his hand. Another low cry sounded. Soon after, the empty space in the sky once again collapsed. Similar to the former, another enormous golden sword, whose strength was not the least bit inferior to the former, landed heavily in front of the first enormous sword. The 2 enormous swords formed 2 sword shields with each other, protecting Zhuolin behind them. 4 of these enormous swords with great strength fell one after another. The 4 enormous swords used the sword shield formation to block in front of Zhuolin. The instant the 4th sword shield fell, the gorgeous fire lotus also collided with it with a loud bang. At this moment, the world was silent and the entire place was silent. Everyone present held their breaths in concentration. Even Zhuolin, who was experiencing it personally, had a grave expression on his face. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A buzzing sound rang out where the gorgeous fire lotus collided with the sword shield. At the same time, the enormous sword shield also began to tremble violently at this moment. On the other hand, the light on the gorgeous fire lotus did not weaken in the slightest. Even the speed of its rotation did not change in the slightest. Every time it rotated, it would release a terrifying aura of destruction. The powerful force wantonly spread out, forming a huge wave of energy. Like a flood or a ferocious beast, it heavily bombarded the sword shield. Every time it collided, it would cause the sword and shield to tremble violently. At the same time, thumb-sized cracks began to rapidly spread across the surface of the sword and shield. After a couple of breaths, the first sword shield suddenly burst apart in front of the gazes of all the elite Dodi present. The fire lotus strength did not decrease as it continued to slowly fly forward. Soon after, it once again collided with the second sword shield. Buzz, 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 a familiar scene once again descended. All the elite Dodi present felt a wave of shock and fear at the strength of this fire lotus. It was likely that even these elite Dodi present would not be able to easily break this sword shield when faced with it. However, at this moment, this sword shield actually appeared to be so weak in front of this fire lotus. Such a scene could not be said that this sword shield was too weak. Instead, it was Xiao Yan's annihilation fire lotus that was too frighteningly strong. Although the second sword shield persisted for a much longer time than the first sword shield, it was ultimately still gently shattered by the fire lotus. Only at this moment did the gorgeous glow on the fire lotus gradually dim. At the same time, the fire lotus also paused in the empty space. It slowly rotated and no longer moved. The appearance of this scene caused quite a number of people present to quietly sigh in relief in their hearts. They did not expect that the fire lotus would actually pause in the air at this critical moment. This caused everyone present to cry out in surprise in their hearts. However, soon after, the moment when all the elite Dodi present revealed a smile on the corner of their mouths, the outermost layer of lotus petals on the gorgeous fire lotus quietly fell off at this moment. This scene did not appear to be eye-catching. However, the moment the lotus petals fell, a terrifying aura that was filled with destruction swept across the open ground like a storm. Bang! The terrifying energy storm arrived one after another. In the blink of an eye, it shattered the sword shield that was facing it. Grug. The first to bear the brunt of it was Zhuolin. Under the extremely frightening energy storm, his expression had almost instantly turned pale. A large mouthful of fresh blood that was mixed with fragments of his internal organs was involuntarily spat out from his mouth. Zhuolin's body flew back uncontrollably. However, before the first wave of energy storm could scatter, the second layer of lotus petals fell. An even more frightening energy storm once again swept across the large open ground like a hurricane. Within a short couple of breaths, less than 20 of the dozens of elite Dodi present were still able to stand. The remaining people were either dead or seriously injured. Under this energy storm, even though they were as strong as Dodi, they were unable to change their fate of death. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In the blink of an eye, the third energy storm once again swept apart. The faces of everyone present had become incomparably pale. Even someone as strong as Baingzhua Bentang, a 3-star Dodi, had an extremely ugly expression on his face at this moment. At this moment, Zhuolin was naturally quite seriously injured under the 2 waves of energy storms. However, he relied on his own ability to barely endure. After being struck by the 2 waves of energy storms, Zhuolin's body was repeatedly sent flying. When he once again landed on the ground, he turned his gaze and coincidentally landed beside Sun Shuo. At this moment, the aura within Sun Shuo's body was extremely weak after experiencing 2 waves of energy storms. The corner of Zhuo Lin's mouth was lifted into a dark and stern smile when he saw this. Before the third energy storm arrived, Zhuo Lin forcefully endured the intense pain that was transmitted from his body. He pulled the seriously injured Sun Shuo in front of him and used the latter's body to block the incoming energy storm. At the same time, on Xiaoyan's side, after experiencing 2 waves of energy storms, the current Xiaoyan was also covered with injuries. His aura was weak as he lay on the open ground. There was no telling just how many bones in his body were broken. The injuries within his body could not be any more serious. Xiaoyan's face was ashen when he saw the arrival of the third energy storm. If Gu really did not intervene, forget about blocking it. It would be difficult for the current him to even move his finger. This time around, it was likely that he would not be able to escape this calamity. Xiaoyan's eyes glanced at the narwhal snake, which was still wrapped by the energy cuticle with great difficulty. He helplessly sighed in his heart. Immediately, he slowly shut his eyes with an unwilling heart and waited for the moment of death to arrive. Chapter 688. However, this 1,000 feet distance was merely a blink of an eye in the eyes of Dodi. As the Do Qi poured out from Zhuo Bintang's body, the current him was only a few hundred feet away from the narwhal snake. At this distance, he had complete confidence that he could stop the narwhal snake here. Qi! Zhuo Bintang's shriveled hand suddenly clenched. Immediately, Do Qi surged wildly in his palm. When he clenched it again, it had already agglomerated into a long spear. Zhuo Bintang's arm shook, and the tip of the spear suddenly turned. It carried an incomparably sharp aura as it violently smashed toward the narwhal snake. However, at this moment, the sound of rushing air was suddenly transmitted. Before Zhuo Bintang could recover, a ray of light suddenly appeared and heavily collided with Zhuo Bintang's body. Soon after, a muffled bang was emitted. Zhuo Bintang's body, which was originally charging forward, had no choice but to stop in midair. Although it was only for a short instant, the current speed of the narwhal snake was enough to leave Zhuo Bintang far behind. In an instant, when Zhuo Bintang hurriedly came back to his senses and raised his head abruptly, he saw that the narwhal snake had already left him far behind. Even if he wanted to chase after it now, he wouldn't be able to catch up. When he thought of this in his heart, a fury rose in Zhuo Bintang's heart. A pair of old eyes that were filled with fire suddenly looked at the white-robed person not far away in the empty space beside him. It was Bai Ying. Bai Ying, what are you trying to do? Zhuo Bintang's eyes were about to crack. He did not expect that he would be obstructed by Bai Ying at such a crucial moment when he was only a step away from the narwhal snake. Swoosh! However, the instant Zhuo Bintang's words sounded, Bai Ying, who was in front of him, hurriedly turned his body. His body appeared somewhat miserable as he flashed across the empty space beside him. Immediately, a strange purple-gold lightning suddenly pierced through the spot where Bai Ying was standing. Soon after, its target changed to Zhuo Bintang. Its aura did not diminish as it charged toward him. Bang! Another sudden turn of events caused Zhuo Bintang's expression to change drastically. Before he could react, the strange bolt of lightning had already landed heavily on Zhuo Bintang's body. Only at this moment did Zhuo Bintang clearly see that the purple-gold lightning bolt that had arrived before him was actually the Northern King. Soon after, Zhuo Bintang finally regained his senses. His body was sent heavily flying. Finally, he was like a falling meteor as he violently smashed into the open ground below. Although it was not enough to seriously injure Zhuo Bintang, the North King's power was enough to make Zhuo Bintang temporarily lose his ability to fight. In the air, Bai Ying's face was completely red as he glared hatefully at the North King. Only then did he turn to Zhuo Bintang and roar furiously. What are you doing here? Do you now know why I have coincidentally bumped into you? If it wasn't because your Zhuo clan refused to lend a hand, how would I be defeated by such a dead thing? Humph, you want to reap the benefits without doing anything? I'm afraid that you have underestimated this Xiaoyan. Bai Ying's face was filled with grievance. The roar from his mouth actually caused the face of his 3-star Do Di from the Zhuo clan to turn green. Zhuo Bintang did not truly sense the strength of the Northern King from the collision earlier. However, from the current situation, he did not dare to underestimate the Northern King. By being able to beat the clan head of the Bai clan, who was also one of the four great clans, in such a state, Zhuo Bintang was able to imagine the strength of the Northern King without thinking too much. Of course, if he were to know that all of this was done by Bai Ying, it was unknown just what kind of thoughts he would have in his heart. At the same time, without any obstruction, the narwhal snake's charging speed became even more terrifying. It opened its huge snake mouth and emitted a shocking roar. Its huge body suddenly shook, and its charging speed became extremely frightening. At this moment, Zhuo Lin's body had already caught up with Huatiani. Being a 2-star Do D, the strength of a 1-star Do D was no different from an ordinary Band D to Zhuo Lin. In the blink of an eye, Huatiani had been overtaken by Zhuo Lin. Seeing Zhuo Lin suddenly charge forward, the expression on Huatiani's face instantly changed. Earlier, he had focused his attention on Xiao Yin in front of him. Until this moment, he still did not understand what was happening around him. However, by the time he recovered, Zhuo Lin had already violently charged toward Xiao Yan. Bastard! Xiao Yan's life is mine. I should be the one to kill him. The expression on Hua Tianyi's face swiftly became ferocious. At the same time, his body suddenly shook, and he used even more strength to charge toward Xiao Yan. At the same time, the narwhal snake was crazily charging toward them from the empty space to one side of the two of them. Zhuo Lin, move aside for this young master. The furious roar from Hua Tianyi's mouth sounded. He waved his arm and threw a heavy punch toward Zhuo Lin's face. Oomph! Do you really think that you have the ability to contend with a 2-star Do D just because your strength has reached the advanced 1-star Do D level? You really overestimate yourself. With regard to this, Zhuo Lin was even more disdainful. He waved his sleeve, and a sharp sword aura instantly agglomerated into a substance. With just one attack, not only did it force Huatiani back, it also forcefully broke the 4 finger bones on Huatiani's right hand. If Huatiani himself was not a Do D, it was likely that Zhuo Lin's attack earlier would have been enough to cripple Huatiani's palm. Huatiani's heart was filled with dissatisfaction after his attack was thwarted. He wanted to charge forward once again. However, at this moment, an enormous shadow behind him, like a toppling Mount Tai, heavily pressed down on him. What? Only at this moment did Huatiani finally discover the narwhal snake behind him. The expression on his face suddenly changed wildly. At the same time, the Do Qi in his body crazily surged out as if it was free of charge. His 2 feet hurriedly ran through the empty space. The corner of his eyes glanced at the enormous shadow behind him that was getting increasingly closer. Shock was written all over Hua Tianyi's face. In his heart, he even regretted not being born with 2 more legs. Of course, Zhuo Lin was similarly shocked in his heart. The narwhal snake, which should have been stopped by Zhuo Bintang, had actually suddenly appeared behind them. This was really frightening. In this way, the appearance of the narwhal snake had once again ruined Zhuo Lin's plan that was right in front of him. Damn it, I must kill Xiao Yan. Even if you're already a 4-star Do D, you cannot stop me. Zhuo Lin viciously cursed in his heart. He even wished that he could kill Zhuo Bintang here and now. However, putting aside Zhuo Bintang's strength, just the current situation made it difficult for him to deal with it. Zhuo Lin, it's all your fault. You didn't make a move for so long and only wanted to be the fisherman. Now, you have finally failed miserably at such an easy task and have thrown yourself into it. With death at hand, Huatiani's heart was filled with anger. At the same time that he let out a furious roar, his eyes revealed a sinister expression as he laughed out loud. Humph die. The only one who will die is you. I will not die. The muscles on Zhuo Lin's face involuntarily twitched when he heard this. Soon after, however, the viciousness on Zhuo Lin's face became even denser. The gaze he used to look at Huatiani was filled with killing intent. Soon after, his body, which was originally rushing forward at an extremely fast speed, suddenly paused at this moment. The 2 of them, who were originally only a short distance away from Hua Tianyi, were now less than half a meter away from each other in the blink of an eye. Zhuo, just obediently die for me. Hua Tianyi let out a stern laugh. He waved his large hand and grabbed at Zhuolin's ankle. Humph! Get lost! A disdainful cold laugh was immediately emitted from Zhuolin's mouth when he saw this scene. He twisted his leg, and Dou Qi surged wildly. Soon after, he heavily stomped on Hua Tianyi's chest. Bang! A frightening Dou Qi immediately poured out when this attack landed. Regardless of how Hua Tianyi tried to block it, it was completely useless. The Sword Qi method of the Heavenly Sword Sect was known for its powerful attacking strength. With Zhuolin's current strength of a 2-star Dou Di, the golden-colored Dou Qi instantly agglomerated into a sharp blade. Although it appeared ordinary, Zhuolin was already prepared. This attack was something that even a 2-star Dou Di like him would not dare to underestimate, much less Hua Tianyi, who was merely a 1-star Dou Di. Zhuolin was clearly unable to kill Hua Tianyi with just one attack. However, his aim was clearly not this. At the same time that his foot landed, Zhuolin borrowed the force from his feet and violently stomped on Hua Tianyi's chest. His body borrowed the force and once again shot out explosively. At the same time, Hua Tianyi's body was sent into the shadow that covered the sky. A sharp, miserable cry was emitted from the shadow. Zhuolin's body had already taken the opportunity to escape from the area covered by the shadow. When he turned his head to look, the pupils in his eyes suddenly shrunk. Even his entire body could not help but tremble slightly at this moment. Looking over at this moment, the shadow was actually the narwhal snake's large mouth that was angrily opened. Hua Tianyi had just been swallowed by it. His heart recalled the scene of Hua Tianyi being swallowed into the narwhal snake's stomach. Even with his mental strength, his heart involuntarily felt like it was being overturned. The muscles at the corner of his eyes twitched slightly. Even his breathing had temporarily paused. However, soon after, the enormous body of the narwhal snake suddenly began to twist. The body at its abdomen swiftly swelled. In the blink of an eye, the originally enormous body of the narwhal snake had swelled to more than double its original size. At the same time, waves of painful hissing sounds were emitted from the mouth of the narwhal snake. Even though it was a magical beast with the strength of a 4-star Dou Di, it would still have to pay quite a big price to swallow a Dou Di. Burp. A moment later, just when everyone present thought that the body of the narwhal snake would burst apart because of this, the narwhal snake suddenly raised its enormous snake head high. Its enormous body suddenly trembled intensely. Soon after, a long and loud burp was suddenly emitted from its mouth. Ugh! The appearance of this scene caused the expressions on the faces of everyone present to instantly solidify. Everyone's mouth was wide open. Their faces revealed an extremely shocked expression. No one had expected that what they thought would burst apart and die would actually turn into such an awkward and humorous appearance. Cough, cough. In the empty air, the still pale face Xiao Yin involuntarily coughed a couple of times intensely when he saw this sudden scene. His heart, however, was emitting a rejoicing laughter. Fortunately, the strength of the one-legged golden snake was actually able to raise to such an extent at this critical moment. If the narwhal snake had not been present during this trip to the remains, it was likely that Xiao Yin would not have been able to endure until now. Thank you very much. Lifting his head to look at the gradually recovering narwhal snake in front of him, Xiao Yin spat out sincere words of gratitude from his mouth. Upon hearing this, the huge body of the latter twisted slightly. A hissing sound was emitted from its mouth, as if it was rejecting and accepting at the same time. Xiao Yin smiled knowingly. His gaze slowly swept across the huge body of the latter. When his gaze shifted to the tail of the narwhal snake, he realized that a layer of crystal-like golden energy cuticle was gradually spreading on the entire body of the one-legged golden snake at a speed visible to the naked eye. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yin could not help but exclaim in his heart. While his brows were tightly knitted together, he was both surprised and happy in his heart. It was not the first time that Xiao Yin had seen this strange energy cuticle. This was usually due to the excessive power in the body of the devourer, causing the energy to materialize. This also meant that the narwhal snake was about to enter a period of deep sleep. Once he lost the support of the narwhal snake, this powerful fighting force, it would be very difficult to face the four great clans again. Of course, putting all these aside, the appearance of this energy cuticle also meant that the strength of the narwhal snake could still continue to increase. After it had completely devoured all this energy, the strength of a narwhal snake would most likely be raised to the level of a late-stage 5-star Dodi. This kind of strength, even in the entire Western region, could be said to be at the top of the pyramid among all the elite Dodi. This strength would undoubtedly become a great fighting force for Xiao Yin when he went against the four great sects in the future. But now all of this was still unknown. At this moment, Zhuolin, who was in the sky, also discovered the little change on the narwhal snake's body. Suddenly, a golden light shot out from his eyes. His face, which was still showing a grave expression a moment ago, revealed a cold expression the next moment. Ha ha! The heavens are really helping me. Xiao Yin, no matter how good your luck is, you will not be able to escape the fate of dying in my hands today. Zhuolin's expression was ferocious. His gaze focused on the energy cuticle that was rapidly spreading on the narwhal snake's body. A thought passed through his mind, and a puff sound was heard. Surging dough, qi, surged out from his body. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile reading website. Chapter 689. The powerful aura was like a huge mountain that shrouded the space where Xiao Yin was currently standing. Zhuolin's figure stood not far away from Xiao Yin. His dou qi surged, and his 2-star dou di aura pressed down heavily on Xiao Yin without holding back. Looking at his ferocious face, it was as if he wanted to swallow Xiao Yin alive. Under the pressure of the latter's powerful aura, even if the current Xiao Yin were to use all of his strength, he would be powerless. The current battle had yet to begin, but Xiao Yin had already been defeated. On the other side of the empty space, the narwhal snake was crazily twisting its body. Its snake mouth was wide open as it emitted waves of ear-piercing hisses. It tried its best to charge toward Zhuolin. If it could, the narwhal snake would not hesitate to swallow Zhuolin alive. Unfortunately, no matter how hard it struggled, it was still futile. Even Zhuolin's gaze when he looked at it had a mocking look in it. When everyone present looked over, they realized that there was a thick layer of energy cuticle on the narwhal snake's body. It was spreading at an incredible speed. Everywhere that was covered by the stratum corneum, it was as if it had been watered with copper water and could not move. Therefore, the narwhal snake struggled for a long time to no avail, and Zhuolin was able to sneer at it. Xiao Yin, who had also witnessed this scene, felt his heart sink. He did not expect the positive energy cuticle to spread so quickly. If it continued to spread at this speed, he believed that the narwhal snake would be completely covered by the energy cuticle in no time. When that time came, even if it was unwilling, it could only helplessly enter a deep slumber. Xiao Yan would also have to face 2 elite Dodi. Thinking of this, Xiao Yan's heart immediately became serious. However, before he could think any further, the terrifying aura above his head came one after another. Humph humph, even at such a time, you still have the mood to be concerned about this beast. You should first think about yourself. Zhuolin's tone was dense as he laughed coldly. Soon after, he opened and closed his palm. A short sword immediately appeared in his hand. His feet violently stepped on the empty space. The terrifying strength caused the invisible space to ripple. At the same time, Zhuolin's body shot out. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived above Xiao Yan's head. Zhuolin's hand held the short sword tightly. His expression was fierce. A biting, cold, killing intent surged out from his eyes. The corner of his mouth lifted slightly, revealing a row of dense white teeth that contained a dense cold light, causing one to shudder. Xiao Yan, die. Zhuolin's mouth was filled with coldness. Dou Qi could be heard from the short sword in his hand as he ruthlessly swung it down toward Xiao Yan's head. Clang! Soon after, just as the short sword in Zhuo Lin's hand was about to land on Xiao Yan's head, an enormous black-colored ruler suddenly blocked the top of Xiao Yan's head. At the same time, it also blocked this fatal blow. Although this was the case, Xiao Yan's body flew back over 10 steps in a miserable manner. Finally, he borrowed the weight of the heavy Xian ruler to pull his body back. Zhuo Lin's figure suddenly stood at the spot where he had been standing earlier. His expression was not only not angry, but instead revealed a mocking smile. Humph humph, a trap beast will still put up a fight. I want to see just how many times you can block. Zhuo Lin's body once again disappeared the instant his mocking laughter sounded. All that was left was an illusionary afterimage. At the same time, the expression on Xiao Yan's face suddenly changed drastically. The hand that was holding the enormous ruler suddenly exerted force. His body moved and hurriedly rushed to the side. Ha ha! Suddenly, a dark and cold mocking laughter was transmitted from beside Xiao Yan's ear. At the same time, a sharp blade that contained a cold glint ruthlessly pierced toward Xiao Yan's back. Clang! The next moment, following the clear sound of metal colliding, Xiao Yan's body suddenly flew forward. Zhuo Lin's expression changed slightly. His body swiftly turned and swiftly dodged the enormous ruler that was pouncing toward him. When Xiao Yan once again stabilized his body, Zhuo Lin's body moved and once again charged toward Xiao Yan. In the next moment, an enormous dough chi-like cluster suddenly brushed past Zhuo Lin's face. It was only an instant away from violently smashing into Zhuo Lin's body. An instant later, Zhuo Lin's body gradually calmed down like a statue. When he recovered, he realized that his clothes were actually instantly drenched in cold sweat. What he did not know was that even his face had appeared extremely pale at this moment. Although most of the narwhal snake's body was no longer able to move, one should not forget that even though it was unable to personally move, it could still use its dou qi to help Xiao Yan resolve the danger. Unfortunately, the final result was much worse than what it had expected. Otherwise, just that attack earlier would have been enough to cause him to lose all of his fighting strength. An attack from a 4-star dou di was no joke. Just based on Zhuo Lin's current strength, it was as if he was facing a half-D expert. He could not even withstand a single blow. Zhuo Lin slowly exhaled with a heart full of fear. In the next moment, he suddenly turned around. The fear in his eyes disappeared in an instant. What replaced it was a gloomy and ice-cold expression that was as cold as the underworld. Zhuo Bintang, kill this bastard. An extremely low and deep voice was spat out one word at a time from Zhuo Lin's mouth. At the same time he said these words, everyone present could even sense that the empty space that everyone was standing in was trembling slightly. It was not difficult to imagine just how great the fluctuation in Zhuo Lin's heart was at this moment. When Zhuo Bintang heard Zhuo Lin's words, the expression on his old face suddenly stiffened. Until now, this young master of his had truly become angry. Yes, although he knew that he was no match for the narwhal snake, he also understood that he would not have a good ending if he offended Zhuo Lin. The degree of his misery might even be more miserable than dying in the hands of the narwhal snake. Instead of the latter, he felt that he might have a chance if he went all out. Immediately, Zhuo Bintang's figure moved and quickly came in front of the narwhal snake. At this moment, the thick layer of energy keratin had already covered more than half of the narwhal snake's body. At this moment, the narwhal snake could only move part of the area below its head. At the same time, on Xiao Yan's side, Zhuo Lin's gaze once again fell on Xiao Yan. The expression in his eyes became colder and colder. The corners of his mouth curled into a cruel smile. His entire face looked abnormally twisted. Die! With a move of his body, Zhuo Lin's figure instantly disappeared above the empty space. Xiao Yan's expression changed again. At the same time, he did not dare to be negligent. His figure moved quickly and dodged in all directions. The dark, heavy buster sword in his hand was also waved, barely blocking some of the attacks that came towards him. However, even so, Xiao Yan's body had suffered quite a number of injuries in a short period of time. Although he had avoided his vital parts, the piercing pain that came from his wounds when they came into contact with the air caused Xiao Yan's face to be distorted. Mmph. Zhuolin merely smiled ferociously in the face of this. A thought passed through his mind, and numerous golden-colored short swords that contained a cold glow swiftly agglomerated in the air around him. Following a thought from Zhuolin, they instantly transformed into numerous golden glows that violently pierced towards Xiao Yan from different directions. Ding, 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 ding. The densely packed sound of metal colliding rang out continuously. Most of the sword lights were blocked by Xiao Yan's dark heavy buster sword. However, there were still quite a number of them that forcefully broke through the corresponding defense. In just a short period of time, many thumb-sized holes were left on Xiao Yan's body. The holes were so deep that they reached his bone marrow and the pain penetrated his soul. Even so, Xiao Yan could only clench his teeth and endure the pain. From the corner of his eyes, he glanced at the spot where the narwhal snake was standing. However, he saw that the latter had already been completely wrapped up by the energy cuticle. Even though he was unwilling, he had to admit that the narwhal snake in front of him was like a fish on a chopping board. Even though its skin was thick, it could only be slaughtered. At this moment, Zhuo Bintang was displaying sets of powerful dough techniques with a cold face. He was trying to break open the energy cuticle on the surface of the narwhal snake's body in order to completely kill it. Seeing this scene, the muscles on Xiao Yan's face could not help but twitch intensely. Although Zhuo Bintang's attacks were like stones sinking into the sea when they landed on the energy cuticle, if he continued to deplete it endlessly, the positive energy cuticle would be broken open sooner or later. Whether the narwhal snake lived or died was only a matter of time. Damn it! Immediately, Xiao Yan was furious. However, even if this was the case, it could not change the fact that he was also extremely weak at this moment. His body was constantly hovering on the edge of life and death. If he was already in such a state, how could he save others? Haha, Xiao Yan, what is it? Even at such a time, you still have a mind to care about the life and death of this beast. Don't tell me that you don't care about me at all. You are really courting death. Zhuolin shouted angrily. Immediately after, his body moved. In the blink of an eye, he had already appeared in front of Xiao Yan. With a twist of his wrist, the short sword in his hand revolved in his palm. With a flip of his hand, he slashed at Xiao Yan's throat. The sudden change caused Xiao Yan to be greatly alarmed. Although he managed to twist his body in time to avoid being hit in a vital spot, the short sword still left a shallow wound on his neck. As fresh blood flowed out, an icy feeling quickly surged up from the bottom of Xiao Yan's heart. Even his back felt icy cold. The breathing from Xiao Yan's nose became sluggish. He carefully used his hand to gently rub the spot where he had been injured. Immediately, pain was transmitted. Xiao Yan's heart paused at this moment. The muscles on his face could not help but tremble intensely. It was as though his soul had been touched. Immediately after, Xiao Yan's heart strangely calmed down. Don't worry, I promise you that I will definitely bring you out of here. Since I have said it, I will definitely do it, no matter what. Xiao Yan muttered in his heart. His originally hurried breathing also calmed down at this moment. Even his deathly pale face seemed to have recovered. Oh, why? You want to make a final gamble? Then come, let us decide the victor with one move. Today, I will let these fellows see with their own eyes that Xiao Yan, whose name resounds throughout the entire western region, will die at my hands today. Zhuolin coldly snorted. His face was filled with ridicule. Soon after, Zhuolin waved his large hand. Golden dough, chi spluttered out from his palm. It was like flowing water as it swiftly transformed and agglomerated. Finally, it turned into a golden longsword. Golden Cloud Sword. It's the Golden Cloud Sword. Tisk TSK. This is the weapon that made young Master Zhuo famous. It is said that it has been with young Master Zhuo since a long time ago. It is said that as long as young Master Zhuo uses this sword, he will definitely not be defeated. Looks like young Master Zhuo intends to use this sword to continue the legend this time around. At the same time that Zhuolin took out this sword, the crowd outside the window could not help but become restless. Clearly, this so-called Golden Cloud sword was quite famous in the Western region. "Umph, Xiaoyan, it is worth it for you to die under my Golden Cloud sword today. My Golden Cloud sword has always only killed experts above the Dodi level. It is your honor for a mere bandit like you to die under my Golden Cloud sword." Zhuolin listened to the praises that were transmitted from the mouths of the crowd outside the arena. At the same time, the golden sword in his hand was pointed at Xiaoyan. At the same time, the majestic Doqi within the vortex in his body surged out as though it was free of charge. It followed Zhuolin's body and circled around his arm like numerous water snakes. Finally, it entered the golden cloud sword in Zhuolin's hand. With the pouring of Doqi, the golden cloud sword glowed brightly. An incomparably powerful, overbearing aura also spread out from it. The faces of those who sensed this aura involuntarily became solemn. This golden cloud sword was indeed extraordinary. By being able to become the weapon of the eldest son of the Zhuo clan, the head of the 4 great clans, its strength was really not something that an ordinary weapon could compare with. Compared to Zhuolin's sharp edge, Xiaoyan's actions caused others to feel disgusted and strange upon seeing him. Just as everyone thought that Xiaoyan was preparing to use his final dose skill, the following scene caused everyone present to be instantly stunned. Not only did Xiaoyan not use the heavy Xian ruler, he instead flipped his hand and put it away. Soon after, he spread his hands in front of Zhuolin's displeased gaze. Soon after, a glow flashed in his palm, and a couple of jade bottles appeared in Xiaoyan's hand. Bang! With a slight shake, Xiaoyan shattered all the jade bottles in his hand. After which, what was revealed were the dozens of medicinal pills that were added together. In an instant, a rich medicinal fragrance quickly spread across the square, causing the faces of everyone present to change. These are Tier 3 medicinal pills? These are all Tier 3 medicinal pills. Even if he is a Tier 3 alchemist, it is likely that even the Alchemist Alliance does not have the ability to take out so many Tier 3 medicinal pills at once. At this moment, everyone present was shocked in their hearts. Everyone's gaze uniformly landed on the medicinal pills in Xiaoyan's hands. If he were to take out so many Tier 3 medicinal pills, it would attract countless number of elite Dodi to snatch them. Now that they were placed in front of them, it would be a lie to say that they were not tempted. However, they also knew Xiaoyan's ability. Since he dared to take out so many medicinal pills in front of everyone, he naturally had a way to protect them. However, in front of everyone's fiery hot gazes, Xiaoyan opened his mouth wide. At the same time, he suddenly lifted one of his hands and violently stuffed the medicinal pill in his hand into his mouth. From the looks of it, it seemed that he wished that he could stuff his hand into it as well. Ugh! This sudden scene caused everyone's bodies to instantly stiffen. They were like numerous statues that were fixed on the spot. They watched as Xiaoyan lifted his second hand. Soon after, he took another big mouthful of medicinal pills and violently stuffed them into his mouth. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile reading website. Chapter 690. Dozens of elite Dodis in the large square were stunned as they watched Xiaoyan gradually swallow a large mouthful of medicinal pills with great difficulty. Other than the extreme shock in their hearts, there was also a craziness because of it. This action was really crazy. Even they did not dare to attempt it. Dozens of Tier 3 medicinal pills were actually swallowed by Xiaoyan at one go. The powerful strength that they brought was sufficient to cause Xiaoyan's body to explode. This action of Xiaoyan was no different from committing suicide. This fellow knows that he no longer has any way to survive. Is he planning to risk his life for another? He is really crazy. Ugh, it's just a pity. He has such great training talent at such a young age, but he just had to provoke the 4 large sections. He is really young and frivolous. He does not know the immensity of the world. Shocked and regretful voices quietly spread from the crowd. Everyone's eyes revealed a pitiful expression when they looked at the current Xiaoyan. Even if the entire western region was not filled with elite Dodi, there were still quite a number of them. However, Even they did not dare to face the four large sects head-on. However, Xiao Yin in front of them was great. His strength was merely that of a six-star bandit. Yet, he was still active in the western region despite being searched by the four large sections. Although he had been lucky enough to successfully escape from the hands of the four large clans a couple of times earlier, it seemed that he would not have the slightest chance of survival this time around. This lunatic, seeing that Xiao Yin had actually swallowed dozens of Tier 3 medicinal pills at one go. Even with Zhuo Lin's character, he could not help but curse softly at this moment. The expression on his face changed as he instantly withdrew the golden cloud sword in his hand. The Do Qi within his body also wildly surged out and swiftly agglomerated into a golden Do Qi light barrier around him. The strength that erupted from dozens of Tier 3 medicinal pills was sufficient to turn Xiao Yan's body into an extremely large human bomb. Once it exploded, not only would Xiao Yan die, but even many of the elite Do Di present might not be able to endure the frightening strength that completely swept out. This was something that even someone as confident as Zhuo Lin did not dare to be careless in his heart. While Zhuo Lin flashed back, the crowd outside the arena also began to raise the Do Qi within their bodies. They were naturally able to see the imminent danger in the arena. For the sake of their own lives, these people did not dare to be the slightest bit careless. While everyone in the arena was moving, the dozens of medicinal pills within Xiao Yan's body were being refined at the same time. Immediately, an extremely frightening medicinal strength surged violently within Xiao Yan's body like a volcano erupting. The powerful and overbearing strength was like a group of wild horses that had escaped their reins as it swiftly swept through Xiao Yan's limbs and bones. At this moment, the cells all over her body appeared to be extremely hungry. The moment the medicinal strength of the medicinal pills surged over, she began to wildly absorb them. Within a short couple of breaths, the aura within Xiao Yan's body had already returned to its peak. However, the outcome was far from this. Even though the aura within Xiao Yan's body had already returned to its peak, the medicinal strength that had been exhausted was only a small portion of the amount that had been completely merged with the dozens of medicinal pills. The remaining strength was wildly colliding within Xiao Yan's body. It could not be controlled as it forcefully surged into every cell in Xiao Yan's body. At this moment, Xiao Yan was like a bucket that had already been filled with water. Even though the bucket was already full, an enormous amount of water was still wildly pouring into it. However, in the blink of an eye, the skin all over Xiao Yan's body had become boiling hot. Its color had also turned blood red. His entire person looked like a blood person, appearing extremely terrifying. Of course, this was merely Xiao Yan's outer appearance. At this moment, the inside of his body was even more chaotic. The frightening energy that had been agglomerated from dozens of Tier 3 medicinal pills crazily shuttled back and forth within Xiao Yan's body, causing waves of intense throbbing pain to be repeatedly emitted from within his body. Damn it, I was careless. I never thought that the power of a Tier 3 medicinal pill would be even more terrifying than I had expected. Xiao Yan could not help but curse as he tried his best to control the rampaging energy within his body. Immediately after, Xiao Yan fiercely clenched his teeth as he suddenly let out a low roar in his heart. He suddenly clenched his fists tightly. The frightening strength caused the surrounding space to tremble slightly. At the same time, Xiao Yan's heart moved. The remaining spiritual strength in his heart flowed downwards without reservation. It crazily invaded his body and forcefully gathered the scattered wild energy once again. Of course, this kind of action could only have a temporary effect. As long as Xiao Yan did not completely exhaust the energy within his body, this energy would sooner or later spread once again. When that time came, the energy that had been agglomerated would instantly erupt. The strength that erupted at that moment would be sufficient to instantly tear Xiao Yan apart. Xiao Yan was unwilling to cause his own death, so, after temporarily gathering the wild and violent energy within his body, Xiao Yan widened his mouth. Immediately, A couple of different colored wild and violent flames were spat out from Xiaoyan's mouth. They were suspended in the empty space in front of Xiaoyan. At this moment, the heavenly flames that were standing in front of Xiaoyan were the top 6 heavenly flames on the heavenly flame ranking. However, the purifying demonic lotus flame and the nihility devouring flame were missing. Hence, Xiaoyan used the other 2 heavenly flames to replace them. After summoning the heavenly flames, what Xiaoyan needed to do next was to gather these 6 types of heavenly flames and agglomerate the strongest Do skill that Xiaoyan had created himself, the Annihilation Fire Lotus. Xiaoyan did not hesitate when he summoned the 6 types of heavenly flames. 2 of his fat hands, which appeared large due to being filled with energy, slammed heavily in front of him. Immediately, these 6 types of heavenly flames were violently slammed together. At the same time, the wild and violent energy within them also collided in an instant. Sizzle! A firelight shot out, and the wild and violent energy instantly invaded. Both of Xiaoyan's hands were immediately replaced by numerous scarlet wounds. Fresh blood dripped from them. Just looking at them caused one's heart to feel a pain. The corner of Xiaoyan's mouth involuntarily parted. While his mouth inhaled a breath of cold air, his hand did not dare to hesitate even a little. The remaining spiritual strength between his brows wildly surged out of his body. He used all of his strength to control the brilliant cluster of flames that was constantly emitting a slight explosion in his hand. Droplets of scarlet water swiftly fell from Xiaoyan's forehead. However, it was unknown whether it was sweat or blood. The pain arrived. However, at the same time that fresh blood was the price, the few clusters of flames in Xiaoyan's hands were swiftly merging at a speed visible to the naked eye. Within a short moment, the flames in Xiaoyan's hands had already vaguely reached an equilibrium point. There was a great trend of merging. At the same time that Xiaoyan did these actions, everyone outside of the battleground also used different gazes to observe the actions of Xiaoyan in the battleground. Immediately, the many elite Dodi, who had been shocked by Xiaoyan swallowing over 10 Tier 3 medicinal pills at one go, were once again shocked by Xiaoyan. This fellow, he is really capable of doing anything when he's about to die. Has he really gone crazy? He actually wants to forcefully merge the heavenly flames together. How is this possible? Lunatic. This fellow is a lunatic. If you want to die, you can die by yourself. The old me does not wish to die with you. Immediately, various voices were emitted from the crowd. Some were shocked, some were shocked. At the same time, there was also fear. The wild and violent nature of a heavenly flame was something that the entire continent acknowledged. The wild and violent nature of a heavenly flame meant that it was destined to be unable to coexist and merge with anything in this world. At this moment, this action of Xiaoyan was undoubtedly challenging something that the entire continent did not dare to confirm. How could this not cause them to feel shocked and terrified? Damn it, what exactly is this brat trying to do? The expression in Zhuolin's eyes also changed after seeing this scene. His heart was filled with respect for the heavenly flame, and he did not dare to have any thoughts about it. After all, everyone in the entire continent knew that the heavenly flame in the world had already transformed into a spirit. There were existences that they could not afford to offend. How would he dare to have any thoughts about the heavenly flame? Even though this was the case, Xiaoyan's actions still caused him to feel a wave of fear from his heart. Puff! At the same time, a puff sound was suddenly heard in the empty space in front of Xiaoyan. Another cluster of dense, white flames suddenly rose. This dense white flame was undoubtedly the bone-chilling flame. Xiaoyan was involuntarily stunned when he saw this sudden scene. Even the heavenly flame that was being forcefully agglomerated in his hand suddenly erupted. Firelight shot out, and Xiaoyan's hands were covered by scarlet-red, fresh blood, giving him a frightening appearance. Let's add this to the mix. Although the old me has already said that I will not fight for you, lending you the heavenly flame should not be considered as fighting for you. Guyu laughed as he spoke. Xiaoyan's heart was slightly startled when he heard this. He quietly thanked Guyu in his heart. Soon after, he did not say anything else. He was aware that this was not the time to joke around. Just these 6 types of heavenly flames might be able to deal with an ordinary elite Do D, but those 3-star Do D were not ordinary individuals. With Xiao Yan's current strength, he did not have a 50% chance of killing them with these 6 types of heavenly flames. However, if the bone-chilling flame was added into the mix, Xiao Yan would at least have a 50% chance of being able to rely on the extermination fire lotus to fight with those 3-star Do D. Even if he could not kill them, he would be able to cause them to pay a great price. Bang! Both of Xiao Yan's hands slammed together. The brilliant flame and the dense, white heavenly flame smashed together. Immediately, an even more wild and violent strength erupted from between the 2 clusters of flames. Even the surrounding empty space fluctuated intensely. At the same time, Zhuolin on the opposite side also stared intently at the 2 clusters of flames between Xiao Yan's hands with a pair of sword-like eyes. He sensed the frightening, destructive aura that erupted from them. Without realizing it, the expression in his eyes gradually became sharp. From Xiao Yan's crazy actions earlier until now, Zhuolin was certain that this was not the first time that Xiao Yan had done something like this. Since this was the case, once the 2 clusters of flames in Xiao Yan's hands were completely merged together, just how frightening would the strength that would erupt be after the 7 types of heavenly flames were merged? Zhuolin's heart immediately tightened when he thought of this. Only then did he understand that Xiao Yan had not swallowed dozens of medicinal pills because he wanted to take them down with him. Instead, he wanted to rely on this trump card of his to finish off everyone present in one fell swoop. However, from the looks of it at this moment, in order to quickly agglomerate this Do technique, Xiao Yan seemed to need to focus all of his attention on the 2 clusters of flames in his hands. Since you have no time to be distracted, I want to see just how you're going to agglomerate this Do technique. If the Do technique is not formed, the only path left for you is death. Zhuolin let out a ferocious laugh in his mouth. His hand, which was retracted, slowly tightened. The golden cloud sword, which had originally been stored in his storage ring, once again quietly appeared in Zhuolin's hand at this moment. Swoosh! Soon after, when everyone's gazes were focused on Xiao Yan, Zhuolin's body suddenly disappeared from the empty space where he was standing earlier. At the same time, a sharp sound of rushing air suddenly sounded in the sky above the open ground. Soon after, a cold glint suddenly flickered in the empty space a short distance in front of Xiao Yan. Soon after, a golden-colored longsword with an extremely sharp aura appeared. It was the golden cloud sword. The invisible sword aura instantly pierced through the invisible empty space. Soon after, Zhuolin's body also appeared in the empty space. Soon after, his body had already arrived in front of Xiao Yan. Seeing that the golden cloud sword in his hand was about to pierce into the space between Xiao Yan's eyebrows, everyone present finally noticed Zhuolin, who had suddenly appeared. However, when everyone recovered, Xiao Yan, who was originally completely focused on merging the heavenly flames in his hand, suddenly lifted his head. A pair of scarlet eyes instantly stared at Zhuolin in front of him. The invisible, overbearing aura actually caused the latter's mind to instantly tremble. His entire body could not help but be startled. After being absent-minded for a moment, when Zhuolin quickly recovered, Xiao Yan had already retreated explosively. When he saw the cold smile that was revealed on Xiao Yan's flushed face, the expression in Zhuolin's eyes instantly hardened. A bad premonition crazily surged in his heart. This is bad. The moment Zhuolin recovered, he suddenly waved the golden cloud sword in his hand. His body immediately pulled back. At the same time, Xiao Yan slowly lifted his hand. Dozens of elite Do Di in the open ground looked over in unison. At this very moment, there was a beautiful fire lotus, the size of a wash basin, slowly standing in the air above Xiao Yan's raised hand. Xiao Yan's retreating body slowly came to a stop. At the same time, the expression on his red face gradually became ruthless. A pair of scarlet eyes stared at Zhuolin, whose expression had changed drastically. Immediately, he opened his mouth and said, "Annihilation Fire Lotus, go."